Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The events begin in a field where one of the people took off his helmet. A group of awakened were resting after a fight. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the ground, but the people did not notice anything, chatting cheerfully, when in the distance, the ground began to fly apart into fragments. Some of the awakened looked in that direction. The protagonist was slightly puzzled looking into the distance. Then he looked at his coffee and saw how ripples began on the surface. Suddenly, a terrifying scream of a monster was heard, and then one of the people reported the approach of a Mugi. At this time, a huge snake was rushing towards the people. The girl screamed, ordering them to prepare for battle. Everyone immediately stood up and looked in one direction. The protagonist trembled slightly because of the earthquake, thinking about the oldest monster from Legends. Soon the monster's mouth appeared ahead. He hissed furiously as he approached them. The system notified the protagonist about the activation of a special fear skill. The commander stepped forward telling everyone to calm down. The whole group looked at the snake in front of them without fear. The system notified the protagonist about the dissipation of the fear debuff. All members of the group at that moment began to look at the snake with interest. One of the girls began to use her skills to strengthen others. The wind blade consisted of the best of the best. The protagonist concentrated mana in his hand, after which he took out the blade with his other hand. Having taken a stance, he was ready to rush into battle. The system again informed him that he was only level 1. Henson frowned, deciding to get closer. He immediately rushed forward, making a decision. After which, in an instant, he found himself in the air in front of the snake. Soon he was already above it, wanting to attack it with his sword. A second later, a powerful explosion of energy occurred, enveloping the entire snake. The events take us back in time to a construction site, where 27-year-old Henson was resting after hard work. Slightly saddened, Henson remembered how 3 years ago he was an ordinary student. But then his father suddenly went to the hospital with an incurable disease, mana deficiency. This disease appeared 19 years ago when the gate to another dimension opened. Then some people began to awaken abilities, which changed a lot. Some people gave up without receiving abilities. After all, they died because of the monsters that came out of the gate. The monsters that came from another dimension caused unimaginable damage to humanity. While the rest calmly walked, incurable diseases similar to mana deficiency appeared. Some resisted holding a bat. Awakened players dealt with monsters. By killing them, they began to make huge profits because the loot from monsters could be sold at a high price. Thanks to this, people who were somehow connected with the field of activity of players managed to accumulate a fortune. But for the protagonist, the gate is only a curse. After all, the ingredient for the inhibitor that can alleviate the symptoms of his father's illness is a rare stone that drops from a monster, and it was not cheap. Because of this, his mother started working 2 jobs. His older sister gave him all the money she had saved for the wedding, but even that was not enough. The protagonist looked away, realizing that after work he had to go to a part-time job. Tired, Hyasung looked at his boss telling him to go back to work. He involuntarily imagined himself as an awakened person, dreaming of becoming one, destroying rocks with his bare hands, jumping over high rises. Hyasung smiled, saying that it would be nice to become a player. The events take us to the protagonist's house. After 2 jobs, he fell onto the bed. Looking at the ceiling, Hyasung could not stop dreaming of becoming a player. But unfortunately, no one knew how to achieve the awakening of the power. It was something like a lottery in which there was no chance. At that moment, it started to rain outside. Looking in the mirror, Hyasung said that he wanted to wake up so much. But after that, he still lay down on the bed. Smiling, the protagonist thought that if people became players simply because they wanted to, then probably everyone was already a player. Hyasung took a towel and went to the bathroom. He approached the bathroom and decided to wash up and go to bed. But when he entered the bathroom, his mana began to awaken. Suddenly, the towel and clothes on him began to wriggle violently, and in front of him, a system window began to form. The system notified Hyasung of his awakening. The protagonist involuntarily opened his eyes wide. He swallowed, remembering people who died of a heart attack due to sudden awakening. Having calmed down a little, Hyasung called the status window. While he was waiting for the system window to appear, he hoped that he would have a powerful ability. But when he opened his eyes, he was only puzzled. Looking at the system window, he was perplexed because the points in each characteristic were less than 10, although this was the standard. After hitting himself in the face, Hyasung was a little disappointed with his stats. After Hyasung paid attention to his personal skill, selling and buying, but he also noticed the lack of an active and passive skill. A moment later, screams and curses were heard from his apartment. Hyasung was sitting on a chair, angry. He was crying, because even if he was a damn hero, the overall status should be more than 40. Hyasung involuntarily began to recount all his points and the characteristics. After which, realizing that the total did not even reach 20, he opened his mouth and froze. He He did not understand why he only had 18 points while other players had an average of 50. Even if he increased the overall level, he would only be given 5 points to distribute among stats. And this means that he needs to try inside the gate and rise to level 6-7 to be on par with ordinary players. He did not even have passive skills, which ordinary players have 1 or 2 too. If he had good skills, the Sky would be treated like a king at a party. Usually, after awakening, players get one of the classes, Tank, DD, or Healer. 99% of players will definitely get at least one. But there was one girl who was an exception. Hana, who awakened twice, was an exception. She could use various skills and was one of the 10 twice awakened. In the Republic of Korea, she was the only one. There were also players who, for one reason or another, failed to level up, and although they are the owners of power, they are not much different from ordinary people. But even such people have at least some abilities. Hyesung again turned his attention to the status window and looked closely at the personal skill. He thought about it, trying to understand what it was. By clicking on the skill, the protagonist wanted to know about it. Suddenly, the status window changed, shocking the protagonist. He looked closely and realized that these were goods that he could buy. Hyesung's eyes widened when he realized that the goods were of rare quality. Then he frowned at the price. Looking at the prices of the items, Hyesung wondered if the seller really thought the Nine's trick worked. Looking at the currency, Hyesung thought about the points, but when he saw the number of his points, he was shocked. Scrolling through the items, Hyesung realized that the points acted as an in-game currency. Suddenly, he froze in surprise. Looking at the system window, the protagonist could not believe that there were items of even legendary quality. He became a little nervous because the highest quality known to people was heroic, but here there was also legendary. Hyesung decided to click on the item and find out about it. But the characteristics of this item were hidden, surprising the protagonist. The system told him that this was a product that could not be purchased with a normal level. After the system reported that in order to gain the right to buy rare quality items, more than 10 billion accumulated points were needed. Continuing to study the goods, the protagonist again exclaimed in surprise. On the system window he found a product, even the name of which he was not allowed to see. Having calmed down a bit, Hyesung decided to look for medicine that could cure his father. Scrolling through the list, he tried to find it. At the very end of the legendary items, he saw an elixir. Looking at it, Hyesung regretted that he could not afford to buy it. But then he chuckled. Thoughtfully looking at the system window, Hyesung realized that he needed to do some trading. Lying down on the bed and studying the system, the protagonist decided to first see what goods could help the tank class. He suddenly froze when he saw one of the items. This item was a stat raiser, albeit by 1 point. Thinking and sitting down, Hyesung considered what to do. He stared at the price of the goods, realizing that if he did not buy up skills and abilities, he would not be able to become a great player. The protagonist smiled, deciding to think it over carefully. Soon he was already looking at the stat crystal in his hand. Holding it in his hand, Hyesung didn't understand whether he could eat it. But a moment later, he finally decided to. When he swallowed it, he felt pain. His arm muscles bulged, and his whole body grew a little. The protagonist bowed his head from fatigue. But after all, he clenched his fists. Even though he had only swallowed 1 point, he felt like he had been training for a couple of years. Extending his finger to the system window, the protagonist decided to become stronger at the expense of points. Seeing a skill book that allowed him to reduce mana consumption by 10%, the protagonist decided to buy it and sell it. Holding it in his hand, Hyesung tried to figure out where to place it. Seeing one of the prices, the protagonist decided not to put it. But when he wanted to place the book, he was surprised. The system notified him that he could place goods on its sales board, but the commission would be 20%. Stretching, Hyesung accepted this as a given. Smiling, he decided to start all over again. The system informed him about the purchase of the product's strength increase and asked if he was sure he wanted to buy it. A moment later, the system reported a successful purchase. Soon, a pile of crystals and several skill books gathered in the corner of the protagonist's room. The events take us to the building where the awakened were usually registered. Hyesung went inside and saw a small number of people. The employee asked him what brought him here. The protagonist surprised the girl by saying that his abilities had awakened, which is why he came to register as a player. The girl thought about the guy's appearance, after which she told him that he was a little old for this. Hyesung did not understand anything and asked if he was old. The employee looking at him said that she had never met anyone who woke up at his age. The protagonist, who had grown a mustache and beard, was still perplexed. But looking in the mirror, he suddenly froze. He was horrified at the sight of himself. The employees approached the old man, worried about his condition. The protagonist looked at his hands and only now realized that there was nothing free in the world. Hyesung frowned in horror. When he came home, he called the system window again. And when he saw that 1 point disappeared in 1 second, he realized everything. His number of points decreased again. And then the protagonist was truly scared. Hyesung looked at the ceiling lying on the bed. Having calmed down, the protagonist could not believe what he saw. After calculating his time with a calculator, the protagonist realized that he only had a year and a half left to live. Then he looked at the things on the table and decided to sell them. Taking the game console, the protagonist thought about it. Then he started playing it. The system informed him that he could sell this item on the sales board. Bringing the console closer to the system window, the protagonist decided to sell it. A moment later, the console disappeared, after which the console's characteristics appeared on the system window for which he could set a price. Smiling, Hessen was happy about this, but a moment later, he thought a little. Looking at the system window, he tried to calculate the price of the item. After thinking a little, he set a price for it. Smiling awkwardly, the protagonist tried to justify himself. A moment later, the system notified him of the successful listing of the item for sale. Looking at the table, the protagonist decided to sell something else. The events take us to a castle full of treasures. The demoness was unhappy looking at all this. She scrolled through the products in the system, realizing that she already had everything. Sitting on the throne, the demoness was a little sad because no new products appeared. Slightly straightening her wings, the mistress of the castle decided to start arranging cockfights out of boredom. Then she stretched, realizing that the fights would bring a lot of profit. Suddenly, she stared at the system window, which notified her about the appearance of a new product. She smiled, deciding to buy everything. Events again transfer us to the protagonist's house. His wrinkles, beard, and mustache disappeared after sales. Looking at the phone, the protagonist reasoned that his life depended on his balance. Having gathered his determination, the protagonist told himself that he would be able to restore the lost points. Events transfer us to another world, to a girl sitting in a gazebo on a pond. She looked at the things she bought. Then she picked up her watch. Looking closely, she noticed how the numbers changed over time. She was slightly surprised by this. Looking closely at the clock again, she saw how the numbers changed again. The girl smiled happily, saying that everything would come in handy in everyday life. The bell above her head swayed slightly, while the girl was reading a message on her phone from the company. Holding a smartphone in her hand, she tried to understand how to use it. But seeing how the smartphone informed her of a network registration error, she was surprised. Then the smartphone notified her that she was out of network coverage. Slightly frowning, she tried to understand the meaning of this. Poking at the smartphone, the girl studied it. Unexpectedly, she was slightly surprised. She was even glad to see how the smartphone could become a mirror. Then she looked closely at the bottom and pressed one of the masks. She immediately screamed when she saw her new image. On her head was a rabbit hat that embarrassed the girl so much. Thinking a little, she decided to do something. She took a photo of herself, and she was very embarrassed seeing herself like that. But then she still understood the phone. Then she began to pose for a photo. The girl continued to take pictures of herself alone. While the demoness's castle was restless, she hit the table and began to swear she again did not have time to buy everything. She stood near the table and said that if he found out who intercepted her things, she would definitely teach him a lesson. Then she paid attention to the things she bought. Then she looked closely and tried to understand what kind of items they were. The demoness activated her spiritual vision, but she did not see even a drop of mana in these items. She turned her attention to the console and decided to take it, but she still thought before taking it. Suddenly her eyes widened in shock. Even without a magical trace, the device was activated. Events take us to the throne room, where the demoness frowned and played the game. Her fingers moved on the console all the time. She closely watched the game process, but a second later she lost, because of which she suddenly froze. Suddenly the whole castle began to tremble. The demoness released her mana. In her castle there was an explosion of mana when she began to scream that next time she would definitely be able to win. The events take us to the streets of the night city, to the protagonist standing near the car. He looked at the car trying to do something. The system suddenly notified him about the impossibility of selling other people's goods. Hyesung chuckled and went on. He went to the trash can and saw a fan. After that he called up the system window, and to his surprise he discovered that he could put a broken fan up for sale. Looking at the fan, the protagonist was not too happy. Picking it up, the protagonist realized that he could sell it because it was nobody's, and he picked it up. Soon the protagonist arrived home. The protagonist, having bought things, read the system notification which informed him about the impossibility of selling more than 10 goods per day. Having extended his finger, Hyesung was slightly disappointed. He set a standard price for his product, deciding to sell it. When the product was bought, the protagonist was happy. The events take us to the next day. At the moment when the protagonist, looking at the system window, called himself a fool, he smiled nervously, realizing something. He decided to practice because he only had 11 days left to live. Suddenly, the system notified him of something that greatly surprised the guy. The system reported receiving a complaint about the product. Slightly nervous, the protagonist froze. Hessen, being in an absurd position, looked at the system window, not believing that it was even possible to give complaints here. Abruptly sitting down, the protagonist decided to lower the price. After a while, the guy calmed down a little. After all, the system informed him about a change in the price of the product. The protagonist was still a little nervous looking at the system window. A moment later, the system reported the sale of all products. This slightly pleased the guy. He smiled, saying that he did not even think that someone would buy his product. Having decided to sell something, Hessen was about to set the price, but the system notified him again about receiving a complaint about the product. This made the protagonist nervous. A second later, the system reported receiving 14 complaints about his products and asked him to solve this problem within a week. The protagonist got slightly angry, saying that these were all the tricks of some ill-wisher. Soon he began to read the complaint and realized that the smartphone turned off in 6 hours, which is why the complaint was received. After reading the complaint about the watch, the protagonist realized that it also just turned off. The protagonist became slightly sad after realizing everything. After he began to read complaints about cigarettes and a lighter and realized that someone just wanted more goods, because of which the buyer began to complain about all the items she bought. The protagonist, sitting at the computer, began to swear. He began to scream with discontent. But then the protagonist suddenly froze, remembering the system notification. He decided to write everything down carefully, after which, sitting on a chair, he said that it would be necessary to sort out the complaints within a week, otherwise he would be blocked for 3 months. Having thought about it, the protagonist decided to download a new smartphone, but this time with a charger. He suddenly realized that his clients were the same players with unique abilities and they were not from Earth. Frowning, Hessen assumed that they were aliens with poorly developed technologies. Slightly turning the chair, Hessen decided to buy the goods. He decided to go to a second-hand website to buy everything at an affordable price. Looking at the prices of the goods, the protagonist himself was surprised by the price. But when he decided to buy 10 pieces to try, he was told about the lack of funds. Hyesung immediately stood up and began to pick through his pockets, but he only took out coins. The protagonist was horrified. He could not yet register as a player because he had grown old and could not sell the skill book. But a moment later, he thought of something. He immediately took the phone and began to look for a job. Soon the evening came. Hyesung sat silently, waiting for the application to be approved. Suddenly, a notification came to his phone. The protagonist immediately took it and began to read, after which he took his clothes and happily went to work. Events again take us to the construction site, where all the workers were surprised by what they saw. Hyesung took 3 bags of cement and carried them alone. He carried 3 bags all the time without feeling any discomfort or difficulties. Someone called out to him saying that he really was a strong man. The guys were surprised and asked him where he had worked before. Smiling awkwardly, the protagonist said that he had worked a little bit everywhere. The events take us 3 days forward. The protagonist bought a product and put it on the table. He looked at the system window waiting for his unlocking. Hyesung chuckled when he was unlocked. After taking the product, he decided to start. A moment later, the system notified him of the unlocking. With a smile on his face, the protagonist put the product up for sale again. But then he was surprised by what he saw. The system again reported receiving a complaint, and then the protagonist began to get very nervous. Having received another complaint, Hyesung froze. He sat motionless in his chair and was perplexed. Soon, a complaint was received for all 20 of his products, because of which he was again blocked for 3 days. The protagonist was very surprised to see the number of complaints. Looking at the system window, the protagonist tried to understand what was going on. After thinking for a second, he decided to read the complaint. The complaint was about the game console, which turned off pretty quickly. The protagonist grabbed his head, realizing that he had not thought about the batteries again. Then he read the complaint about the glasses. The buyer demanded an urgent answer and gave him only seconds. Then came a complaint about the gum with a demand to display normal goods. And the last complaint was about the lighter, only now the buyer threatened the protagonist. Hessen hit the table, screaming and asking to wait for him. Then he leaned back in his chair. He frowned, realizing that if he did not sort everything out in 4 days, he would die. Hessen sighed and began to calm himself down, but he still gritted his teeth in anger. The events again take us to the construction site, where all the workers were watching the protagonist, who carried 4 bags of cement by hand. Soon 3 days passed. The protagonist brought home 2 boxes of goods. Hyesung sat in a chair silently waiting for the system to unlock. He frowned, telling himself that the person buying his goods would definitely buy everything this time. Then he looked at the batteries and tried to figure out how long they would last. A moment later, the system notified him of the unlocking. Hyesung smiled and began to place the goods. But a moment later, he was very surprised. The system immediately informed him of the placement of the goods. After that, Hyesung began to wait. but soon the system notified him of the resolution of complaints about 20 of his items. Seeing this, the protagonist smiled. Then he stared at the number of his points and saw that they had even become more than at the beginning. Soon his whole body returned to its previous state. Hyesung jumped up and began to rejoice at the success. Then he looked at the system window thinking about what to sell next time. A wide smile appeared on his face when he realized what he needed to sell. But after that, he still decided to register as a player first. To get a player ID, you had to go through 3 weeks of training at the training center. You could return to training as many times as you wanted until you managed to pass the exam with a skill check. All players were taught how to properly handle weapons. Awakening was just the beginning of becoming a player. Hyesung easily cut down the dummy, which made the employee and others happy. But the guys standing aside were not happy. Some started to talk about the protagonist and complain about him. Hyesung himself felt awkward about this. After 3 weeks, they all finally left the training center. Someone called out to the protagonist and he looked at him. A girl with a smile on her face asked him if he would go with them to celebrate becoming a player. One of the guys waved his hand saying that they would have fun. The protagonist smiled at them but still refused. The group watched the guy leave. The events take us to the player registration center. The employee, smiling, handed the ID to the protagonist. He took it and began to rejoice. Having looked closely at the ID, the protagonist thanked the employee. Remembering the skill book, Hyesung decided to sell it. Thanks to this, he might be able to pay his father's bills. Soon the protagonist arrived at the store where they rented equipment. Having handed over the card with a slightly trembling hand, Hyesung was saddened by the price. The man smiled at the protagonist, reminding him that if he was late with the return, he would have to pay extra. Hyesung changed his clothes and left the locker room. Looking at the sword, the protagonist thought that all his savings were enough only for the cheapest armor and sword. Taking the sword, Hyesung became despondent, because even for staying in the dungeon, he had to pay. Soon the protagonist arrived in one of the dungeons, where people were actively looking for partners. One of the guys was shouting, offering protection and payment for the dungeon. Walking through the streets, the protagonist noticed that even in low-level dungeons, the demand for tanks and healers was high. Looking at the warning sign, the protagonist said that the chances of dying here were low, but it was still worth playing it safe. He opened his status window and looked at the characteristics, some of which had now reached 70 points. He also had 7 active skills and 5 passive ones. Looking at the system window, the protagonist said that with his current skills, he could go to any team, but he would not. Then he looked at the dungeon ahead, deciding to defeat the boss alone. Soon he approached the gate. The employee asked him if he had a partner. Having paid everything, Hyesung went into the dungeon. He involuntarily glanced back, hearing someone discussing how he went into the dungeon alone. Passing by groups of people, the protagonist himself understood that even with high stats, rarely did anyone go alone because you couldn't just risk your life. After all, you might be carried away on a stretcher. A guy standing next to an employee asked him if he would let him go alone. The man, realizing the danger of the dungeon, said that sometimes you need to let people figure it out themselves. Hessen stood in front of the gate and froze. He was slightly nervous looking at them. When he entered, the dungeon was lit only by torches. He stepped inside, and immediately began to wonder at the dungeon. In front of him was only a lonely path forward. He glanced to the side, hearing something. A guy in equipment blocked someone's attack. A group of players surrounded the rabbit. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. He looked closely at the creature's horns. Then he looked at the fangs, deciding to look around first. Suddenly, the group's tank screamed, using provocation. The hare immediately became angry looking at the enemy, after which he attacked him. But his attack was blocked by the shield. Suddenly the tank felt horror. His shield flew off, and he himself screamed in pain. The protagonist, watching from the side, was perplexed. The second tank of the group ordered to attack. All these players were previously ordinary people, and only recently completed 3 weeks of training. And although they tried, injuries were inevitable. The wounded tank began to get up. His comrade distracted the hare's attention by attacking him. He screamed in pain after being wounded. The guys sharply shouted, ordering to attack. Hyesung watched everything from the side in surprise. He frowned slightly. He previously thought that he would succeed the first time, but now he realized how arrogant he was. Soon the hare was pierced by several of the group's guns, but he did not die attacking them in response. One of the guys was able to dodge and pierce the heart of the monster. He finally died and fell to the ground. The protagonist glanced at the group of players who had spent 8 minutes on one hare. At that time, the security personnel were sitting to the side. They were the leaders of the Korean Players Association. Henson, looking at the players, wondered what the point was in trying so hard, because with such allies you can't achieve much. Afterwards, he finally called up the system window, and again, looking at his characteristics, Henson decided that they were enough. He used the invisibility mode and merged with the shadow. Having activated it, he went forward alone. The events take us to another part of the dungeon. To two players rejoicing at their success, Suhai and Jisoo greeted them and sadly praised them for their efforts. Jisoo smiled, saying that the boss would soon appear ahead. Suhai frowned, saying that she really hoped for it. Following them, two players said that they needed to catch the boss alive. Jisoo smiled at them while Suhai didn't even look at them. The two players were not despondent, expressing their willingness. Suhai looked at them, saying that their problem was that they couldn't find the boss. The two immediately bowed and began to apologize. The girls continued to walk forward with annoyance, saying that it was already the 15th day. The goal of their mission was to get the boss rabbit's head. Suhai scratched her head and said that the monster was not strong, but they still couldn't complete the task. The girl clenched her teeth in anger. Looking at the rabbits ahead, the girl used the Dark Veil skill, thanks to which they calmly passed by them. Jisoo asked Suhai if they heard strange sounds. She glanced at the rabbits and assumed that they were the commander of the third team. Suddenly, both girls froze. They saw a lonely protagonist ahead. Suhai looked at him sadly and said to just ignore him. But Jisoo tilted her head slightly and assumed that the guy had lost his partner. Suhee immediately looked at the guy again after her words. She looked closely at his equipment and said that there were no scratches on it, and he also used the stealth skill. The girls thought about it, trying to understand why Hyesung was alone. One of them's eyes widened in shock. She saw the icon on his equipment and realized that he was a psycho. The protagonist grabbed his sword while the girls were discussing him. He began to approach one of the rabbits. Concentrating mana on the tip of the sword, the protagonist thought about how you need to be at least a level 30 player to kill a monster with one blow. But to his surprise, he killed the monster with ease. This also surprised Suhee and Jisoo. Hyesung stuck his sword into the ground and sighed. His body was shaking. Even his arms and torso were shaking. He killed someone for the first time. He closed his eyes, mentally asking for forgiveness from the monster. All the rabbits began to get up, noticing the death of one of them. But soon they were all dead. The protagonist, looking at the corpses, said with annoyance that it was a pity that nothing fell out. Then he frowned, activating the invisibility mode. Soon he pierced the body of another monster, and began to examine his corpse. Suhai, who was watching from the side, said that Hyesung was not a newbie. Jisoo looked at her friend with some confusion, who frowned looking at the guy. At this time, Hyesung again killed the monster with one swing of the blade. If the player's level was lower than the monster, the latter will drop items, and the player will receive experience. But if experience and items cannot be obtained from monsters, then the monster is 20 levels lower than you. The magic contained in the corpses turns into valuable items, but the higher the level, the worse. And when the difference of 20 levels is reached, there will be no loot at all. Hyesung's hands were shaking slightly as he held his sword. Suhai sneered, saying that it was the guy's first hunt. Jisoo looked at her and asked what class the guy was. The girl closed her eyes, unsure of the answer. At this time, the protagonist attacked another hare. Suhai watched him with pleasure because she had nothing to do at home anyway. Soon the blade pierced the monster's body again. Using a lightning strike, Hyesung rushed to the side, but suddenly stopped. He saw a crystal lying on the floor. He picked it up, happy with the find. But he frowned and became nervous. Having called the system window, he did not understand why it was so difficult for him to raise his level. His level was still 1. Looking at the system window, the protagonist noticed that his experience points did not grow at all. After that, he grabbed his sword again and said that within an hour, he would clear the dungeon. But 5 hours later, the protagonist was also in the dungeon, looking at the system window. None of its values had changed. The protagonist thought for a moment, assuming that the level increased every day or two. But then he frowned, assuming something terrible. Suhai looked at the protagonist in surprise and looked away at Jisoo, confused, saying that it was somehow awkward. Henson, sitting on the ground, leaning back against the wall, firmly saying to himself that this was the end. He looked at the system window, where it was written that he had accumulated 2,269,517,551 points, and said in his head that over the past 10 days, he earned 150 million points from selling electronics and 100 points here for selling the body of one of the monsters. After that, he scratched his head in confusion. Closing his eyes and smiling awkwardly, he told himself that he needed to think positively because this was only the beginning. Suddenly, a huge rabbit appeared behind him. The protagonist immediately noticed the monster and, without getting up, delivered a quick and powerful blow with his sword. Blood splashed on his cheek. A few minutes later, Henson, throwing the sword over his shoulder, stood up. He stood in front of the body of a dead rabbit, and at the same time, exactly the same monsters were approaching him from all sides. The protagonist was ready for another fight, so he raised his sword. In the next few seconds, 2 rabbit heads flew into the air. With deft and quick blows, the protagonist took the lives of his opponents. He stopped to rest. Breathing heavily, he looked at the ground, and beads of sweat ran down his face, when suddenly a third rabbit pounced on him from behind. There was a wild grin on his muzzle, and in his eyes a thirst for blood and revenge for the murdered relatives. but the protagonist straightened up and threw the sword over his shoulder, thereby killing the monster without even noticing it. At that very moment, a system window appeared in front of him, which surprised the guy a little. The notification that appeared was written congratulating the protagonist on his new achievement. At the bottom, it was written that Henson had single-handedly killed 300 high-ranking horned rabbits, so he received the title of Horned Rabbit Hunter as a reward. After reading the notification, the protagonist asked in surprise what the hell was that. The next second, he leaned his sword against the wall. After that, he opened a system window with his characteristics. Above his name was written Horned Rabbit Hunter. Looking at the changes in his status, Henseok asked in surprise what kind of title Horned Rabbit Hunter was. After this question, he reached his finger to the inscription to click on it and find out more, when suddenly he remembered and said that he had already seen something like this on the internet. Opening the detailed information about the rank, he saw in the pop-up window that the rank of Horned Rabbit Hunter gives +1 to stamina, and now the main character can grow to a rare rank. After reading what he opened, Henson happily said that when receiving special achievements, stats grow. A few seconds later, he, continuing to look at the system window, said that everyone can get this achievement. When suddenly he looked up in surprise and said that the only problem is that usually everyone increases their level long before killing 300 rabbits. The next second, he put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said that it was not bad at all that you can grow to a rare rank. He continued to stand silently by the wall, and not far behind him were the girls. Suhai, raising her hand to her mouth, laughed maliciously. Hearing this, Jisoo turned to her colleague in surprise. Suhai looked at the main character with a flirtatious look and said that Henson was a very interesting guy. At this time, the protagonist continued to kill the rabbits, piercing them one after another. Looking at this, Sakai said in her head with complete seriousness that the protagonist killed the horned rabbit with one blow, adding that if this happened once or twice, she would call it luck. Henson, throwing his sword on his back, silently looked at the monster he killed. But no, Sakai said in her head. At this time, 3 more horned rabbits gathered around the protagonist. At the same moment, they rushed at Henson to tear the guy to pieces. Looking at this, Sakai said that the protagonist immediately cut off the heads of those monsters. At the same second, with a powerful swing of the sword, Henson cut off the heads of all 3 horned rabbits. Seeing what the guy had just done, Sakai was shocked. A drop of cold sweat ran down her face. With one swing of the sword, she said in shock in her head. At that very moment, a sly smile appeared on the girl's face, and she immediately said that they needed to intervene. At that moment, the protagonist looked at the blue crystal in his hand. Maybe he should move on, he asked himself. At that very moment, he heard footsteps behind him, and he was immediately called out. Jisoo and Suhi approached him from behind. Turning around in surprise, Hyunseok saw 2 girls and wondered in his head if they were players. Looking at the people who approached, he said to himself that the girls had top-notch equipment and then asked himself who they were. Jisoo suddenly broke the silence and, smiling warmly and waving her hand, told the guy not to be afraid because they were from the security service. Turning completely around, the protagonist asked what was going on. Without taking his eyes off the girls, he continued to say that he thought that all the employees remained at the entrance, adding that, it turns out, the employees were wandering around here too. After a short pause, he said that he did not notice the girls, adding that they did not have employee badges. Hearing this, Jisoo smiled again and explained that they had just returned from a mission to protect the gate. After receiving the answer, the protagonist was slightly surprised, and Jisoo continued to say that Henson probably did not notice them because of the concealment skill, explaining that they use such a skill to avoid the attention of the horned rabbits. Hearing this, the protagonist was slightly frightened, and beads of cold sweat ran down his face. In his head, he said that he did not even hear the girls breathing, and then asked what kind of concealment this was. Jisoo, spreading her arms and laughing awkwardly, said that she accidentally noticed Henson hunting here. The next second, she smiled even wider and said that the guy's outstanding abilities attracted their attention. After that, she asked if she could find out what level the protagonist was. Hearing this, Henson was very scared, and even more beads of cold sweat ran down his face. Remembering the system window with his statistics, he said in his head that he was only level 1, but his stats totaled 270. After a short pause, he said to himself that there was nothing good about the girls noticing him. After these thoughts, he lowered his head, continuing to look askance at the interlocutors. Suhai, with a drop of sweat on her face, looked at the protagonist, saying nothing, while her partner continued to say that they just wanted to pass by but. When suddenly Suhai nevertheless intervened in the conversation, interrupting Jisoo. She stretched out her hand in front of her and said that she was interested in something, so she would still ask. Immediately after these words, she said that she was from the Sioux Guild. Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised and asked himself in his head, the Sioux Guild. He immediately imagined a large building, and Suhai continued talking and explaining that in Korea there is a large company that everyone knows about, the Sioux Group. After a short pause, she said that Sue is a guild sponsored by this company. After these words, she smiled widely and, putting her hand to her chest, said that if the protagonist reveals his status, she will gladly help Henson join their guild. Hearing this, the protagonist silently lowered his head, saying in his head that things are bad. After these words, he remembered the system window with his statistics and said that he should be careful with these ladies, because there is a penalty due to which he will not be able to level up in the future. After these words, he remembered the line where it was written that he is only level 1 and said that a level 1 player won with only good stats. He continued to stand with his head lowered and seriously asked himself in his head what to do if he beats monsters, but still has no experience. When suddenly he said to himself that even understanding that the girls could help him solve the problem. The next second, he apologized to the girls and said that he was not interested in it at all. Hearing this, Suhai and Jisoo were very surprised. Henson turned around abruptly and began to leave. At that very second, Suhai suddenly appeared in front of the guy and told him to wait a little. Seeing the girls in front of him, the main character was very surprised and a little scared. They silently looked at each other, when suddenly Suhai leaned over and with a questioning expression asked if the guy had never heard of the Sue Guild. Raising his head, the main character smiled awkwardly and with beads of cold sweat on his face said that he had heard and knew. Hearing such an answer, Suhai was confused and asked in surprise if Henson still did not want to join. Putting his hand to his chin, the guy quietly said that it was so. Without lowering his hands or taking his eyes off his interlocutor, he continued to say that for now he wanted to try to cope alone, adding that he did not feel the need for comrades. Hearing this, Suhai, with a drop of cold sweat on her face, asked in surprise if the protagonist had a contract with other guilds. Without removing his hand from his chin, the guy answered that this was not the case, adding that he, for now, wanted to work alone. Jisoo, standing behind, was very surprised and did not know what to say. Suhai also looked at the protagonist with a very puzzled and dissatisfied face, who, seeing the reactions of the girls, said in his head that, it seems, he was able to convince them. After a short pause, he, confusedly scratching his head and smiling awkwardly, asked if Suhai could let him through. But Suhai suddenly said with a very serious face. At that very moment, she extended her hand, which held a business card, and said that if the protagonist still decided to join the guild, then he should contact them, adding that even if Henson only had skills and nothing more, it would not be a hindrance to them. Quickly snatching the business card from the girl's hand, the guy said that he would definitely think about it and walked on. Suddenly, Suhai, standing behind him, suggested that they all walk to the exit together. Hearing this, the guy silently continued walking forward, and a drop of cold sweat was running down his face. Folding her arms across her chest, Suhai, with a smile on her face, said that this way Henson would be able to avoid trouble. No, the protagonist firmly answered, continuing to walk to the exit. Hearing this answer, Suhai, watching the guy with her eyes, said that he was rude. After that, she, without taking her eyes off the protagonist, said that nothing terrible had happened. Jisoo immediately approached her and said that Henson would definitely regret it later. Right? Sukai answered, adding that they needed to get out of here quickly because she was tired of sitting around doing nothing. After these words, the girls headed for the exit. It was daytime outside. The sun was shining brightly. The protagonist went out into the village and said that he needed to be careful because there were a lot of players here and they were stronger than ordinary people. When suddenly he turned around abruptly. Looking at the gate, he asked in surprise if the girls hadn't come out yet. Some time passed. A taxi station. Getting into the car, the driver turned around to the back seat with a smile on his face and asked where they were going. The protagonist exhaled heavily. Looking away, with beads of sweat on his face, he slowly said that first they just needed to get going. Of course, the driver answered. Some time passed. The car was driving along the road. There was a taxi sign on the roof of the car. Driver, the protagonist suddenly said. What's wrong? The man asked, while Henson was looking at something on his phone. Raising his head, the guy said that he needed to go to the Blood Fox dungeon. Hearing this, the driver smiled and said that it seemed that the protagonist had finished the mission in the Horned Rabbit dungeon, so he congratulated him. After a short pause, he said that he had driven many players, so he knew the way well. Hearing this, Henson laughed awkwardly, and at that very second, a system window appeared in front of him. The driver continued to say that last time some player. Everything that the man said after that, the protagonist had already heard, because he lowered his gaze. He looked at the status window, which still said that he was still level 1. After a short pause, he asked himself if he would be able to clear other dungeons. After a while, he was already in a new village where the dungeon he needed was. He passed by a group of guys who were shouting that if at least one tank came, they would leave immediately. Another group shouted that they were inviting 2 healers, adding that as a reward they would double the number of magic stones. Looking around, Henson said that the atmosphere was the same. Walking further, he approached a man in a suit at a table who was accepting commands for clearing the dungeon. Holding out a card, the man asked what about the other players. The protagonist, with a wide smile on his face, firmly said that he was alone. After these words, he took the card and headed towards the dungeon. Inside were wild foxes with glowing eyes and huge sharp fangs. One of them stood in front of a squad of 8 guys. With his arms folded across his chest, Henson thoughtfully looked at the squad. When suddenly he looked away. There he saw 2 sleeping soldiers. "Great," the guy immediately said. After that, with a wide smile on his face, he used the hide skill. At the moment of clearing the dungeon of the bloody fox, 2 bloody foxes slowly walked towards the protagonist. Seeing them, the guy pulled out his sword and prepared to fight. To his left was the system screen, and there was a satisfied smile on the guy's face. The next second, he rushed at the fox and cut off the monster's head. After killing the fox, he saw on the system screen that he was given 180 points for 1 kill, after which he closed it. The next second, he grabbed the hilt of his sword with both hands. With a deft and powerful blow, he decapitated the second fox. After that, he quickly stopped. He relaxedly threw the sword over his shoulder, while behind him lay 2 bloody foxes with severed heads. When suddenly he looked in front of him and was surprised. 6 more foxes came out of the darkness towards him. They came closer and closer, and the main character, looking at the monsters, asked if it was time to start. A real hunt, he finished with a calm face after a short pause. 2 hours later, there was a lot of blood on the ground everywhere. 298, Henson counted. There was a sound of impact. 299, he said after that. From the shadow on the wall, it was clear that the fox's head had been cut off from its body by the protagonist's sword. 300, he said a second after killing the last monster. In front of him at that very second, a notification about an incredible achievement appeared. Below it was written that Henson had single-handedly killed 300 high-level blood foxes, so he received the title of Blood Fox Hunter as a reward. Yes, the protagonist said contentedly. Putting his hand on his hip and placing his sword on the ground, he said as expected. At that very second, he called up the status window. What he saw greatly surprised him. His level was still at level 1, but he now had 2 titles. After reviewing all the characteristics, he said slightly displeasedly that this time his strength had increased. The next second, he pulled the sword out of the ground and said that it seemed to depend on the title. Throwing the sword over his shoulder and looking to the side, he saw a huge pack of blood foxes, each of which was looking at the guy. Their eyes were burning with endless rage and thirst for revenge for their dead relatives. Looking at the monsters, the protagonist said with a smile on his face that they needed to conduct an experiment. 7 hours later, Henson forcefully thrust the sword into the ground. Leaning on the weapon, he lowered his head and exhaled heavily. Behind him was a whole mountain of dead blood foxes. A system window suddenly appeared in front of the guy. It said that this was an incredible achievement, and below it was reported that the protagonist single-handedly killed 1,000 high-level blood foxes, so he received the title of Blood Fox Slayer as a reward. Breathing heavily, Henson smiled contentedly and said that the title had been pumped up. His status window still said that he was only level 1, but he already had 3 ranks. After looking through all the status windows, Henson noticed that the strength stat had also increased by 1. Opening the Blood Fox Slayer rank, he saw that this rank increased strength by 2, and it was now possible for him to grow to an epic rank. After reading this, the protagonist happily said that this was great, adding that everything does not end at the rare rank. After a while, the guy was already sitting on the ground, leaning back against the wall. With his head down, he looked forward and slowly said that he would need to come here again. In his hand was a blue crystal, and next to him was a bag that was Mona exactly the same crystals. When suddenly, what he saw greatly surprised him. In his hand, he held a skill book. In the window that appeared, he read that this was a book of passive skills, and below it was written that the book makes bones, muscles, and skin stronger. The next second, a notification appeared stating that the skill had already been learned, and below it was stated that the protagonist could not relearn it. After reading this, Henson gritted his teeth in displeasure and said that if he knew he could get this, he would not have bought it. After these words, he opened the system window about registering goods for sale. Suddenly, a book appeared in his hand, and the protagonist said that he would take it with him. A few minutes later, he left the dungeon with 2 books. There was an empty basket on the table. A man in a suit was sitting at the table and telling the protagonist to put the stones and other things he received in the right basket. Henson, without further ado, put the book in the basket and began to take off the bag with crystals. The man calmly approached the basket and reached into the bag. When he opened it, he saw a lot of blue crystals, which made him very shocked, and seeing a book next to him, he was even more surprised. Henson, with a smile on his face, turned around and began to leave, while the man said that there had never been a rare quality skill book here before. After these words, the guy grabbed the strap of his bag. So, standing sideways to the man, the protagonist said, There's nothing strange about that, he finished with a wide smile on his face and a sly look in his eyes. Some time passed. A huge building in the city selling items. There were blue crystals on the table. A man in a suit said that the protagonist would receive 840,000 won for all the stones. Wow, Henson said in surprise when he heard that. There were also 2 skill books on the table. The man pointed to them and said that he would contact the protagonist as soon as the skill book was sold. Okay, Henson replied with a smile on his face. After that, he turned around and started to leave. Putting his hands in his pockets and leaving, he said in his head that at this rate he could earn about 1 million a day. Suddenly, a wide smile appeared on his face, and the protagonist himself said in his head that the players were the best after all. Several hours passed. The protagonist was eating sushi. Sitting on a bench, he looked at another dungeon. Chewing his food vigorously, he said in his head that he needed to look for a room at the nearest hotel, otherwise it would take too long to get from home. As soon as he finished eating, Henson stood up and dusted his hands. Today is a must, he said slowly and quietly under his breath and began to leave. I'll pump up my rank, he finished in his head in a firm voice. His eyes were filled with self-confidence. After a while, he was already in the dungeon of the Bloody Fox. The severed heads of monsters flew into the air. Blow after blow, the guy killed one fox after another. The main character suddenly stopped and exhaled heavily, lowering his head. At that very second, a system screen appeared in front of him. It was a notification about an incredible achievement. Below it was written that Henson single-handedly killed 5,000 blood foxes, so as a reward he received the title of Blood Fox Exterminator. After reading this, the main character said contentedly, "Finally," when suddenly another achievement appeared above, which made the guy surprised. It said that this was the first achievement of the heroic rank. Below it was said that Henson was the first to reach the heroic rank, so as a reward he received the title of first to reach the heroic rank. After reading this, the guy was very surprised. Looking at the notification, he asked again, the first to reach the heroic rank. On the ground lay the severed head of a bloody fox. The protagonist continued to say that this meant that besides him, there were other people who had reached the rare rank, after which he asked if he was really the first to reach the heroic. The next second, he scratched his head in confusion and said that, in fact, he achieved this by accident, but it was still good. After these words, he stretched out his hand and called up a status window, which immediately appeared in front of his hand. He already had 5 ranks, and his level was still equal to the first, but his characteristics had increased considerably. After analyzing the entire status window, the protagonist was very surprised. There was joy and happiness in his eyes. Looking at the status window, he said with satisfaction that his stats had increased by 100 in total. After that, he clicked on the first to reach heroic rank title and a system window opened in front of him, which said that all stats were increased by 20. Without taking his eyes off the system window, Henson said that being the first in something was very cool. After these words, he opened the Blood Fox Exterminator title, and in the window that appeared, he read that the title increased strength by 4, and below it was written that it was possible to upgrade to the legendary rank. After reading, without taking his eyes off, the guy said with satisfaction that this was also incredible. Suddenly, what he saw caused him great surprise. This title can still be upgraded, he said. He, looking at the system window about the title, again read that it was possible to upgrade to the legendary rank. Putting his hand to his chin, he thoughtfully said that he was thinking that he could also be the first to receive the legendary rank. After saying this, he put the sword behind his back and said that he had enough for today. Staggering, he said that he couldn't even feel his legs. Behind him lay a mountain of blood fox corpses. "I'll be back tomorrow," the protagonist said calmly, getting ready to leave. 10 days later, the Blood Moon Dungeon Soldiers Motel. Henson was eating sushi while walking down the street. A few minutes later, he was back in the dungeon. The cave was brightly lit by torches on the walls. The protagonist was chopping off the fox's heads with powerful and fast strikes. A system screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing it, Henson stopped. It was a notification about an incredible achievement, which said that the guy had killed 10,000 blood foxes single-handedly, so he received the title of Blood Fox Executioner as a reward. Another notification immediately appeared below, which said that this was the first achievement of the legendary rank. Below it was written that the protagonist was the first to reach the legendary rank, so he received the title of first to reach the legendary rank as a reward. The next second, Henson threw his sword into the ground. He himself fell and, leaning against the wall and breathing heavily, said that it was so hard that he thought he would die, adding that it was still possible. A few seconds later, he stretched out his hand and called up the status window, which immediately appeared. The status window showed the first level, and there were already 7 titles. At the same time, his stats had increased incredibly. After analyzing the entire status window, he said in shock, "Wow." Opening the title of first to reach legendary rank, the protagonist read that all stats were increased by 40. Suddenly, he laughed. Raising his head, he said with a wide smile on his face that this was truly incredible. After that, he decided to open the title of Blood Fox Executioner to study. A second later, a system window opened, which said that this title increased strength by 8, and below it was reported that further rank increase was impossible. After reading everything that was on the system window, Henson said with a smile on his face that he could get more benefit from this. The dungeon was silent. Many torches from the very exit illuminated the entire cave. The protagonist was looking for something in his bag, but he suddenly said. After that, he put the sword behind his back. Putting his hands in his pocket and heading for the exit, he finished with a smile on his face, saying that there were still many places to hunt where you can earn good money. Some time passed. The sign said Horned Rabbit Dungeon, and below it was written optimal level from 1 to 5. The main character was already in the dungeon itself, where he killed one rabbit after another. Suddenly, he stopped and, lowering his head, exhaled heavily. At that very second, a huge, ferocious rabbit was flying at him from behind. Henson noticed the monster and abruptly struck the rabbit's forehead with the hilt of his sword. The animal flew into the wall from the strong blow. Seeing his strength, the main character smiled and said that he thought that he could handle horned rabbits with his bare hands. At the same time, the monster growled at Henson with a wild grin and rage in his eyes. Well, then, the guy suddenly said, looking away, "I'll slowly wrap it up." He finished after a few seconds. He looked at his bag, which was lying nearby on the ground. Some time passed. It was late at night outside a motel. The protagonist received a message from the player's trading house on his phone, which said that all the goods registered at the auction had been sold, but the amount was large, so Henson could only pick them up in person. Only after leaving the shower, still wiping his head with a towel, did the protagonist take the phone in his hand. After reading the message, he smiled and said that he needed to go there anyway, and this was the day when money would flow to him like a river. Morning came. Trading house. A female employee with a wide smile on her face asked the protagonist to check the amount and sign. Henson picked up a paper with all the calculations and amounts. What he saw surprised him. The check said that his total income was 1,725,000,000 won, and the total tax on income was 724 million won. After reading this, the protagonist turned pale and began to shake. In his head, he furiously shouted that this was daylight robbery, adding after that, such money was definitely worth it, not selling skills for points. After that, he left the trading house. As he walked down the street, he said in his head that he needed to hunt even harder. Remembering how he cleared the Horned Rabbit dungeon, Henson said in his head that in low-ranked dungeons, he made 10 million with only stones in less than 10 days. After a short pause, he said that he was able to make 100 million in 1 month. Remembering the many items to sell, he said to himself that the points were accumulating quite well. After that, he remembered the last item to sell and said that at this rate, he would be able to buy the elixir faster than he planned. A few minutes later, he reached the bus stop. While waiting for the bus, he looked away. In the glass, he saw his reflection and said that if you look at it like that, he hasn't bought new clothes since his father got sick. There was coldness in his eyes. He kept looking at his reflection and saying that he couldn't afford it. His mother and sister were the same. Suddenly, a bus pulled up to the bus stop. Stepping on the bus, Henson smiled and said that he would fix it today. Night had fallen. The work was still in full swing inside. It was 7 in the evening. A loud shout and praise was heard that everyone had worked hard today. The girls began to slowly take off their hats. The girl with long hair exhaled heavily, and beads of sweat were running down her face. The sky was strewn with stars. The workers went outside and began to say goodbye. The girl with long hair walked home alone, when suddenly the one who had been waiting for her all this time appeared behind her. It was the main character, who immediately called out to his mother. Hearing a familiar voice, the woman turned around in surprise, saying that this could not be. Turning around, she saw her son, who was waving at his mother with a wide smile on his face and walking towards her. Approaching his mother, the protagonist hugged his mother and asked her when she had managed to lose so much weight. Taking her son by the hand, the woman asked him with a smile on her face why Henson was there. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he was there to meet his mother. The woman smiled contentedly at what she heard. After that, she took her son by the arm and they walked together. She said that her son had grown a lot and she hadn't even noticed. "No, of course not," the protagonist answered, confused. "Have you had dinner?" the woman suddenly asked. Looking at his mother, Henson answered with a smile on his face that he hadn't yet, adding that he wanted to have dinner together. "True?" the woman asked in surprise, looking down. "Henson," she suddenly said quietly, without looking up. Putting her hand in her pocket and trying to find something there, she said that she couldn't go home now because she had to go to work in the cafeteria. Taking her hand out of her pocket and putting several thousand won in her son's hand, she told him to go first and order jjajangmyeon for himself, and tomorrow morning he would make Henson a delicious breakfast. Hearing this, the protagonist, without taking his eyes off his mother, said that she herself had not yet eaten dinner, after which he suggested that they go and eat somewhere together since they both had not eaten. Laughing absurdly, the woman replied that she could eat at work, in the cafeteria, after which he again told her son to go home first. In response to this, the protagonist, with a warm smile on his face, offered to go together and he would help. No need, the woman immediately replied, adding that her son was also tired. Hearing this, the guy silently looked at his mother, saying nothing. Then suddenly he stopped and said that he came because he had something to say. Hearing this, the woman also stopped and looked questioningly at her son. Looking ahead, Henson smiled and said, at that very moment, he turned to his mother and finished speaking, waking up. The woman was speechless from what she heard and did not know what to say. "What are you talking about?" she said in surprise, without taking her eyes off her son, who put his hand in his bag. The next second, he took his player's ID out of his bag and showed it to his mother. Closing his eyes and smiling broadly, he said that he had become a player. After these words, he looked at his mother and said that now she could quit her job at the factory and in the canteen. The woman looked at the floor with a displeased look, not answering. When suddenly she said that this was a dangerous job. The main character was very surprised by what he heard. Coming closer to his mother and stretching out his hand, he told her not to worry, because for him safety is above all else, so his mother can quit anywhere. "That is not allowed," the woman suddenly answered firmly. Hearing this, Henson opened his eyes and looked at his mother in surprise. The woman looked at her son with a very serious expression and firmly said that players do not earn money so easily, adding that she heard that, on the contrary, you first need to spend a lot of money. Hearing this, the main character was slightly confused and scratched his cheek, thinking about what to say. After a short pause, he, laughing awkwardly, said that he hit the jackpot. The next second, he handed the card to his mother and asked her to look at it. Taking it in her hands and opening it, the woman was very surprised. Then suddenly she was overwhelmed by shock. 1 billion, she asked in a shocked voice, shaking, without looking up from the card. Seeing such a reaction, Henson grinned and, closing his eyes, replied that while he was hunting, he found a skill book of rare quality and sold it. After which he added that with this money they did not have to worry about their father's hospital bills, and they would be able to pay off their debts. After a short pause, he said that from today on they would live in peace. A tear suddenly fell on the asphalt. Gritting her teeth and holding back with all her might, the woman asked her son for forgiveness. Covering her face with her hand, she said that she was truly very sorry. The main character was very confused by what he saw. Shaking his hand negatively, he said that she shouldn't say that, and then asked what she was apologizing for. After these words, he spread his arms and, while his mother was wiping away her tears with her hands, said that if it were not for his mother, he would not have been born and would not have grown up as healthy as he is now. After a short pause, he added that that is why his mother needs to rest a little and take good care of his dad. After hearing this, the woman, wiping away tears from her eyes, thanked her son. Some time passed. They reached the best Kopchin establishment. The woman introduced her son to her colleagues. Everyone was happy to see the main character. Putting on an apron, Henson washed all the dishes to a shine in a flash. Seeing how the main character works, everyone was shocked. There was a satisfied smile on Henson's mother's face. There was a warm smile on the guy's face too. After a while, going outside, the employees thanked the main character for helping them, because thanks to the guy, they were able to finish earlier than usual today. "It is I who should thank you," Henson answered. Confusedly scratching the back of his head, he said that they would go then. The protagonist's mother, waving to her colleagues, said that they would see each other tomorrow. Some time passed. The protagonist's house. The door opened. Henson's sister, stretching on the floor, asked if her mother had really returned. The protagonist, entering the house first, said with a smile on his face that they had returned. Hearing his brother's voice, the girl was shocked. Jumping up from the floor, she put her hand to her chin and asked in surprise why Henson had come so suddenly. To his sister's question, Henson replied that he had good news. After that, they all sat down on the floor in the hall. The protagonist and his mother looked at the girl with a smile on their faces. Henson's sister looked at her relatives with a very puzzled face. "I woke up," the protagonist suddenly said with a warm smile. Hearing this, the girl was shocked. "What?" she said in surprise. "And earned well," the guy suddenly added, handing his income book to his sister. Taking the book and opening it, she saw the protagonist's balance. 1,000,000,001, she screamed in shock. What she saw made her pale, and beads of cold sweat appeared on her face. Looking up at her brother, she asked if this was true. Nodding his head positively and closing his eyes, the protagonist answered yes, so now there is no need to worry too much and overwork. After a short pause, he added that he will definitely take care of everything. Suddenly, the girl's cheeks turned red, and tears flowed from her eyes. Tears began to drip onto the floor. The girl immediately rushed to wipe the tears from her eyes with her hands. Henson's mother immediately rushed to calm her daughter. To be honest, it was the girl began to speak through her tears. Tears also began to appear in the protagonist's eyes. It's hard, the girl finished after a short pause, closing her eyes, from which tears continued to flow non-stop. After a while, there was no light in the protagonist's windows. The whole family was sleeping soundly. There was a satisfied smile on Henson's face. Morning came. I'm going, the protagonist said loudly to the whole family. His income book was lying on the table. His mother, washing the dishes, asked if it was really convenient for him to stay here. Of course, the protagonist answered, adding that there were dungeons all over the country. Having got ready, he was already ready to go. Suddenly, his mother asked what time he would be back. A warm smile appeared on Henson's face. Turning to his mother, he answered that he would be home when she returned from work. Suddenly, the mother approached her son and excitedly asked if the way the protagonist was dressed was okay. No, Henson answered calmly, adding that he could rent equipment at a nearby store. After a short pause, he smiled broadly and said, well. After that, he opened the door, waved to the family and finished saying that he was leaving. Some time passed. Night fell on the street. The hospital building. The protagonist's mother stood at the entrance, calling on the phone, which answered that the subscriber could not answer the call now. Looking around, the woman asked excitedly, is it true that nothing happened? Suddenly, Henson came running, immediately apologizing for being late. A drop of sweat was running down his face, and he himself, breathing heavily, said that there were traffic jams on the roads, so he ran. The next second, the guy's mother hit him on the shoulder and scolded him for scaring her so much. A few minutes later, they were already at Hangyu's ward. The protagonist's father was lying unconscious on the bed. Henson himself and his mother came to visit their relative. There was sadness in the guy's eyes. Looking at his father, he said that he would definitely recover. 10 days later, a notification appeared in front of the protagonist, which said that this was an incredible achievement because Henson single-handedly killed 1,000 high-level horned hares, so he received the title of Executioner of Horned Hares as a reward. Having stuck his sword into the ground, the protagonist read the pop-up notification, and behind him lay the corpse of a rabbit, when suddenly he decided to look at the watch on his hand. Seeing the time, he threw the sword over his shoulder and with a sly smile on his face said that he still had 6 hours so he could hunt some more. Some time passed. Getting out of the car, he thanked the driver. After that, the taxi left, and Henson was left alone in an unfamiliar area and wondered if this was the very place he had heard so much about. Looking ahead, he saw the entrance to the dungeon. Indeed, the guy suddenly said, adding that there was not a single player, when suddenly he saw something on the wall. Coming closer, he saw that it was a poster on which it was written that this was a dungeon of vampire bats, and below it was written that the recommended level was from 10th to 12th. After reading this, the protagonist thought about it. Introducing a multitude of bats whose teeth were huge and sharp, he said that they say that such monsters usually live in flocks, so it will be difficult for beginners. Putting his hand to his chin, Henson thoughtfully said that without the help of high-level players, hunting is impossible, but suddenly, a malicious smile appeared on his face. A few minutes later, he entered the dungeon. As soon as he entered, he used the hide skill. 2 guards were sitting to the side, talking to each other. They did not even notice the protagonist who passed by them. After a while, he entered a huge cave, and his footsteps echoed everywhere. Scary, he said. Suddenly, all the bats woke up. The entire ceiling was dotted with red dots, which were the eyes of the bats. With a smile on his face, looking up, the protagonist took up his sword and asked if it was time to start hunting. At that very second, he used the shield skill. A small dome immediately appeared around him. In it, Henson immediately said that the concealment should be cancelled. The bats immediately turned their attention to the main character who had appeared in their field of vision. At that time, the guy took a needle and pierced his finger, causing a drop of blood to appear. Seeing this, the bat's eyes lit up even more with bloodlust. The next second, all the monsters rushed at the main Henson, who had been waiting for this. Looking around, the main character said that it seemed like a black wave was approaching. Looking ahead, he saw a black cloud of bats approaching him. Without wasting time, Henson used the fireball technique, after which he raised his hand, and a fiery projectile appeared in it. At that time, the bats began to beat against the main character's spherical defense. Beads of sweat were running down the guy's face, and he himself was breathing heavily. Looking at the hand in which the fireball was burning, he said that it was not easy for him to use 2 skills at the same time. Although, he suddenly said, the ball in his hand immediately became even bigger, and he added that it seemed to be a good trick. With beads of sweat on his face, he raised his head and said, smiling, especially in such places filled with small monsters. A few seconds later, a bright glow of flame illuminated the protagonist's face. The fireball, which had become so big, he could only hold it in both hands. Looking at it, the guy said that this was more than enough. There was a strong tension in the air, and the protagonist himself slowly looked up. Forward, he suddenly shouted the next second, after which he released the fireball upward. an explosion of incredible power was heard. All the bats were erased. Henson himself crouched down and covered his head with his hands. A few minutes later, the light went out and smoke came from his dome-shaped shield, which was badly damaged by the explosion. Getting up from the ground, the protagonist looked around in shock and was shocked, when suddenly he heard a sound that made him very surprised. Turning around, he saw a swarm of bats rushing to attack the guy. In that very second, a fireball appeared in Henson's hand, and he himself said with a smile on his face that it was very loud. Taking a stance, he began to accumulate power in his fireball, and once again, he said with a smile on his face, preparing to release the ball. The next second, a bright glow of flame illuminated the bats. A powerful explosion was heard. After a few minutes, everything died down and a notification appeared in front of the main character. It said that this was an incredible achievement because Henson had killed 300 high-level vampire bats on his own, so he received the title of Vampire Bat Killer. After reading the achievement, the guy said contentedly that if he tried hard, he could reach the legendary rank in the remaining time. At this time, an unknown magical energy was flowing on the ground. Henson, stretching his shoulder with a drop of sweat on his cheek, asked himself how many stones and items he had already earned, when suddenly he saw a strange red glow out of the corner of his eye. Looking closely, he saw that strong magical energy was emanating from some object on the ground. It was a black and red sword. Seeing this, the protagonist, gritting his teeth, asked in confusion what was happening. With each passing second, the energy emanating from the sword became stronger. Coming closer, Henson, with drops of sweat on his cheek, said in surprise that the residual magic had united. After these words, he extended his hand to the sword. Taking the weapon in his hands, he brought it closer to himself. A notification suddenly appeared nearby, stating that a rare quality vampire sword that restores the user's magic and stamina by absorbing the enemy's blood. After reading this, the guy said that it was very cool. Looking away from the weapon, he said in surprise that there was only one item, but two properties, adding that compared to the rest, this was an important thing. Raising the sword, he asked himself if there might be more, when suddenly the protagonist descended into memories and said that if you catch a huge number of normal rank monsters at once. After that, he remembered how he blew up a huge number of bats. After that, he remembered how a vampire sword appeared on the ground and finished saying that then a rare quality item would appear. When suddenly he thought, then what if? Staring intently at the received sword, he finished saying, catch a lot of rare rank monsters at once. A week later, powerful explosions were heard throughout the cave. The air was filled with the ashes of burnt mice. There were red crystals on the ground. The protagonist's voice was heard, saying that he thought it would be easy. He knelt down on one knee to the red crystals with a vampire sword in his hand. Looking around, he said that residual magic was not gathering. After a short pause, he said that this had happened only once after hunting vampire bats, when suddenly he saw a bag of clothes in the distance. What's that? The guy asked in surprise. Suddenly a notification appeared in front of him, which said that this was a rare quality vampire bat robe, which is dense, elastic, and does not tear. Looking at the received thing, Henson said discontentedly that this thing was only rare quality, when suddenly, with a drop of sweat on his face, he smiled contentedly and said that he would take it. After a short pause, he said that he would now go to another place and earn a title there. At that very second, he began to leave. Stretching his joints, he slowly walked to the exit. A few days later, a building for buying real estate. The protagonist's mother, standing at the entrance, worriedly asked if everything would really be okay. She looked closely at her son and said that if Henson spent such a huge amount of money at once on buying a house, the guy would have to work a lot here and there. Hearing his mother's worries, the protagonist smiled broadly and said that the woman should not worry about it because he would do it until it became a burden. After these words, they entered the building and were immediately met by an employee. Henson, standing at the entrance, said that they had called recently. Standing up, the man in the suit, coming closer, asked if it was true that the protagonist and his mother had come about an apartment of 105 square meters in a residential complex. Yes, Henson answered firmly. Let's go, the employee said with a smile on his face. 105 square meters, the guy's mother asked in surprise. She looked at her son in surprise and asked if the house was too big. Hearing the worry in his mother's voice again, the protagonist closed his eyes, smiled warmly, and said that everything was fine because everyone should have a room. A week later, two huge high-rise buildings inside the protagonist's apartment. Wow, how big? The guy's sister screamed in surprise. Henson, looking around the room with his sister, asked if she was seeing a house for the first time. With a happy smile on her face, the girl, clapping her hands, said yes, and she really liked it. Seeing his sister's reaction, the protagonist put his hands on his hips and with a smile on his face said that later he would buy an even bigger house. Turning to her brother, the girl with warm eyes replied that this was enough. The mother had been looking at her children with a warm smile and love in her eyes all this time. It was time for dinner. There was a lot of delicious food on the table. The protagonist devoured one dish after another with a wild appetite, when suddenly Henson's sister turned to her mother and suggested that she treat the neighbors to rice cake. Hearing this proposal, the woman smiled broadly and said that they would do so. After a short pause, she added that after moving in, they needed to greet their neighbors. The protagonist listened to his relatives in silence. Chewing his food vigorously, he said in his head, "Okay, we'll definitely do it next time," he continued to say, looking away. Together with Dad, he finished, looking at a joint photo of his family. Morning came. The sun was shining brightly all around. In the city, an entrance to a dungeon was visible. On the wall nearby, it was written that this was a dungeon of blood red rats, and below it was reported that the recommended level was from the 8th to the 10th. Inside, there were crazy rats with huge fangs and claws. The protagonist was already inside and was very surprised. At that very second, 2 rats appeared right in front of him and were about to attack, but the guy reacted in time and jumped. He left a dent under himself, onto which the rats jumped. "Wow," Henson said with a smile on his face, looking down at the monster. He landed deftly on the ceiling of the cave. In that same second, he pushed off from it, attacking the rats in response. Blood spurted, and Henson said that the rats were faster than he thought. The heads of 2 monsters were cut off by a deft blow of the protagonist's sword. Twirling the vampire sword in his hand, the guy chuckled with a smile on his face. The next second, a fireball appeared in his hand. Raising his sword, he wondered if he should try to get this title too, when suddenly a huge rat rushed at him. Some time passed. A bag full of red crystals was placed on the table in the trading house. Seeing so many crystals, the employee was very confused. At this time, the protagonist was already leaving, waving goodbye to the employee and thanking him for his work, when suddenly the sound of heels was heard. Henson was suddenly called out, and the guy immediately turned around. "We meet again," the girl suddenly said with a sly smile on her face. After a short pause, she asked to let her formally introduce herself. What she saw showed horror and shock in the guy's eyes. The girl bowed, put her hand to her chest and said that she was the leader of the first team of the Susuhai Guild. Raising her head, she asked with a wide smile if the protagonist would have some time. Henson immediately recognized the girl and was very unhappy about this meeting. In his head, he said that this was the same security officer. A week ago, the man slammed his fist on the table in rage. "Who is this guy?" he screamed in rage. Suhai, lowering her head, answered in confusion that she did not know either. On his monitor, the man looked at the protagonist's ID card as a player. This man was Jahoon, the leader of the Su Guild. Suddenly, he scratched his head angrily. The next second, he spread his arms and told Suhi to look at the number of stones sold, adding that in order to get that much, he would have to kill at least 10,000 monsters by himself. Suhi raised his head and asked if the protagonist had any special skills. Jae-hoon, looking down at his subordinate, replied that there was a high probability of it, adding that perhaps Henson had a skill to bypass the 20-level rule. A sly smile appeared on his face at the same time, and he said that they should definitely lure the protagonist over to them. Suhi silently looked at her boss. "I agree with you," she answered firmly after a few minutes. At this time, Jae-hoon stood up from his chair. The next second, he got up from his seat and said that he would send a negotiator along with Suhi. Walking to the window, he looked at the night city and said that Suhi would try first herself, since the girl was familiar with the protagonist. "Yes," Suhi answered firmly. "Ah, yes," Jahoon suddenly said as he turned around. At that moment, his eyes lit up, and the entire room was enveloped in the terrifying magical energy of a man. Staring intently at his subordinate, he asked if it was true that the information had not reached the other members of the guild. Feeling the terrifying energy, Suhai was enveloped in fear. "Yes, no one else knows except the leader," she said. Jahoon's eyes were burning with a bright blue flame. He did not take his eyes off Suhai. Cold sweat was pouring down the girl's face. She looked down and said that she would follow Jisoo. Jahoon silently continued to look at Suhi, crushing with a terrifying aura, when suddenly he closed his eyes and said, "Okay, present time." The protagonist and Suhi were standing outside. With a drop of sweat, Henson looked at the girl and asked himself in his head how she was able to find him. Suddenly he remembered how Suhi handed him a business card in the dungeon and said that if the protagonist was going to join the guild, he should contact them. Then he remembered how a few minutes later Suhi suggested that he go with her to avoid trouble. Leaving the memories, Henson looked at the girl with distrust and said in his head that these were those people, when suddenly he decided to break the silence and, looking at the interlocutor, asked how she knew his name and how she found out that he would be here. Suhi, hearing the questions, bowed and apologized for disturbing him. Without letting the girl finish, Henson asked again if she had really conducted a secret investigation about him. Cold sweat appeared on Sukka's face, and even the dungeon staff was bribed, the guy suddenly asked. Suddenly, another man in a suit appeared nearby, who immediately called out to the protagonist. Henson, surprised, looked away. Straightening his tie, the man said if it wouldn't be too much trouble for the guy. There was a wide smile on his face. Looking at the protagonist, he asked if they could talk in a suitable place. "I don't want to," Henson answered firmly, passing by. The man was very surprised by what he heard, which is why he adjusted his glasses. Then suddenly he asked, without turning to the guy, if it was okay if he visited the protagonist at home. Hearing this, Henson was seized with horror and fear. He immediately turned sharply, and there were beads of cold sweat on his face. The guy in glasses also turned. He had the same smile on his face as he said that he was waiting for Henson here because he wanted to be polite. Some time passed. A cafe. The man with glasses said that his name was Jinsen. Inside, there were guys sitting on the sofas. Jinsen, putting his hand on his chest, said that he was the head of the first recruitment team of the Sioux Guild. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at the guys questioningly and asked why they were looking for him. Smiling, Jinsen, without removing his hand from his chest, answered that it was to make an offer to join them. With complete indifference in his eyes, Henson asked if they really thought that he wanted to join the Sioux Guild. Hearing this, the man laughed and said that he thought that was a little rude of him. There was an absurd smile on his face with which he said that he sincerely apologized once again for this. After that, he spread his arms and said that he, however, did not think that it was worth getting angry about because he used the same methods as other guilds and it was even still very soft, while other guilds. At this moment, the protagonist, with a drop of cold sweat on his cheek, no longer listened to the man and said in his head that Jinsen's words did not match his actions. After that, he heard the man say that the Sioux Guild was one of the 3 strange and largest guilds in Korea. With a wide smile on his face and sincerity in his eyes, he continued to speak. Looking at the man, the protagonist thought in his head that Jinsen was talking too much. Therefore, he suddenly said. Hearing this, Jinsen tensed up. With a smile on his face, Henson asked what his annual salary would be and what the deposit would be. Hearing this question, Jinsen spread his arms wide and, laughing awkwardly, replied that the exact amount would be determined after the protagonist joined the guild and revealed his skills, status, and level. Hearing this answer, Henson looked at his interlocutor with cold eyes and said in his head that he would eventually have to reveal all his cards first. Suddenly, Jinsen said with a very calm face that he, however, guaranteed a deposit of no less than 10 billion and a salary of 1 billion. Hearing this, Henson was shocked. Cold sweat immediately ran down his face. "This is strange," he said in his head. He looked at Suhai, who was stirring the cocktail, and said in his head that no matter how highly his abilities were valued, this was a very large amount, after which he asked himself if the guild really wanted to make him the representative of the guild itself. After a short pause, he said in his head that even if it was some newbie with potential top-notch abilities, there was no guild that would take the risk and invest 1 billion won. The protagonist continued to look at his interlocutors with suspicion. After these words, he introduced the girl with pink hair and said that the above words do not apply only to Hana, who is the only buffer in the country, because with that girl it is possible, since Hana is an example of a successful buffer for the whole world. After these words, he lowered his eyes and said in his head that he does not have evidence yet. After that, he rubbed the handle of the mug. Just as there are no such outstanding skills as a buffer, he finished in his head. In his statistics, he remembered that his personal skill is selling and buying, and active skills are strength, fireball, and 5 more, and in passive skills, body enhancement and 4 more. After that, he again said in his head that he, of course, has the skills selling and buying, but after that, he looked at Jinsen, who was scratching his head in confusion and laughing, and added in his head that he couldn't tell about it. After that, he remembered the moment he received his ID from the association. After looking at his ID, there were no skills written on it except for his rank. After that, he left his memories. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Looking closely at his interlocutor, he said in his head, "What if?" Jinsen silently looked at the protagonist, saying nothing. With a serious look, Henson asked in a menacing voice, "Is it really because of the stones?" "What are you talking about?" Jinsen asked in surprise. At that very second, Suhai stopped stirring his cocktail. The guy immediately noticed this and turned to the girl. Suhai herself was staring at her colleague. "Is it really that obvious?" Henson asked in his head. The white mug was on the table. The guy frowned, thinking that Jinsen had no idea about his abilities. The head of the first guild recruitment team frowned in surprise as he looked at him. Henson looked at the girl, who looked away and slowly sipped her drink. The protagonist thought that Suhi definitely guessed this. There was no way that the Sioux Guild would just lay eyes on his stones. The guy frowned. He nervously tapped his finger on his leg under the table, wondering if they really thought he had special skills or information. Jinsen raised his head, asking what the protagonist was thinking about. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The head of the first team smiled and closed his eyes, noticing that Henson had nothing to lose. The protagonist froze, the corners of his mouth turning down. He reached for the handle of his mug, saying that he was not sure about it. Henson asked if it was not a loss for the player to show his status window to strangers. Besides, Mr. Jinsen had not promised him anything specific. Suhai looked down, moving the straw of her drink. The hero's eyes widened. Jinsen smiled awkwardly and raised his hand, saying that the guy had misunderstood everything, because once he showed them his status window, they would do the following. The protagonist did not let him finish. He raised the mug to his mouth, asking for a deposit of 100 billion won, then he would calmly reveal all his cards and join the guild. Henson raised his eyebrows and smiled. Jinsen nervously knitted his eyebrows, beads of sweat dripping down his face. The hero said that they also needed to make sure. The guy widened his eyes, looking at him. Henson frowned, interrupting his interlocutor and saying that he had nothing more to talk about with a person who was forcing a one-sided advantageous offer on him. He slowly walked along the road. The hero frowned and opened his mouth, saying that it was better not to get involved in this, and also to keep an eye on the number of stones, otherwise he would stand out too much, since information about him had already leaked. He remembered the bright red stones in the dark bag. The girl's foot in high-heeled shoes stopped. She smiled, saying that they had met again. The hero's phone rang. The number was undefined. Henson raised his eyebrows in surprise, not understanding who it was. The hero put the phone to his ear, and on the other end of the line he heard a voice introducing itself as Jinsen from the Sioux Guild. He did not let the man finish speaking, pressing the call rejection button. The guy disloyally clenched his teeth, realizing that these were the same people again. The dark night sky hung over the tall buildings, and a notification sound was heard. Henson, removing the towel from his neck, looked at the line of the phone lying on the table. On the mobile screen, the hero saw a message from Jinsen, who asked for forgiveness. Because he said too much, he asked for another meeting next weekend, because he would like to have lunch with the hero and discuss his joining the guild. The guy raised his eyebrows. He sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the phone screen. A notification appeared that the subscriber was blocked. The hero ran forward quickly. There were large red monsters behind Henson. The lights were bright in the windows of tall buildings. The guy met Jinsen on the street. The hero closed his eyes and bowed. Henson walked past him. There was a bright shining portal ahead. The blue lizards looked away in surprise. Their eyes widened. The protagonist held out a sword in front of them, cutting the body of one of the monsters. The body parts of the blue lizard fell to the ground. The guy raised his eyebrows and sighed tiredly, looking at the system window and saying that enough points had already accumulated. Their number was equal to 3,469,517,551. Henson smiled, saying that with this he would be able to quickly buy the elixir. There was a notice on the window that the recommended level for the Red-Furred Wolf dungeon was between 15 and 20. The guy froze in front of the bright portal. There were other players around. The red-furred wolves frowned, looking away. The heroes, armed with weapons, rushed to attack. Henson raised his eyebrows, saying that compared to the lizards he fought yesterday, these creatures seemed stronger. He smiled, noting that in any case, he would deal with them in one go. The guy waved his hand, calling the status window. He assessed the data, noting that if this continued, he would be able to deal with monsters of the 6th and 7th levels in one go. The status window contained information that the hero was level 1, he did not have a main profession, rank number 8, he had full health and mana points. The hero's strength was 70 plus 76, endurance 70 plus 68, intelligence 30 plus 68, agility 70 plus 68, magic 30 plus 68, personal skill, selling and buying, active skills, strength, fire step and 7 more skills, passive skills, body enhancement and 6 more skills. Henson took out his sword and spun it, saying that today it was worth starting with the title of Red-Furred Wolf Hunter. He held the weapon in front of him and smiled, getting ready to begin. In the dungeon, there were weapons on the floor, pools of blood nearby in which a white card lay. On the stone wall, the shadow of a monster was visible, lifting the player up. Chansu's eyes widened in surprise and he raised his eyebrows, saying that this was incredible. The hero was level 71 in his first awakening. A giant monster that looked like a dog with several heads was eating Comrade Chansu. The hero frowned and gritted his teeth, preparing his weapon. Suddenly, his right arm was gone, streams of blood spurted out, the guy's eyes widened. He looked to the side. One of the monster's heads was looking straight at him, chewing on his arm. The guy backed away. He put his hand to his bleeding shoulder. Changsu gritted his teeth and raised his eyebrows, thinking that it was not too late to escape from the monster. He turned his leg. The guy quickly ran forward. Suddenly, something dark appeared in front of his face. His eyes widened. The guy's head disappeared. Bright blood spurted out. His body fell to the ground. The hero stood with his back to him. There were more players in front of him. The guys were laughing happily, discussing what was happening. Henson looked away, thinking that this dungeon was quite popular because usually there were not many people at the entrance. He sighed heavily and closed his eyes, saying that he was a little worried because after the natural disaster, the number of interdimensional gates increased endlessly for 10 years. But after the appearance of the heroic gate 9 years ago, their number did not increase or decrease, and the number of players kept increasing. Among the stone slabs, there was a bright portal. The hero's foot stepped forward. A guy in armor and a red cloak held his sword out in front of him, moving forward. The red-furred wolf bared its teeth, growling furiously. The hero leaned on his foot. He managed to chop off its head in one motion. The guy widened his eyes, looking down. There were 3 beasts waiting for him at once. Henson smiled. His cloak was raised higher by the streams of wind, bright energy concentrated in his free palm. He waved his hand, using a fire step. A small bright explosion thundered on the ground. The guy took a few steps forward. 3 red-furred wolves bared their teeth hostilely, looking at him. Henson raised his hand. On his forearm was a small wooden shield. He smirked. The boy hit one of the creatures with this shield. The wolf closed its eyes in pain and opened its mouth wide. The hero swung the tip of the sword. In one sharp movement, he managed to cut off its head. A bright blue glow appeared in Henson's palm. He frowned and put his hand forward, using a magical projectile. A stream of energy decapitated one of the red-furred wolves. Its body fell in front of the other creatures. Henson smiled and put his hand forward, commanding them to attack. He took a step forward. The red-furred wolves, growling, rushed at the hero. The boy bent his leg at the knee. Bright energy appeared in his palm. The creatures lay motionless on the ground. Raised dust hung in the air. Several bright blue crystals appeared. The boy noticed that he finished faster than he expected. The status window showed that an incredible achievement of the normal rank had been obtained. The hero had killed 300 high-level red-furred wolves by himself. The reward was the title of Red-Furred Wolf Hunter. Henson smiled and looked at his weapon, saying that the ability of this sword was really good. He turned around, his eyes wide. The guy was all alone. He realized that he was done here, so he could leave. The hero took hold of the handle of the black bag. Henson slung it over his shoulder, moving forward along the corridors of the dungeon. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. A squad of 4 heroes were fighting one red-furred wolf. The creature was attacking the guy with a large wooden shield. The guy took a few steps forward. He swung his sword and gritted his teeth. Henson raised his eyebrows, saying that this place was occupied. The guy looked to the side. There were already 2 players there, dressed in knight armor and a dark robe. The protagonist laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. He turned around, saying that he would have to go to another dungeon. The guy froze when he heard a loud scream. His eyes widened. The hero immediately turned around. The upper halves of the 2 players' bodies were cut off. There were traces of blood on the monster's claws. Henson frowned, looking up at him. The girl furrowed her brows and ran, asking what kind of monster it was. A giant black paw crushed her. The girl's head flew to the side. The protagonist's eyes widened. Her head stopped at his feet. Henson covered his mouth with his hand, holding back his gag reflex. The monster's red eyes shone brightly in the shadows. A giant monster with 3 dog heads and sharp fangs appeared in front of the young man. Henson frowned, realizing that things were bad. The creature's eyes were looking straight at him. The boy quickly jumped to the side as the monster tried to reach him with its paw. He froze, standing in front of the creature. The protagonist's eyes widened. This was bad. The monster bared its teeth, opening its bright red eyes wide. The boy used concealment. The creature thrust its heads forward. The protagonist hid behind a stone wall, wondering if the monster could see him despite his skill. The giant creature's paw approached the wall behind which Henson was hidden. His eyes widened and his eyebrows rose. He quickly jumped to the side. Stone fragments of the wall flew towards the boy. He gritted his teeth. His eyes were wide open. Debris flew past them. His shield on his body disintegrated, its parts falling to the ground. The boy gritted his teeth and frowned. He rushed straight to the mouth of one of the giant monster's heads. The boy frowned, raising his hand with the shield in front of him. The hero held up a stone shield in front of the monster's nose. The creature's head moved back. It frowned and bared its sharp fangs. Henson raised his eyebrows and cried out, realizing that things were bad. He stopped on the ground, putting the bag down. There were pieces of debris lying next to it. The protagonist looked up, concentrating bright energy in his palms. He used a triple fireball strike, attacking all of the monster's heads at once. One of them closed its eyes. The second head of the creature opened its mouth wide, screaming hysterically. The guy grabbed the handle of the bag, saying that he almost got into trouble. He hurried away, the wind streams lifting his cloak up. The young man gritted his teeth, realizing that this almost did not harm the monster because it was probably strong. He looked at the 3-year-old monster left behind, choking with the question of where it came from. Henson smiled nervously, saying that this was a dungeon of levels 15 to 20. He used the fireball ability. Bright tongues of flame appeared in his palm. The hero extended his hands, releasing the balls forward. The boy managed to strike both heads of the giant monster. He gritted his teeth, saying that at this rate, the mana would soon run out. The monster's eyes frowned. He growled, bringing his paw closer to the boy's body. The creature hit the boy on the back. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Henson raised his eyebrows in fear. Beads of sweat were pouring down his face. He grinned at the three-headed monster. The boy hurried to get up. He smiled and put a shield in front of himself, saying that he was still alive. The status window reported that the vampire bat robe was very dense, elastic, and did not tear. The hero noticed that it was stronger than the rented equipment. He frowned and looked away. The giant monster's paw stepped on the ground, which broke under him. The protagonist pressed the bag to his body, realizing that he would not go far like this. The monster's lives were killed, but it did not get any better. The young man opened the status window. He raised the bag above himself, trying to find something very quickly. The window contained information about an acceleration pill, which increases agility by 1, does not affect players whose agility stats are higher than 100. The method of application is to swallow. Henson took a green pill in his mouth. 20 minutes passed. The torch fire burned brightly, illuminating the dungeon. The guy walked forward. The hero raised his eyebrows, chewing the pill and saying that the acceleration is complete. Now it is necessary to connect the skills. The monster's head stretched forward again. The young man raised his palm, from which bright tongues of flame flared up, saying the number 849. The guy used the fireball again, attacking one of the creature's heads. It opened its mouth, growling disloyally. The boy smirked, saying that it was wonderful. Henson froze, holding his hand with the bright ball to the side, saying that even if it took 100 days, he would still catch this monster. The hero moved his hand forward, bright streams of flame passing through his fingers. He used a fireball, but the monster spread its heads in different directions. One of its faces frowned. The boy screamed, using another fireball. The monster's paw reached forward, revealing sharp claws. The creature intercepted the flying fireball. It whined in pain as the force of the blow tore off one of its fingers. Henson raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that at this rate, he would definitely be able to catch it. The hero's eyes widened. He was amazed that the monster had regeneration. The torn-off finger began to regenerate, as did the ear. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise, realizing that the fireball was useless. He waved his hand, calling up the status window. The monster moved towards him, its red eyes shining brightly and its sharp fangs showing. The hero pressed the bag to his body, asking if there was anything better. He held out his hands, one of which held a stone shield. The monster with 3 heads was chasing him. The boy's eyes widened. The status window showed information about the fire spear, which could create a spear with powerful penetration power. Its price was 399,999,999 points. The hero thought that it was a bit expensive, but decided to take it. A book with a cover with a raised pattern began to appear in his hands. The boy frowned, saying that he first needed to survive, and then see what to do next. He braked with his foot. The protagonist frowned, looking up at the monster. A bright light appeared in his palm. The 3-headed creature was approaching, growling furiously. Henson raised his hand, raising the spear behind his head. He pursed his lips and knitted his eyebrows, asking it to work. In his palm was a bright spear. The protagonist frowned. He shouted loudly, using the fire spear. It rushed forward, cutting the streams of wind. A bright explosion thundered near one of the monster's heads. Henson smiled, realizing that he had hit. The middle head was missing. The monster bared its teeth and growled furiously. The young man frowned, getting ready to try again. The spear was approaching the creature's muzzle. The 2 outer heads moved in different directions. The hero threw the bag on the ground. His cloak fluttered in the streams of wind. The young man held 2 fire spears in his hands. He smiled, saying that they would still see who would win. The guy took a step forward. The monster sank to its front paws. Henson swung, raising the spear behind his back. It pierced one of the monster's heads. A bright explosion thundered right next to the creature's muzzle. The main character smiled, saying that he would catch it. The young man's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He froze in front of the monster, calling up the status window. It said that his remaining mana was 4%. The hero noted that his stamina was fine. The guy looked at the monster lying on the ground, which had only 1 head left. Henson smiled, saying that if he held out until the mana was restored, then victory was his. People screamed in pain. Their weapons lay next to the motionless bodies of their comrades. The heroes froze. The girl covered her mouth with both hands. They quickly ran. 2 players froze, looking around. A squad of 4 people stopped at the torn body of the hero. The guy with curly hair opened his eyes wide, saying that he was attacked here. He squatted down, saying that there were tracks left. In front of the heroes was a giant dog track. The girl furrowed her brows, asking if they should follow it. The guy in the shirt looked away, asking if she was suggesting they sit back. The hero with the spear noted that they could not contact the security personnel guarding the entrance to the gate, which meant they suffered from the owner of these tracks. The guy frowned, asking if there were any other ideas. The hero took a step forward. The boy with curly hair raised his eyebrows, saying that in any case, they cannot stay away, so they need to search everything. The guy in the dark cloak folded his arms across his chest, saying that he would go alone then. He raised his eyebrows, saying that he did not want to die like a dog doing his duty. The boy with curly hair frowned, asking what should the players who were inside now do. The boy opened his mouth wide, asking how he should know that, since he was not here to fight such a monster. The interlocutor asked if the boy had said everything. The members of the squad froze, their mouths slightly open in surprise. He frowned, saying that that was all. The girl came closer and put out her hand, asking him to calm down. The guy in the shirt pulled the curly boy by the shoulder, saying that now was not the time to squabble among themselves. The protagonist frowned, saying that the mana was gradually being restored, but the monster was still not getting tired. The creature bared its teeth and frowned. The monster began to try to get up, one head uttering furious roars. Part of its body was slowly recovering. The hero assumed that it was like the Hydra from the myth. Henson frowned and looked up, saying that they must try to win before the head recovers. A bright spear appeared in his palm. He clenched his teeth, saying that if he misses, he is a corpse. Henson locked eyes with the giant monster. The creature's two heads were slowly regenerating. The monster stood up straight in front of the boy. The hero threw his sword aside, saying that a drawn-out battle was not the best option. The protagonist took the base of the spear in both hands. He frowned and smiled, saying that he would try to end it all. The boy gripped the weapon tightly in his hands, saying that this was madness, but he would try to do it. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The monster raised his eyebrows, looking at him. Henson thrust the spear forward, his cloak rising in the wind. The hero's eyes widened. The monster took a step forward. Its red eyes widened. The protagonist struck from the side, raising the spear behind him. The giant monster quickly dodged, moving to the side. The boy clenched his teeth and hissed in displeasure. A paw with claws appeared in front of him. He raised the spear behind his back, not taking his eyes off it. The monster slammed its paw on the floor, breaking it into small pieces. It bared its teeth and growled furiously. Henson looked up at it, raising his eyebrows in surprise. The protagonist walked straight towards the monster's face. It frowned, looking forward. The guy leaned on the front of his foot. The stone slab beneath him fell apart. A bright light passed near the monster's eye, its mouth wide open. The protagonist held the spear in front of him, turning back. The monster's ear was intact. There was a deep scar near its nose. The creature frowned, looking at the boy with bright red eyes. Its claws dug into the ground beneath its paws. Henson frowned. The monster raised its paw above him, intending to pin the boy to the floor. The protagonist swung the spear, cutting off one of its fingers. The monster screamed shrilly, opening its mouth wide. The boy raised his eyebrows, looking at it. The giant creature slammed its paw into the ground, but the boy managed to jump aside. The protagonist was already moving along the monster's back. He stabbed the spear into the back of the neck, and the monster closed its eyes in pain. Henson raised both hands above his head, raising the spear to strike. He brought the tip of the spear to the monster's neck. Bright particles flew past its face. The boy gripped the base of the spear tightly. He frowned and screamed loudly. The last head of the three-headed monster was cut off. Henson smiled and raised his eyebrows, saying that this was the last. The paw of the creature reached out to the boy standing on the back of the monster. He put forward his hand with a stone shield, not understanding how this was possible. His shield was broken into small pieces. The boy clenched his teeth and frowned. The heads of the monster were almost restored. The protagonist looked up at the creature from below, standing on the ground. Henson frowned, saying that the monster was stronger than he expected. He tightly gripped the base of the spear, saying that now was truly the last blow. The boy froze, holding his hand with the weapon to the side. His eyes opened wide and his eyebrows drew together. He raised the tip of the spear above the head of the monster. The creature reached for him with its paw. The boy tightly clenched his fingers on the base of the spear. In one rare movement, he cut the monster's paw in half. Henson frowned, looking away. The tip of the spear was shining brightly with tongues of flame. A bright explosion thundered above the place where the monster's head was. The body of the giant monster fell to the ground. The protagonist froze, watching it. A status window popped up in front of him. A young man with a black cloak and a glove on his hand was visible. The protagonist inhaled while a drop of sweat was running down his cheek. Henson looked at the huge monster lying on the ground. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared in front of the protagonist. The system reported an incredible achievement, for which Henson received the title of the one who single-handedly felled the three-headed Gradon. The protagonist looked straight ahead and was surprised that that monster even had a name. Suddenly, another blue screen appeared next to the blue screen, and Henson looked at it. His skin was covered in sweat, and he asked if he had received another title. The system reported that the protagonist now had the title of a first-level destroyer for single-handedly killing a high-level named monster, the difference from which was over 100 levels. Hansen stood in the middle of the empty space and looked at the two blue screens. He touched his chin with his hand and said that it was good that he got 2 titles, but he was embarrassed by the effort he put in. Suddenly, the protagonist looked to the side. On the ground lay the body of a defeated monster. Blue sparks appeared in the air. Hansen raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw something. On the ground lay a book that emitted a bright blue light. On the cover of the book, many patterns were visible. The protagonist slowly walked towards the book. He took it in one hand. The system provided information about the Book of Immortality, which is a uniquely rare artifact. Hansen looked at the blue screen and asked if he would die until his head was completely destroyed. The protagonist imagined himself standing on a mountain of human skulls and asked if he would die immediately while his wounds were slowly regenerating. His eyes shone brightly and he assumed that he would become invulnerable if he protected his head well. Hansen looked at the system notification and said that he had an idea about what slow meant. He remembered looking at the huge blue screen and said that he had never seen a unique rare skill with the ability to evolve, either for sale or in real life. Hansen scrolled his finger down the list of blocked abilities. He smiled slightly and said that the tanks would definitely fight over this. The protagonist turned around and walked away. He took the hilt of the sword in his hand and said that this thing was rare, but equivalent to legendary or even heroic rank. Hansen had a large black bag slung over his shoulder. Holding a book in his other hand, Hansen said that the most important thing was that it was unique. He looked at the artifact and added that this book was the only one in the entire world. The protagonist looked up and frowned. The system asked if Hansen wanted to study the Book of Immortality of the unique rare passive skill. The protagonist tapped the screen, agreeing to this offer. Suddenly, the book dissipated into bright blue lights. The system provided information about the abilities. Hansen flexed his fingers and said that his wound was healing. On his palm was a black glove with a hole in the middle. Beads of sweat were running down the protagonist's face and he exhaled in relief. He smiled and came to the conclusion that this artifact drained stamina. Hansen clenched his hand into a fist and said that he had enough stamina anyway. Suddenly, another blue screen appeared in front of the protagonist and he said that he wanted to look at the title. The system reported that the title of a level 1 destroyer increases each stat by 5. Hansen smiled happily and said that this was just a normal rank, which meant that at a higher one there would be a double increase. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around. He brought his hand to the blue system notification and said that this was also not bad. The system reported that the title of the one who single-handedly felled the 3-headed Gradon increases stamina by 3. Hansen raised his hand to his face and said with a stupid smile that this 3-headed Gradon was nice. The main character was wearing black clothes. He turned around and walked away from the monster and the tracks of its huge paws, saying that it was time to go back. Someone dressed in iron armor was running on the ground. In the distance, in the middle of the darkness, several people were visible. It was the Player Association Assassination Team, consisting of 4 boys and 1 girl. A boy with short blonde hair ran ahead of everyone, shouting that players had been detected. He stopped. A girl with long brown hair said that they came from the Player Association. The other warriors turned around, looking at the arrivals with bewilderment. The 2 teams stared at each other in silence. Yuna, the leader of the assassination team, frowned and said that they had been informed of a high-ranking monster appearing in the Red-Furred Wolf dungeon. She had a long spear hanging on her back and asked the others to leave the dungeon as soon as possible because there were already 2 players known to have died. The 3 warriors next to him looked at Yuna with confusion. The girl with brown hair tied in a ponytail asked if it was true. Yuna confirmed it with a serious face. The 3 knights surrounded one who was sitting on the ground. He put his hand on the ground where a blue light was visible, and someone asked if there were any more monsters that were considered high-ranking. The blonde-haired boy closed his eyes and answered that only red-furred wolves remained. Yuna crossed her arms and sighed in relief. Suddenly, the boy turned pale and his eyes widened. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise when he shouted that he had found players. Yuna looked at her comrade and asked in which direction he had found them and how many there were. The girl's blue eyes widened and her brows furrowed when the boy said that it was just 1 person. The protagonist smiled softly, looking straight ahead. The knights ran quickly. Hansen's eyes widened in surprise when he heard their footsteps. The young man's long hair covered her shoulders. The boy with scars on his face lowered his head, and the girl asked if they really needed to come here. The protagonist stood alone in the dark space. He turned around abruptly. His eyes widened in shock when he saw the unfamiliar people. The boy in armor clenched his hand into a fist. He walked in front of everyone. Hansen looked at them closely, bending over slightly. He approached the crowd of strangers and realized that they were high-level players. The knight held a heavy golden sword in his hands, and the protagonist thought that they were too fancy. The iron breastplate glittered brightly. The boy looked at Hansen carefully and asked if he was okay. The protagonist sweated and said that everything was fine. He grabbed the handle of his bag and Yuna said that he looked shabby. The girl asked if Hansen had accidentally met that monster. The protagonist widened his brown eyes in shock. He frowned and asked what kind of monster Yuna was talking about. The girl smiled and explained that a high-level monster appeared in the red-furred wolf dungeon, which simply couldn't be here. Henson sweated and thought that he had killed that monster. The protagonist frowned and wondered if the association knew about Gradon. Henson opened his mouth and said that he had met that monster. Yuna raised her eyebrows in surprise and widened her eyes. She ran closer to the protagonist and asked with a happy smile if that monster was nearby now. Henson took a step back. Yuna opened her mouth in surprise, looking up at the protagonist. Henson's face was covered in sweat, and the girl said that she didn't mean to scare him. She took the protagonist's hand in both of her hands and said that she was being too pushy towards someone who had miraculously survived an encounter with that monster. There was a small object on Henson's palm, and Yuna said that it would help with his wounds. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in shock and widened his eyes, thinking that this artifact must be expensive. The system reported that this was a healing potion that healed wounds quickly. Yuna closed her eyes and smiled, telling Henson to apply the medicine directly to his injured hand. The protagonist's other arm hung loosely. He looked to the side and hesitated. Then he looked straight ahead and said that he had something to tell the assassination team about the monster he had encountered. Yuna smiled politely and said that she was listening to the protagonist. Henson introduced a black panther with 3 heads and described its appearance. The girl looked down and said that she had never seen such a monster. The team members stood close to each other. The 2 young men stared at the protagonist. Yuna raised her hand and silently looked at Henson, who said that the monster was the size of a house. The protagonist raised one finger. Pointing to the side, Henson said that the monster was heading that way. The young man smiled and nodded, thanking the protagonist. In that same second, the team disappeared, running in the direction indicated. The protagonist was covered in sweat and turned pale from shock, saying that they were very fast. The cave was very dark, and Henson said that it was good that he killed that monster. He turned around and walked away, saying that if he couldn't, the monster would have destroyed everything before the reinforcements arrived. The protagonist smiled and added that besides that, the reward for defeating the monster was also good. Henson raised his hands up, stretching, and said that those people would have to try a little harder. The young man in armor stepped forward. The team of assassins stopped in front of a bright pink portal, which was called a dead end. The young man with short black hair looked away and asked if the protagonist could go back through the portal. Yuna turned her head to her comrade and said that it was quite possible, but in that case, things would be a little more serious. The girl frowned her blonde eyebrows and said that the monster had already tasted blood, and there was no way to know for sure when it would appear and attack again. The girl took a few steps forward. Her comrades were standing behind her, and she decided that they would first report this to the association, and the young man with blonde hair said that he would do so. Yuna walked forward. She furrowed her brows in thought. The boy with black hair looked at the girl in surprise when she asked if Henson had gotten out of here safely. The boy with the black hood stood still while Yuna said that the protagonist probably lost all of his comrades and miraculously survived himself. The protagonist looked at his hand, humming a song. Yuna furrowed her brows and said that she needed to leave. The girl turned around and walked away, telling her comrades to wait there. The boy with scars on his face looked away, and his comrade raised his eyebrows in surprise. He widened his brown eyes and asked where the girl was going. Without turning around, Yuna replied that she was worried about the player who had recently been left all alone, so she wanted to look for him. The boy with scars on his face crossed his arms and said that Henson would be fine. The boy opened her mouth and said that the protagonist was alone. She turned around and said with a smile that it could be dangerous. The boy blushed and agreed with the girl with a smile. They stood opposite each other, and the boy with black hair said that in that case, they would wait here. Yuna ran forward. The cave was plunged into darkness. There were burning torches on the ground. Yuna walked forward, frowning and looking to the side. Brown stains were visible on the walls. The girl approached 2 torches. She looked to the side. Yuna walked slowly through the cave. She approached a bright blue portal. The girl put her hand on her waist and concluded that the protagonist had already left. Yuna sweated and frowned, uncertainly asking if Henson was safe. There was a clear sky above the tall white buildings. Henson raised his palm and said that the effect was better than he thought. He looked at his hand and added that the medicine itself recovers slowly, but with the healing skill, the effect is good. The protagonist was lying on a gray sofa. He closed his eyes and said with a smile that he was very tired. Henson opened his eyes and looked away, hearing some sound. The protagonist's mother said with a smile that he came back early today. Henson sat up, and the woman came closer, asking what happened to his face. The protagonist frowned and sweated, looking at his mother. The blue screen showed information about the purchase of a fire spear. Henson remembered the price of the weapon and thought that he spent a lot of points. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled, saying that nothing happened, and he was just a little tired today. Henson's mother looked at him carefully when he asked if they had anything to eat. She closed her eyes and asked what he was doing, that he even missed lunch. The woman went into the kitchen and told Henson to wait a bit while she quickly prepared something for him. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that his head hurt really badly. Beads of sweat were running down his cheeks, and he thought that if he spent points so quickly, it would not end well. The woman, dressed in a red apron, put the phone to her ear and asked her daughter if something happened. Then she said that Henson was home. The protagonist looked at his mother in confusion. The woman turned around and asked what happened. Her face turned pale with fear when she asked how many people died. Henson froze in horror, sweating and thinking that the missing people must have been identified using identification. They checked who entered and who was able to leave from there. A news article was visible and the woman asked if the information was updated yet. The protagonist was sitting on the couch and his mother said goodbye to her daughter, saying that she understood everything. The woman looked at Henson silently. She came closer to him and said that now she understood why he came so early today. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled and told his mother not to worry because he hadn't even seen that monster. Henson opened his eyes and began to sweat from worry when the woman said that, as she thought, this job was very dangerous and that the protagonist shouldn't take so many risks for it. She sat down next to Henson and put her hand on his shoulder, and he said that he enjoyed doing it. He closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he had a good time because in the dungeon he got to kill monsters and get stronger. The entrance to the red-furred wolf's dungeon was temporarily closed and cordoned off with yellow tape. People were standing and talking in different places. A man in blue pants and black shoes walked forward, saying that 2 security officers had died after failing to resist the monster. He raised his white-gloved hand and said that traces were also found that showed that the monster had come out of the dimensional gate. Kim Dong-soo, a monster tracking specialist, placed his palm on the cave wall and said that, however, there was no trace of the monster returning. Yuna frowned and asked if Dong-soo meant to say that the monster was still walking around here since she and her team had searched everything thoroughly. The man in glasses and a black shirt crossed his arms. Dong-soo touched his chin and said that he didn't know what happened here either, so he would try to follow the trail first. Yuna took a step forward. The girl frowned her thin eyebrows and said that she would go with him. Dong-soo and Yuna walked through the cave. The man closed his eyes and said with a smile that he was glad that such a reliable person like her was accompanying him. Yuna looked at him and said that it was just her job. Dong-soo placed his hand on the ground, emitting blue sparks. He was kneeling, saying that a monster had attacked low-level players who were hunting here. The man stood up, frowned, and said that the monster then headed in that direction. Dong-soo's eyes were emitting a bright blue glow, and he suddenly said that it was quite strange. The man imagined a black panther and said that the monster had attacked the player, but the player did not die, but resisted and ran away after a fierce battle. Dong-soo suddenly ran forward. The man's face was covered in sweat, and he said that they continued to exchange blows, which led to a battle. Dong-soo imagined a young man with a shield in his hand and said that the player who fought here was alone. Yuna looked at Dong-soo intently. The bright flame of a torch illuminated the room. The hero noticed that he could still feel the remnants of fire magic. They moved forward. The boy frowned, saying that this player's agility was well developed, so he assumed that the person who fought the monster belonged to the magic swordsman class. Yuna raised her eyebrows, looking at him. The heroes stopped at the giant footprint of the monster. The boy took a handful of earth in his hand. Dong-soo's eyes shone brightly. He raised his hand to his face, saying that here the monster received an extremely serious injury and lost a lot of blood. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, looking at him. Yuna's eyes widened, wondering if even the security staff couldn't handle the creature, but some nameless player managed to seriously injure it. Dong-soo walked forward, saying that he thought it was a magic swordsman class player, but it could just be a mage player with high agility. The girl furrowed her brows in surprise. The hero turned to her, his blue eyes wide. A flashback of a bright explosion appeared near the three-headed monster's face. Dong-soo frowned, saying that the player used a very strong magic skill. The girl and the boy ran forward. The hero stopped, raising his head up. They were standing in the center of a room with a high stone ceiling. Yuna furrowed her brows, repeating his words in surprise. Dong-soo frowned and looked up, saying that he was sure that it was a mage after all. The hero's blue eyes widened. He imagined the moment when Henson cut the giant monster's paw. A bright flash appeared near one of the heads. The guy said that they had a close fight here, and then the hero killed the monster with a magic skill. Dong-soo frowned, looking up and saying that it was definitely a magic swordsman. Most likely, the monster's residual magic turned into a magic item or mana stone, so they would not be able to find the body. The heroes were standing in an empty stone dungeon. Yuna raised her eyebrows and widened her eyes, thinking that this was incredible, because any player of the magic swordsman class, with the exception of some individuals, can be called a universal soldier. Because of this, they cannot stick to one specialization. Bright magical energy was concentrated in the palms of the two swordsmen. She imagined the protagonist falling to the ground, looking at the fallen body of the monster. The girl thought about how the player had fought a monster whose level was significantly higher than the dungeon's, and he was alone. Yuna frowned and looked away, wondering what had happened here in the end. Dongsu raised his eyebrows, saying that judging by the tracks, the player who had fought here was around level 24. The girl thought that this couldn't be true, because he wasn't even a security officer, because the two who had been monitoring the spatial gate had been killed instantly. She noticed the badge lying in a pool of blood. There were pieces of people's bodies, their weapons, and the badge lying to the side. The girl thought about how the security officers working on the border from the land side hadn't tried to catch the monster before the assassination squad had arrived. A flashback of the guys arguing appeared. The hero in the cloak frowned. The girl came closer to him, trying to calm him down. The curly-haired boy was pulled by the shoulder by another member of the team, saying that now was not the time to quarrel among themselves. Yuna brought her hand to her face and looked down, saying that this was not an ordinary player. Dongsu put his hand forward, asking if it could be a person who had not yet renewed his player ID, since it had to be renewed every 2 years. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, saying that it was still strange. The boy widened his eyes, looking at her. Yuna looked away, asking how much the player could level up before renewing his ID, since at best the player would be just over level 50. She furrowed her brows, saying that no one who hunted in the dungeon that day received support from the guild. Dongsu began to take off his white gloves, saying that it was really strange. Even if it was true that a high-level player had actually defeated that monster, there was no reason for him to hunt in a low-level dungeon like this. The hero put the gloves in his pocket. The girl took a step forward. She squeezed the hand on the base of the weapon tightly, asking if he could track the player who fought this creature. The boy awkwardly looked away, sweat dripping down his face. He put the white gloves back on, saying he could try. Dongsu lowered his hand to the ground. A blue glow appeared around it. The hero frowned, his blue eyes wide. The girl froze next to the boy, who was sitting on one knee, saying that immediately after the battle, the player's tracks are lost. Perhaps tracking this player will not be so easy, and the dungeon's landscape is not conducive to it. Dongsu turned to her and smiled. Yuna raised her eyebrows in surprise, noticing that he was still able to find traces of the player's battle with the monster. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that a large monster cannot help but leave tracks. He squatted down next to the giant footprint, asking her to look at it. They were leading deep into the dark part of the dungeon. The hero was saying that no matter what a monster of that size would do, it would leave massive traces that would be easy to track. And a light player would leave almost no traces unless they were in combat, and there was no sign that the player had used any skill after the battle. The guy thoughtfully put his finger to his cheek and frowned. He looked away. Beads of sweat were dripping from his face. The hero said that if the player had used anything, he would be able to track them by the remnants of magical energy. Yuna looked at him guiltily and frowned, saying that she had asked him for the impossible. The girl bowed, asking for forgiveness. Dongsu bowed back, apologizing for not being able to say more. She smiled, saying that that was all and that they needed to go back. The guy raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, agreeing with her words. Near the sign with the monster, there were yellow ribbons and a notice that the dungeon of the red-haired wolf was temporarily closed. Dongsu and Yuna came out of the portal. There was a dark night sky above the tall building of the Players Association. The girl's costume was hanging on a mannequin behind a glass display case. There was a sign with her name on the table. Yuna was standing in a business suit behind the podium, saying that it was necessary to study in detail the list of players who entered the dungeon that day. There was certainly a strong player who killed a level 100 monster and did not renew his ID because 2 years had not passed. If there was such a player, then he must definitely be a member of the Players Association, because they cannot give a talented hero to other guilds again. The Players Association is controlled by the state. On the other hand, guilds are private organizations. In the first years after the disaster, the influence of the association was great. 8 country flags were arranged in a circle, and in the center was the emblem of the association. Bright names of organizations were presented against the background of the tall building. The hero stood by the blue banner with the association's emblem. It had an incredible number of players with the same outstanding skills, but as time went on, the association's influence weakened greatly while the power of the guilds grew stronger. The players stood in knight's armor, holding their weapons in their hands. Next to the association's emblem, a crest in the form of a sun with 2 swords appeared. 3 heroes stood next to each other, holding their weapons behind them. The guy in front nervously knitted his brows. Without proper understanding and knowledge of the players, monsters, and their habitats, politicians appeared who took high positions in the Players Association. Next to the man sat a girl in a red dress. Another hero smiled widely, looking at the suitcase with money. On the table there was a glass of ice and a strong drink. Hiding behind patriotism, the politicians forced the players to work for pennies, while the guilds, sponsored by large enterprises, could provide conditions for the development of players. The man frowned, pointing his finger forward. Among the popular news, there were headlines about the Asen Guild offering the highest fee in history. A former association member transferred to the Asen Guild. The fee for transferring to the guild is 103 billion won. The two largest guilds of Asen and Su are competing. The laddie group is creating their own guild. They began to dine players with a decent salary and a high deposit to attract players. The association began reforming its internal structure. Next to the man stood a guy holding a check for 103 billion won. The news broadcast said that all political institutions were dissolved, an investigation was underway. The guy bowed to those present. Behind him was a slide saying that they sincerely apologized to the people. They are now thoroughly investigating everything and eliminating the problems. Politicians began to be removed one by one, and ordinary players began to be hired as employees to fill the vacant positions. The man took a step forward. After the reforms, the players in the association began to receive the same pay as the players in private guilds. Promising support and decent pay, they began to compete for players. The three heroes in suits frowned, looking forward. The bright hero of the association shone with a golden light. After a while, she managed to clear her good name. Today, the association has achieved prosperity, but its quality is still far inferior to the guilds. The group of players was led by a red-haired man with a scar on his face. The three heroes were standing in front of a bright guild symbol. On the laptop screen was a list of players entering the dungeon. Yuna frowned, saying that this was definitely a newbie with great potential, like a high-level player, so she would not let him go under any circumstances. The data on Henson entering caught their attention. His photo was shown. Above the tall buildings was a bright blue sky with floating white clouds. The hero's things were packed in a black suitcase and bag. He was talking about how he had to finish hunting red-furred wolves, because he had already visited all the dungeons located near his house. The guy, sitting on the edge of the bed, looked at his things. He studied the information on his phone about the location of such dungeons, glad that the red-furred wolf dungeons were not only here. The sun's rays fell on a large building with blue windows. The hero rolled a suitcase behind him. He frowned, looking at the status window and wondering how he could improve this skill, and there was no information about it on the internet. The window showed information about the skill Book of Immortality. It was a passive skill that allowed one to not die until the head was completely destroyed. In case of avoiding death, the wounds would slowly recover. It was said that the skill could be developed. Henson thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, asking if he didn't just need to constantly use this skill, but it was still passive. He arched his eyebrows, saying that he couldn't hurt himself. The sky was turning scarlet from the sunset. The hotel building was visible. The hero stretched out his legs, lying on the bed, saying that he needed to figure out how to hide the amount of stones he got in the dungeon. He put his hands behind his head, saying that he couldn't trust the association staff. The guy remembered how the man in the suit checked the bag, saying that now he needed to avoid their gaze. The personal belongings check is done to prevent dangerous things like monster eggs or plant seeds from being taken out, but the real reason is to prevent players from evading taxes. He imagined the colorful monster eggs and a branch of a dark plant with a stack of money in front of them. The hero remembered the smiling girl who said that they met again. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, wondering how they found him. So Henson was going to do it right, because it was obvious that the player association and the guilds were some kind of cartel. He remembered the guy in the suit in front of him introducing himself as the head of the first recruitment department of the Sioux Guild. The hero called up the status window. He stood up, frowned, and put his hand to the window, saying that there must be a way. Henson scrolled forward, saying that he saw it somewhere here. The guy raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, exclaiming that he found it. Information about the item subspace appeared in front of him. It is an active skill. The player has the opportunity to open a subspace, access to which will be only for him. You cannot put a living creature there. The price of the item was 699,999,999 points. The hero frowned, saying that it was very expensive, but he definitely needed it. A question appeared in the status window, whether the guy really wanted to buy a book of the active skill subspace, and two answer options, yes and no. The young man clicked on the answer option, yes. A book in a dark cover appeared in his hand. A proposal to study the book of the active skill subspace and two answer options appeared in the status window. Henson smiled, saying that the system also asks about this. He turned his hand with the back of his palm away from himself. The guy tightly clenched his hand into a fist. He opened the fingers of his palm, extending his hand to the side. Dark purple energy appeared near his palm when the young man said the word subspace. Henson smiled and raised his eyebrows, saying that it was awesome. A small gate appeared in the room. He furrowed his brows and looked away. The hero looked into the space, which looked like a large cube, saying that it was more spacious than he thought. The guy smiled and raised his hand, noticing that it was the same size as the Kashiwan he lived in before. He placed his palm on the gate, and it began to disappear. The hero smiled, asking if he should go hunting. There was a dark night sky above the city, and the heroes gathered at a bright blue gate. He took his badge in his hand, asking if everything was really going to be okay. The guy's face was hidden by a dark cloth. He frowned and looked away. The guy looked at the player in knight armor and a helmet that completely covered his head, saying that in such an outfit he would look like an aristocrat. Henson walked forward, looking at the warming up man and saying that there must be many weirdos among the players. The hero gave his badge to the man opposite. He squeezed it tightly in his hand. The protagonist smiled and wanted to say thank you, but the man interrupted him, asking if his name was Henson. The guy opened his eyes well. The flame of the torch illuminated the space. The hero's black cloak fluttered in the wind. He cut into pieces the red-furred wolves that approached him. A status window opened in front of him. An achievement was reported. The hero single-handedly killed 1,000 red-furred wolves, high-level monsters, for which he receives a reward, the title of Slayer of Red-Furred Wolves. Curson smiled and pulled the dark cloth from his face, saying that everything went smoothly. The man at the entrance asked to compare fingerprints. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled, saying that they let him in here without any problems either. He used the ability Subspace. A purple gate appeared in front of him. 5 blue crystals were lying on the ground. They started to be pulled into the space created by the hero. The guy grabbed one of them with his hand, saying that he needed to take a few with him. He smiled, putting the stone in his bag. There was a dark night sky above the tall building. The man leaned his head on his hand, asking if there was a newcomer that Jahoon was interested in. The guy scratched his head, saying that it was true. It was very difficult to get information, since they were hiding everything carefully. Tuwung frowned, saying that they had to intercept him first. The guy smiled. Sunwoo closed his eyes and extended his hand forward, asking the hero to tell him everything. Tuwung spread his arms out to the sides, standing in front of him. He looked away, enthusiastically telling something. The man nervously tapped his finger on the table. He closed his eyes and smiled, asking if the protagonist had actually entered the dungeon for levels 15 to 20, even though it hadn't even been 2 months since he'd awakened, and he was alone. Tuwung frowned, saying that it was true, but that wasn't the most important thing. A player named Henson might have bypassed the 20-level rule. The protagonist lowered his head. Sunwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise. The man sitting at the table asked if that was true. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that he couldn't say for sure, but the probability was quite high. Sunwoo closed his eyes, sweat dripping down his face, asking if the guy was sure that the player hadn't been poached yet. The protagonist replied that they were currently at an impasse in negotiations. He smiled awkwardly, saying that it was because the protagonist's asking price was too high. Sunwoo raised his eyebrows, asking how much he asked for. Tuwung stood in front of the man sitting in the chair, saying that the protagonist asked for 100 billion won. He raised his eyebrows tiredly and looked down, saying that the boy was crazy. The boy smiled awkwardly, saying that 100 billion won was the amount to hire a high-level player who could do anything. Sunwoo frowned, saying that if that was true, it wasn't even about the amount. The real problem was the positions of the two parties. Hansen was willing to open his status window only after a deposit, and Jahoon wanted to confirm his status first. The hero smiled. He arched his eyebrows and opened his eyes. The deputy head presented 2 dark suitcases with money, and the protagonist's status window, where all the designations of his stats were hidden by a question mark. Sunwoo smiled, saying that Jahoon was still as stupid and indecisive as ever. His smile widened when he said that people don't change that easily, because of people like him, he himself had already lost outstanding players like Han, but he wouldn't make that mistake again. Tuwung raised his eyebrows in surprise and opened his mouth. The man uncapped the pen, saying that Jahoon was just a recruiter, not the head of the dungeon cleansing or the leader of the guild. He held the pen to the document, saying that they would first pay the deposit and check the status window. If there were any problems, they would catch him in the mistake and confiscate the money. The sheet of paper bent. Sunwoo smiled and handed the paper to the guy, telling him to go to Hensung personally. After he signed, they would immediately pay out 100 billion won. Tuwung raised his eyebrows, asking if they would really pay out the money. The hero handed him a document, saying that if everything went well with the contract, then when problems arose, they would be able to return all the money in full. The guy said that he understood everything. Sanu was left alone in the office. He smiled, leaning his head on his hand. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that if he solved this matter, he could become the guild leader. The protagonist looked down nervously. The man was checking his bag. He found 2 blue crystals in it. The man raised his eyebrows, saying that everything was checked. The guy smiled and closed his eyes, thanking him. He happily clenched his hands into fists, thinking that now he would be able to avoid the interest of Sue's guild. Several days passed. The blue stones lay on the ground. The hero cried out happily, saying that he finally finished him off. In the status window, there was information that the guy single-handedly killed 10,000 red-furred wolves, for which he received the legendary title of Palace of Red-Furred Wolves. Henson looked away, saying that was enough for today. The crystals were being sucked into the subspace. He extended his hand with the book forward. The hero threw it into the portal, saying that there was already one. He raised his eyebrows, examining the next one. The boy's eyes widened. The status window showed information about the Wind of Rebirth. This is a passive skill book that accelerates the healing of wounds. The hero cried out happily that he finally did it. A proposal to read this book and 2 answer options appeared. The guy said that this is a popular book used not only by players, but also by ordinary people. The protagonist chose the answer option, yes. He noticed that this time he did not receive anything unusual. Henson smiled. A bright green glow appeared around him. The status window appeared in front of the hero again. The system reported that it was not possible to read the passive skill book Wind of Rebirth. The guy frowned, asking how this was possible. The hero's hair rose up in streams of wind. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if it really couldn't be read. Henson raised his eyebrows, saying that he had never heard of such a thing. The system reported that the passive skill book of Immortality Unique Rare Rank absorbed the skill book Wind of Rebirth Normal Rank. The passive skill book of Immortality had successfully evolved. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking how this could happen. He put his palm to the status window, saying that nothing had changed. The status window displayed information about the Book of Immortality. This is a passive skill. The hero will not die until he is beheaded. In case of avoiding death, all wounds will slowly recover. The skill can be developed. Henson looked at this information, saying that this skill can really be developed. The window displayed information about the Wind of Rebirth. This is a passive skill that accelerates the healing of wounds. The guy raised his hand to his face and raised his eyebrows, saying that it absorbs skills that help recovery. He was stunned and opened his mouth wide, wondering how much the skill had increased. The hero reached for the weapon. The guy carefully cut his finger on the blade. Blood flowed out of the wound. Henson frowned, looking at it. The cut healed instantly. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that it made no difference. Beads of sweat were dripping down his face, wondering how much he needed to absorb for the skill to improve. The hero presented a book with a green cover, saying that it cost 30 million won, which was a very bad deal. He frowned sadly. The gate to the dungeon was shining brightly. The protagonist was walking forward along the road. In his hands was a mobile phone. The guy did not take his eyes off it, continuing to move forward. He stopped abruptly when the phone rang. There was an unknown number on the screen. The boy assumed it was spam. Henson put the phone to his ear and answered. The boy's eyes widened when the person on the other end greeted him with his full name. He frowned, wondering who it was. Tuwung smiled and closed his eyes, saying that it was the head of the second recruitment department of the Sioux Guild. The protagonist frowned in annoyance, saying that he had already asked them not to contact him if they were not ready to accept his demands. The boy smiled and raised his eyebrows, asking if the protagonist was talking about 100 billion won. His hand reached for the white mug. The boy said that it was true. Tuwung smiled and leaned back in his chair, saying that they accepted his demands. He asked him to meet in person and sign the contract right away. Henson held the phone with both hands, stammering as to whether it was true. The boy placed his hand on the document, saying that in a deal with such a large amount of money, there was no room for lies. Tuwung smiled, looking away. The protagonist stopped in the middle of the street. Beads of sweat were pouring down his face. He could not connect 2 words. The boy opened his eyes wide, saying that he was currently hunting, so it would be difficult for him to come, asking if he could send the contract first. Tuwung smiled, saying that he would send it right away. The boy's eyes widened. He raised his eyebrows, saying that he would contact him after checking the contract. The protagonist reached for the end call button. Henson closed his eyes and sighed heavily. A notification sound was heard. The boy opened his eyes wide, looking down. There was a message on his phone from Tuwung, who said that he sent the contract by mail and text, asking him to contact him after reading it. The protagonist frowned, saying that he had no peace. The sign on the building was brightly lit Lawyer Yong Chiao. The man looked closely at the hero's phone, saying that it was a very good offer and also profitable. He frowned, saying that there were several clauses that in case of unforeseen circumstances, some things would be taken back. The protagonist's eyes widened. He frowned, asking what these clauses were. The printer was making noise, printing a document. The man took the sheets of paper and hurried to the guy, asking him to take a look. He pressed the sheet with his palm, saying that if a guild member damages the guild's image, the contract can be terminated. In fact, the decision on this part depends entirely on the guild's higher-ups, which is a bit unreasonable. Henson frowned, looking down. Yong Chiao frowned, studying the document. He pushed the sheet away, saying that the contract can also be terminated if the guild member's character and abilities do not match its level. The man frowned, saying that he didn't know how much the deposit was, but the penalty was quite high. The protagonist's eyes widened. Yongchul looked at the document, saying that if the contract was broken due to the guy's fault, he would be forced to pay a penalty of 10 times the deposit. Hansung frowned and gritted his teeth, mentally calling them scoundrels. The man raised his eyebrows, noting that in his opinion, if the protagonist adjusted the penalty amount to the deposit amount and asked to exclude those absurd points, he could safely sign the contract. The guy's phone rang. It was Jinsung from the Sioux Guild. Hansung raised his eyebrows in surprise. He looked at the contact again. The guy smirked, saying that they definitely needed to talk. The protagonist hurried to the door, telling the man that he needed to answer the phone and then he would come back. The signboard of Lawyer Yeongchul was brightly lit on the light-colored building. The boy answered the call. He walked closer to the edge of the building's roof, and the person on the other end of the line asked how the hero was doing, saying that they were bothering him about the contract. The hero asked if the boy would be willing to pay 50 billion. Hansung took a step forward. A smile appeared on his face. He leaned his hand on the side of the building, asking if such demands were too high for him, since he was asking for a deposit of 100 billion won, not half that amount. Jinsung stood by the window, saying that he knew this very well, but the hero should think more rationally. He frowned, saying that even though the Sioux Guild was a top guild, it would be difficult to pay such an amount. The protagonist smirked. Jinsung opened his mouth, saying that, in fact, the amount that he had barely gotten permission from the management for was 50 billion won at most. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. He opened his mouth, saying that he would think about it. The hero widened his eyes in surprise, asking if he was serious about that. The boy said that he was, asking if he could take a look at the contract. Jinsung began typing on the keyboard, saying that he would send the file to the hero now. Hansung grinned smugly, taking the phone away from his ear. There was a sign in the hallway indicating the office of Yeongchul's lawyer. The boy stood at the entrance, looking at the screen of his phone. The document stated the period of validity, which depends on the period of the exclusive contract with the player. The amount is 50 billion won. More detailed terms of the contract are presented in the following sections. Sue's Guild and the player agree to the terms stated in the contract and the general terms of the exclusive contract. The two parties sign the contract and keep a copy. The boy noticed the word 1 on the amount line. The man raised his eyebrows, asking if everything was okay. Hansung smiled and handed him the phone, saying that everything was fine, asking him to look at this copy of the contract. Yeongchul smiled, saying that it seemed like the boy really was a player with outstanding skills. He reached for the phone, saying that it was no problem. The printer began to make noise again. The man thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin. He spread the sheets of paper on the table. Yeongchul frowned, asking if this contract was made by the same guild as the previous one. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking how he knew. The man looked down, saying that the contents of the contracts were the same, but some parts were different. There were fewer strange clauses, but overall they were similar, and the penalty for violating this one was only 5 times the amount, which was a bit more reasonable. Hansung looked at him with wide eyes. The guy raised his eyebrows, asking why one guild would send different contracts. The man assumed that the guild that wanted to hire him was having an internal conflict, and a serious one, since they sent the contract separately. Jaehoon looked away seriously. Sunwoo smiled, turning in the other direction. Yeongchul smiled, saying that it was beneficial for the protagonist. If he acted wisely, he would be able to choose the contract with the most favorable conditions. The protagonist thoughtfully raised his fist to his chin. He asked if the man could make a new contract based on the first one, excluding all the unfavorable conditions from it, to which the lawyer replied that it would not be a problem. 3 sheets of documents were lying on the table. The dark sky was above the hotel building. The protagonist read the news, saying that it was a complete mess. There were articles on the internet about how the true colors of the Sioux Guild were revealed, the influential person, Sunwoo, proof that Jaehoon is stronger, and many more. The boy was lying on the bed, saying that it was about guild leader Jaehoon and vice guild leader Sunwoo. Hansung smiled and put the phone to his ear, asking if they should play for a while. On the other end of the line, Taewoong, the head of the second recruitment department at Sunwoo Guild, greeted him. The boy smiled and introduced himself. The hero grabbed the phone with both hands, asking if the boy had decided yet. A smile appeared on his face. Hansung thought that the deposit was still a bit small, asking if they could pay him 200 billion won. Taewoong jumped up from his seat in surprise. He raised his eyebrows, saying that he couldn't give an answer right away, but he thought it was possible. The protagonist asked if it was 300 billion won right away. The hero's eyes widened. He asked if the boy was joking. Hansung smiled and closed his eyes. He smiled widely, saying that Jin Seok, the leader of the first team, had also contacted him, and he had heard that the hero wasn't getting along well with him. Taewoong raised his eyebrows. He clenched his teeth in anger. The protagonist smiled when he heard the words on the phone that they would definitely offer him better conditions than Jin Seok. The guy raised his eyebrows and took the phone away from his ear, saying that they really did hate each other. Then he would do it differently this time. The hero dialed Jin Seok's number. He was answered immediately. The young man smiled and introduced himself. Jin-seok smiled, asking if he had read the contract. The guy said that he had read it carefully, saying that he was going to call to sign the contract. The guy smiled and knitted his eyebrows, offering to meet right now. Hansen smiled, saying that there was no need for that anymore. Jin-seok raised his eyebrows, asking what was the matter. The protagonist smiled, saying that he had recently sent him a new contract. He asked to look at it, and then they could continue their conversation. The guy tiredly raised his eyebrows, asking the protagonist to wait a bit. The protagonist lowered the phone. Hansen raised his eyebrows, asking if he had looked, to which the guy replied yes. The youth asked to solve his internal problems next time and send him one contract, and after thinking carefully, he decided that 100 billion won was too little. Jin-seok froze, his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly open. The guy raised his eyebrows, asking what he was talking about, to which the youth replied that he needed 200 billion won, although no, even 300. Jin-seok frowned and gritted his teeth, asking if he was kidding. The youth raised his eyebrows. He smiled, saying that if he did not want to, then there was no need. The protagonist hung up. Hansen smiled, saying that nowadays it is so easy to edit voice files. The sending was completed. A notification came to both phones at the same time. The hero threw away his phone, saying that he should change it. The mobile ended up in the trash. It was a voice file for 1 minute and 20 seconds. Taewon and Jin-seok froze in a stupor, listening to it. A month passed. The sky above the building was clear. The guy nervously tapped his finger on the table. Sunwoo frowned, asking where Hansen had gone. Taewon raised his eyebrows, saying that he wasn't even at the hunting grounds he was in charge of. The guy folded his hands in front of him, saying that they had looked for him, but nothing had come of it. Sunwoo gritted his teeth, asking if he couldn't even handle this. He ordered them to quickly find the protagonist. Taewon lowered his head guiltily. He raised his eyebrows, thinking that after the voice file the boy had sent a month ago, the leader and the deputy were constantly fighting, and the guild was really divided into two camps. Jaehoon frowned as he looked ahead. His subordinates were standing behind him. On the dark side stood Sunwoo, with his men standing behind him. Before, the boy had miraculously obtained the entry record book and found Hensung. No matter how big the Sunwoo guild was, they couldn't look at these records whenever they wanted. He remembered the entry record book of those who entered the dungeon. Taewon frowned, thinking that because it was hard to share information with each other in the guild now, it also made it hard to find information. But the main problem right now was that Hensung himself had disappeared into thin air. He clenched his fist tightly. The boy poured a drink into a glass with ice. Sunwoo raised his head, asking if the hero could have joined another guild. Taewon looked down, saying that he didn't think so. The vice leader frowned, repeating his words in a questioning tone. He abruptly put the glass down on the table, asking if the boy was really telling him that. Sunwoo frowned, telling him to get out of here. Taewon left, slamming the door loudly. Office corridor. The employees looked at the boss with concern. Sweat was running down their faces. They greeted the boss. The man walked forward menacingly. He cursed under his breath and clenched his teeth. He grabbed the back of the chair and thought that it was because of the damn fabricated file and contract. He sat down at the table, realizing that most people sided with Jaehoon. He squinted and thought that he needed to be found as soon as possible. Hansen said that the points he gets from hunting will also come in handy. He waved his dagger and said that he earns about 600,000 per day alone. He looked at the system window with satisfaction, said that if you collect bit by bit, you can get a lot. The system reported that the hero made a sale. He pulled his finger forward, noticed that batteries were also selling well. He picked up the item and said that if everything went like this, he would be happy. A purple cloud appeared next to the window. There was one problem. The hero looked at the sale window. It was too small. He poked at the interface and said that every time an item was sold, it needed to be added and registered again. He swiped his finger down, wanting to add and register everything in huge quantities, like in games. He glanced to the side. The indicators changed. He said that he could not even remove other electronics from the sale window. Hansen put his hand to his face. He wondered if he raised the level of his personal skill, would anything change. He heard that other sellers could register hundreds, if not thousands of items. Hansen fell silent. He looked at the goods of Ricomos, who sold medicine. However, accumulated points appeared. The hero said that he needed to accumulate 10 billion points to increase the level, and now he had a little more than half of the necessary points. Someone appeared behind the hero while he was saying that he needed to hunt more. Hansen dodged the arrow that was fired, and kicked the frog. He twisted in the air. The enemy was already lying down. A magic projectile began to appear in the hero's hand. He threw it at the monster's head and it flew apart. The corpse fell at the feet of his relatives. Hansen smiled awkwardly. A bunch of pumped-up frogs looked at him. The hero said that this was indeed a difficult opponent. Saliva fell from the frog's tongue. It plopped on the ground, while the hero understood why people did not hunt here. The saliva evaporated. The frogs jumped to attack. Hansen cast a fireball. and there was an explosion. Yellow eyes flashed in the shroud. Henson looked ahead gloomily. The frogs began to swing their spears. Henson retreated. He put his dagger forward and said to attack. He ran forward. The enemies ran at each other. The frog stuck out its tongue and screamed. The dagger pierced her head and calmly blew it off. Henson looked away. The other frogs were cut into pieces. The dagger blazed with red light. Green shards fell to the ground. Henson opened the sales window. He laughed and said that all it took was one hit. He turned around abruptly. The notification said that someone bought batteries. Henson began to study the information. The system reported an incoming complaint. Henson sweated and said that he had a bad feeling. He touched the screen and decided to read the complaint first. The complaint stated a demand to sell 2 batteries for half the price, otherwise the hero would regret it. Henson began to run his finger across the screen, not understanding. He opened all the complaints, they were the same. A list of sales appeared in front of him. Henson frowned and said the name Crow. He looked at his goods, they were different. The hero frowned and saw that he only bought batteries from him. Henson would understand if he bought unpopular and quickly discharged goods such as Tamagotchi, Polaroid or electric razor. Henson took the batteries in his hand, said that Crow only bought batteries, which he loaded each time and each time wrote a complaint. He poked at the screen, asking if he was now offering to sell them for half price. Pairs of batteries jumped out of the portal. The hero was surprised that the guy was setting a time frame. He caught them, angrily looked ahead and asked why the hell he was doing this. He poked at the screen. The system reported successful registration of the product. Immediately a message came about the purchase of the product. Henson smiled and said that he knew it, but suddenly he shuddered. He received a message about a complaint. Henson looked at him in confusion. The window shook. Henson smiled and realized that Crow wanted to be blocked. He caught the pair of batteries that flew out, opened the screen and decided to try something. There was a bunch of batteries in the bowl. Crow crossed his legs. He looked at the screen with a smile and asked, how much longer could the hero endure this? He chuckled and asked, did the hero really think he could defeat him? For beginners, the skill of selling and buying was something like a blessing, and thanks to this skill, he quickly became stronger and as a result, became the absolute ruler of the planet he lived on. But even if someone has a special skill, a sword fragment flew into the air. The man lay on the ground, and Crow said that not everyone could reach his position, and no matter how many points a person collected, they were never enough. The white-haired man smiled slyly. Crow said that the points were spent very quickly and easily. The frightened guy held out a spear. The white-haired man cut it in half. Crow said that saving points was too hard. Crow looked at the sales window and said that as a rule, newbies spend the points they collect during the hunt on medicine and skills to become stronger. He frowned and said that sometimes they come across funny creatures. He looked at the list of goods and said that they earn points by selling goods that are only on their planet. No matter how inveterate a monopolist you are, before the overwhelming capital, you have no choice but to kneel. Crow held batteries in his hands with a grin and said that for him it was just a race for points. He looked at the mountains of goods and said that he buys up all the good goods posted by newbies, after which he immediately files a complaint against them, until he receives a decision to suspend activities for 3 months, and after that everything will become much easier. He said that after 3 months, Crow smiled and said to repeat everything again. He looked at the pile of batteries and said that no matter how persistent you are, you will still give in. Crow threw his head back and began to laugh, saying that in the end there is nothing left but to sell goods at a fixed price at a certain time. Crow smiled contentedly and said that he himself will become a monopolist if he decides to rebel. Crow took the batteries and decided that then he will again file a complaint to stop operations. Crow looked questioningly at the sales screen. He saw that all the batteries were gone. Meanwhile, the hero opened a portal. He scratched the back of his head, smiled and said that everything was sold out and decided that it would be time to stock up on more. Meanwhile, in the supermarket, the cart was filled with purchases. The hero ran ahead and wished everyone good health. At the motel, Henson said that Crow was trying to scare him by suspending operations. There was a pile of goods in the room. The hero said that during this time he had already sold a lot, therefore, he took a pack of batteries in his hand. He smiled and said that Crow would have a hard time. The window for loading goods opened. Crow and Henson smiled. The hero said that they were starting the second round. After a while, Henson loaded goods into the market. Crow was happily buying them. Henson turned around. He looked at the sales window and said, since there were no other complaints, it seemed that other players had also started buying. But he grinned and realized that Crow would buy even if he set the price twice as high. Another complaint came. Sweat ran down the hero's face. He realized that at this rate, Crow would eat him alive. Henson reached his finger to the screen. He decided that if he made a profit in any case, he would increase the price 3 times. Night fell. The system reported that the hero had accumulated more than 10 billion points and now he can buy heroic class items. The list of items he can buy expanded and the sales window increased. Henson looked ahead. His eyes were wide. He looked at the totals and said that he didn't like it at first. He smiled and said that he was really grateful for this battle. He looked at the batteries and said that it was dangerous to raise the price any further, and all because the number of complaints was almost equal to the original sales. Henson walked away. He opened the box and said that he should start adjusting the quantity by changing the name of the product. He took out the case and said that he wanted to see if he would buy it. Meanwhile, Crow looked at the pile of batteries and exhaled. He looked at the sales window and hoped that now the hero would definitely give in. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and decided that it would be a good idea to rest and recover. He took the batteries and said that it would take a long time for the deficit to become a surplus. He looked at the mountain of batteries and said that eventually, when the price quadrupled, he gritted his teeth and said that it really pissed him off. He ruffled his hair, realizing that if he continued like this, it would become difficult, but he could stand a price increase of 4 times. Crow smiled and said that Henson was also at his limit. His eyes opened slightly. He poked at the sales screen and saw new products, immediately decided to buy them. Crow grabbed his head in horror. He looked ahead and asked, did the hero really have such equipment? He looked at the shopping list, realized that the hero had registered more than 70 batteries, and if he bought everything, it would come to about 2.1 billion points. The guy's pupils began to spin. He began to fear that after the purchase, the hero would upload more. The guy thoughtfully began to look at the screen. He asked himself, is it worth spending so many points again? He bit his finger and thought that if he were confident in success, he could invest not 2.1 billion, but 100 times more. He stared at the screen and said that there was one problem. The list of goods stretched out. Crow didn't know how far the hero could go. The guy tucked his legs and looked at the screen. He turned it off. He sighed and decided to end it there. The system reported that the registered product was sold. Henson looked at the missing screen. He raised his head and thought that since there were no more complaints, he must have given up. He pointed his finger at the screen and assumed that the high-capacity battery was bought by those who had already bought something from him. Henson noticed something in surprise. He looked at Crow's batteries, laughed, and asked who would buy them now. Henson scratched his ear and said that because of this guy, he had to put his trump card up for sale earlier than he planned. Night fell. Henson was walking down the street. He looked up and said, since ordinary goods are becoming more and more popular. In front of him was a supermarket. The hero decided that he should do some more shopping. Meanwhile, in another dimension, the demoness looked at the sales list with curiosity. She was interested in the home slot machine and the cartridge. She glanced to the side, picked up the console. She pressed the screen, didn't know how good it was, but she looked and decided to try to buy it. Meanwhile, the motel. Henson looked at the sales window with satisfaction. He was wondering how much the new skill level differed from the original. The system reported a large number of accumulated points. The hero was surprised. The system reported that he needed to collect 1 trillion points to increase. Henson looked at the window in confusion and asked why the difficulty level had jumped so much. He grinned, said his path was long and difficult. He poked at the screen, looked at it, looked at the blocked goods, as he thought. Henson said that he could only buy the elixir after he raised his skill level to heroic. He poked forward and began to look for something else, in addition to the fact that now you can add up to 100 positions. He looked around and saw reviews. He opened a window with reviews for the game console, negative reviews for the electric razor. He poked at the screen and asked what they wrote under other products. He saw positive reviews for raising the strength stat. He thought that Bardock from the reviews was omnipresent. Henson wondered if he had left reviews for new products. He opened the reviews for the battery and came across harsh reviews. Sweat ran down his face. Although there are products that can be used constantly if you use a magic stone as an electric drive, but the cost of such a thing even on Earth turned out to be sky high. Henson smiled and said that he could not sell it. He looked at the bed and said that the reaction to the slot machine was not that bad. Henson lay down. He opened the sales window and decided to look at the products. Clouds floated across the sky. Henson chuckled. He began to look at the huge price tags of pets. He opened the reviews of the red dragon egg. The hero decided that for them, pets are a luxury item rather than having a practical use. He stretched his arms and went to bed. He opened his eyes and was afraid to imagine how expensive a legendary rank elixir was. The phone rang. Henson got up and asked what had happened, that they were calling him at such an hour. The hero answered. The hero's mother smiled and asked if he knew Tian from the Sioux Guild. Henson looked away and said that he was not sure. His mother said that he was the head of the second recruitment team of the Sioux Guild. Henson's eyes widened. Tian smiled and introduced himself on the phone. The hero remembered. He was tensely silent and asked why his mother started talking about him. Tian was standing in front of the door. His mother said that he came to their house. Henson shuddered and asked again. Mom asked confusedly if she should let him in. Henson said he would call him himself now. Mom looked at the wheelhouse. The hero once again asked not to open the door for him. She looked at the screen and asked if he had not come with good intentions. Henson laughed and said that he would explain everything to Mom later. He clenched his fists. Mom said that she understood him and asked not to overexert herself because of them. Henson smiled again and said that he would solve everything, so he asked not to worry. Mom nodded and said okay. Meanwhile, on the flight, Tian stood motionless. He answered the phone. Henson looked ahead and introduced himself. Tian smiled and said that he had been really waiting for his call. Henson looked ahead angrily and asked what he was doing. He asked why they came to his mom's house. Tian laughed and said that the hero was very excited and asked him to calm down first because he came only with good intentions. He looked at the door and said that they were aware of their father's condition. He assumed that the hero was having a hard time handling everything alone, so he just wanted to tell his mother the truth. Henson looked forward angrily and said that they didn't want to sign the contract with his mother, but with him. Taewoon looked forward calmly and said that of course it was true, but such a serious decision should be made after consulting with the family first. The boys fell silent. The hero looked up and said that it was none of his business. Taewoon smiled slyly and said that the hero was stern. He added that they would offer him the amount he wanted, so why was he being stubborn? Henson looked forward and asked how dare they ask after sending such a contract. Taewoon smiled and asked if the hero was upset about something. Henson asked if they really didn't know. He said that he consulted a lawyer and it wasn't just some minor inconsistencies. Taewoon frowned tensely. The protagonist was looking ahead. He looked up when the man on the line said that it was just insurance against unforeseen situations and that there would be no problem if the person on the line really was the talented player they were looking for. The leader of the second team looked down when Henson complained that his status window would be opened in vain if it wasn't. The man smiled nervously and asked him to think carefully. The boy silently looked ahead. Taewoon clenched his teeth tensely. The young man took a step forward. He stopped in front of the bed. Raising his eyebrows, the player thought that he would have signed the contract if it didn't have the clause about the open status window, but the Sue Guild would never be able to accept that. The protagonist sat down on the bed. The leader of the second team was standing on the landing. Smiling, Henson said that he would hang up if the conversation was over and would definitely change his phone number immediately after that. Therefore, the guild would no longer be able to reach him. The man looked away in surprise. Taewoon stood at the front door. The boy asked him not to bother his mother anymore. The leader of the second team lowered the phone, his hand shaking. Frowning angrily, he was outraged by such self-confidence. The man picked up the phone. His gaze was confident. Someone's number was displayed on the screen. The guild employee asked if his colleague managed to determine the location of the target. The man at the computer desk answered in the affirmative. Seeing the coordinates, Taewoon raised his eyebrows in surprise, realizing that this was the territory of the Asen Guild. Looking at the computer screen, the employee asked what they needed to do. The man asked him to contact the Wuhan Guild and inform them of the start of the operation. The leader of the second team pressed the end call button. Smirking, he thought that he would not kill the boy. Squinting, the Sue Guild employee decided to only scare him so that the player would run to him himself. The bright sun illuminated the building of the store. Taking the cart in his hands, the guy decided to buy as much as the sale window currently allowed. With this intent, the young man went to the store. New phones were lying on the shelves. The cart was gradually filling with boxes. Suddenly, the player noticed something upstairs. In front of him was a boutique with a signboard Guosai. After a while, he came out of there with several bags of goods. The store employees bowed after him. Deciding that this was enough, the protagonist looked ahead. A portal opened in the residential area. The man took a step forward. Reaching up, Henson entered the dungeon, deciding that it was time to hunt. The humanoid toads looked back. They immediately rushed at the enemy. Henson swung his dagger. One blow cut off the heads of two spearmen. The blade cut through the air. The next blow cut the monster's body in half. His fellow tribesmen were distracted, and then the guy swung his burning hand. The thrown fireball caused an explosion behind it. 5 hours later, green crystals lay on the ground. A notification about receiving a legendary achievement appeared in the air. Smiling, the young man thought that he had finished earlier than he had planned. Night had fallen. The player was walking down a city street. He was holding a phone. Raising his eyebrows, he decided that he would have time to get into the goblin dungeon. The protagonist continued walking down the street, staring at his phone. A group of people were standing in the gateway. Open mouthed, the bearded man asked if this was the man. The warrior with swords on his back confirmed it. Taking a knife from behind his back, the leader suggested that they follow him quietly. Henson entered the dungeon. His face showed genuine surprise. There was a huge forest ahead. There was an arch against the sunset sky. The guy was surprised that the hunting ground was here. Knights were standing next to the arch. Smiling, the young man asked himself if he should sneak in there secretly. Thanks to the use of the stealth skill, his body became transparent. The knights did not even move. The player calmly walked past them. The trees in the forest grew quite densely. A group of goblins stood at the edge of the forest. Deciding that he would not be spotted there, the protagonist wanted to start hunting and summoned a cloud of energy in his hand. The monster only had time to open his mouth when the wave of energy reached his head. Magic projectiles pierced the bodies of the monsters. The goblin with an axe in his hand bared his teeth. Henson raised his hand. A fireball exploded not far from him. The guy kept a determined expression on his face. A new group of monsters ran to the noise. The young man looked to the side. The enemies put their weapons forward. Smiling, the player called them smart and summoned a new fireball in his hand. During the battle, a real fire started in the forest. The monsters ran to meet their enemy. The magic projectile took off the head of one of them. Several goblins were decapitated. The protagonist held out his open palm in front of him. Suddenly, a blade appeared at his neck. Without losing his determination, he threw it aside. Henson looked in the direction from which the projectile came. There were 2 goblins standing at the edge of the forest. New needles flew through the air. However, they immediately crashed into the cloak and fell. Thinking that the robe was really very strong, the guy took a step to the side. A swing of the blade cut off the heads of 2 monsters. The young man landed on the branch of a huge tree. Turning around, the player looked around the space in front of him. Seeing a few goblins left alive, he decided it was time to end the hunt. His palm crashed into the monster's face. With a sharp movement of his hand, the protagonist pressed the enemy into the ground. The monster opened its mouth in fear. A dagger immediately pierced its stomach. Henson did not lose confidence in his gaze. Another blow blew off the goblin's head. Purple shards lay on the ground. Looking to the side, the guy realized that he had completed his task. A status window appeared in front of his hand. However, some sound made him look back. Someone was hiding in the forest. Turning to the source of the sound, the young man wondered if there was anyone else left. Frowning angrily, the bearded man asked who dared to make a mess on their territory. A group of mercenaries came out into the clearing. Seeing them, the player raised his eyebrows in surprise. Pointing a finger at him, the stranger said that this was their target. The protagonist's eyes turned white. Raising one eyebrow, the man asked why someone was hunting on their territory. Looking at him, Henson replied that this territory did not belong to anyone, because the entrance fee was the same for everyone. Taking a step forward, the mercenary said that they hunted here every day. Grinning, he added that those who hunted on their territory should leave all the stones to them. The guy frowned in displeasure. The leader demanded that he leave all his equipment as an apology for the killed monsters. His comrades burst out laughing. Squinting, the young man thought that they had gone crazy. The heroes stood opposite each other. The player remembered that he had read about such cases on the internet, but he could not imagine that he himself would find himself in such a situation. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist said that they had made a big mistake. Smiling, the man realized that the enemy did not understand in a good way. A telephone appeared in the air. Modern weapons such as guns and bombs were often used in dungeons, but electronics did not work here. Therefore, if conflicts arose between players in such places, they usually had to rely on witnesses. People pointed their fingers at each other. Next to the broken helmet, a sword was stuck. Death in the dungeons was common. Such incidents were most often attributed to an accident that occurred due to carelessness during the fight with monsters. The man's hand was lying on the ground. There were criminals who took advantage of this and took items and equipment from other people. In the worst cases, they could even kill. Henson frowned sternly. His opponent took out a knife. The boy narrowed his eyes. He could not understand why the criminals continued to pester him, seeing piles of goblin corpses on the ground. The young man flinched when the man decided to punish him for his misunderstanding. Taking a sword from behind his back, the leader called his comrades to attack. The mercenaries rushed forward. The player looked back. He closed his eyes. The protagonist opened his mouth and declared that they were moving too slowly. The spear was at his foot. It stuck into the ground. Henson frowned tensely. The men rushed at him, drawing their swords. The boy held out a dagger in front of him. One blow cut the enemy's sword in half. The young man kicked him in the stomach. The mercenary flew back, dropping his sword from his hands. The tip of the dagger hit the crossed swords. The player punched the enemy in the jaw. His swords flew into the air. The remaining mercenaries opened their mouths in surprise. The man with green hair opened his mouth in displeasure and wished death to his enemy. Then his comrades rushed into battle. The protagonist looked forward resolutely. The man swung his sword over his head. The blade of the sword split in half. The young man's cloak rose into the air. He hit one of the opponents in the nose with his elbow. The mercenary fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Someone was approaching from behind. Henson looked back tensely. The blond man approached him. However, at that very moment, the tip of a dagger appeared before his eyes. The guy swung his weapon. A drop of sweat was running down his face. Blood splashed in the air. The man wounded in the shoulder ran away. The young man's eyes turned white with discontent. He grabbed the fugitive by the back of the head. The player pressed him to the ground with force. Having risen, the protagonist clenched his teeth. The mercenaries were approaching him from behind, screaming. Hansen took a dagger from his bosom. A cloud of dark energy appeared in the air. The guy directed his hand towards it. Someone threw a shield right at him. The young man managed to catch it in mid-air and put it in front of himself. A malicious grin appeared on his face. The trees stood against the sunset sky. The sounds of blows were heard. A laugh came from the dense crown of the tree. Smiling, the stranger thought that they were doing well. Frowning, he thought that it would be easier if they were ordered to kill the target. Now they would have to limit themselves to just one leg. Next to the tree trunk stood a two-handed sword. The knight came out into the clearing. The player shuddered. Looking around, the protagonist asked if the security officer was standing in front of him. The man with long hair gave him a stern look. The stranger narrowed his eyes. Hansen tensely raised one eyebrow. Looking around, the mercenaries turned to their leader. Smiles immediately appeared on their faces. Narrowing his eyes tensely, the gang leader asked if this was the man who beat up his subordinates. Lowering his shield, the guy replied that they started the fight first. The blade of the sword flashed in the air. The young man parried the blow, raising the shield in front of him in time. The man grinned and wondered who it was. The blade rose into the air. Someone stood on their toes. The stranger jumped back. Raising his eyebrows, he wondered how such a newbie who hadn't even gotten a job could repel his attack when his skills weren't good enough for this dungeon. The player didn't lower his shield. The mercenary leader smiled widely. The man's eyes widened and he declared that he was fed up. He thrust his sword forward and declared that he was going to do it carefully. The two-handed sword cut through the air. Holding the hilt in front of his face, the stranger decided that he wouldn't end it with just one leg. The knight rushed forward. Noticing this, the protagonist shuddered. The enemy raised his sword above his head. A self-confident grin was on his face. Hansen's eyes widened as he saw him approaching. The two-handed sword hit the shield with a clang. The opponents found themselves at a distance from each other. The head of the mercenaries smiled widely. The boy gave him a stern look, noting his strength and how different the other criminals were from him. The enemies looked at each other. Seeing the man clutching a sword in his hand, the young man thought that this man was superior to him in every way. Frowning, he thought that his opponent's swordsmanship was much better, even though his bloodsucker dagger had good stats. There were cracks on the shield. The other mercenaries were sitting on the ground, watching the fight. The player turned pale and wondered how everything had come to this situation. Holding the sword on his shoulder, the stranger's eyes flashed red. Lowering his left hand, the protagonist decided to get out of here first. A fiery spear appeared in his hand. The head of the mercenaries raised his eyebrows in surprise. The spear was right next to his face. A powerful explosion was heard in the forest. Smoke and ash rose into the air. Someone coughed. Hansen ran away. The white hair burned away in the explosion. The knight asked how dare someone do such a thing. His long hair became much shorter. The guy frowned. Looking back, he thought that he should not have held back because it was not a fatal blow. The man swung his sword. Its blade flashed over the shoulder of his opponent. With a quick movement, the young man raised his shield. The two-handed sword hit it. The blade sank into the ground. The stranger raised his eyebrows in shock. The fiery spear appeared in the player's hand again. The enemies prepared their weapons for battle. The leader of the mercenaries held out a broadsword in front of him like a shield. The protagonist swung his spear. Its tip sank into the ground. An explosion sounded under the hero's feet. The knight landed on his feet. He looked away in displeasure, cursing his opponent. In the thick smoke, the blade of the sword appeared. The two-handed sword hit the shield with a ringing sound. The man smiled. He placed his weapon on his shoulder and declared that he had found his target. The blade flashed over Hansen's shoulder. The boy dodged to the side to avoid the blow. He looked around tensely, thinking that this man had not come here to kill him. The young man stood firmly on his feet. His shield was behind him. A fiery spear flashed in his hand. Another explosion occurred between the enemies. Raising his shield in front of him, the leader of the mercenaries was outraged that the enemy was using the same technique. The fiery spear exploded right in front of him. His eyes turned white with horror. Smoke rose above the tall trees. The man ran along a forest path. Opening the trading window in front of him, the player thought about what to buy. Having settled on a specific item, he clicked on the window where the product Survival Instinct was located, worth 20 billion points, and confirmed the purchase. A passive skill book appeared in his hands. A notification asked whether the user wanted to read it. The new message said that the Survival Instinct had been learned. The protagonist looked happily at his hand. The knight caught up with him, holding his sword on his shoulder, and said that there was no point in running away. Hansen frowned in displeasure. Smiling, the man concluded that his opponent had already surrendered. Taking out his dagger, the guy realized that he had to completely disarm the enemy within 60 seconds. His gaze was determined. The stranger swung his sword and rushed forward. Frowning, the young man decided to seize the right moment. Suddenly, a girl appeared between them. Yuna looked back. Surprised, raising his eyebrows, the player tried to understand who she was. The woman looked away. The two-handed sword broke in half. The leader of the mercenaries widened his eyes in confusion. The girl swung her weapon. She intercepted the spear shaft. At that moment, it appeared in front of the knight's face. The protagonist turned pale from shock. The man fell to the ground from the blow, his eyes turning white. With the corners of his lips down, Henson wondered what had just happened. Yuna took a step towards him. Closing her eyes, the woman greeted him. The heroes stood opposite each other. The girl apologized for the rudeness shown during their last meeting. The guy frowned in confusion, thinking that he had seen her somewhere before. Remembering how some time ago the stranger approached him and asked him something, the young man realized that it was she who gave him an elixir of rare quality. Putting the elixir in his hands, Yuna said that she treats such people with great assertiveness. The player's mouth fell open in amazement. Bowing, he thanked the stranger for her help. Smiling, the woman said that she should also apologize because she had been watching the guy from the very beginning. The protagonist looked up at her in shock. There were unconscious people lying on the ground. The girl said that she had been watching them since her first mission and regretted not intervening earlier. Raising his eyebrows, Henson asked what mission they were talking about. Closing her eyes, Yuna said that it was a group of repeat offenders. The guy widened his eyes in amazement. Scratching the back of his head, he assumed that the stranger did not intervene in order to collect more evidence of their crimes. The answer was negative. Smiling slyly, the woman explained that she just wanted to check how good his abilities were. The young man frowned with displeasure. Putting her hand on her chest, the girl introduced herself as the chief inspector of the Players Association. Not far from the arch there was a portal. Yuna explained that she did not come here to pursue criminals, but because of the player. Knights stood guard at the entrance. The protagonist asked what they were talking about. Lowering her weapon, the woman suggested that they first go outside to discuss everything. She looked back and suggested taking care of the criminals. Henson nodded decisively. He took a step forward. He mentioned repeat offenders. Following his new acquaintance, the guy asked if these people had committed similar crimes before. Without turning around, the inspector said that in most places where players had disappeared, this group was the suspects, but there was no evidence. Raising his eyebrows, the young man asked what disappearances they were talking about. The girl explained that the association had not yet decided whether these were disappearances or murders. The player's eyes widened in shock. In his memories, a man almost cut his shoulder with a sword. Then he managed to jump to the side, avoiding the blow. At that moment, the main character looked back and thought that something was wrong. Raising his eyebrows, he said that these people had no intention of killing him. Looking to the side, Yuna agreed with him. Beaten criminals lay on the clearing. Looking up, Henson asked why they were chasing him. The woman flinched. She put the weapon on her shoulder and said that they would find out. At the same time, the inspector made a dash and disappeared from sight. Her weapon touched the man. Standing next to him, the girl asked him to get up. His hand was lying on the ground. Looking down at him, Yuna realized that she would have to use extreme methods. The tip of her spear pierced the stranger's body. Opening his mouth, the criminal screamed in pain. Smiling widely, the woman said that this would not have happened if he had stood up immediately. The leader of the mercenaries got to his feet. He was asked why his group attacked the player. With tears in his eyes, the knight asked what they were talking about and explained that he was only trying to protect the guild members who were unfairly attacked. There was a disbelieving smile on the inspector's face. The guy approached them. The man asked if it was acceptable for the association's leadership to attack innocent players and attack those who were unconscious. The young man looked away in displeasure when the enemy promised to tell the press and the police about this incident. The girl did not stop smiling. She tilted her head and asked how the criminal knew about her affiliation with the association if he was unconscious. The leader of the mercenaries opened his mouth in shock, not knowing what to say to this. Yuna did not take her eyes off him. The tip of the weapon was at his eye. Frowning, the woman asked if the man was really that stupid. Without lowering the blade, she asked if the stranger really did not realize the situation he was in. With a threatening frown, the inspector reminded him that this was a dungeon and that there would be no evidence of murder. The criminal's eyes widened tensely. The protagonist watched what was happening from the side. The girl asked if the enemy did not think that this player would report to the police if he was killed right now. Henson looked away. The head of the mercenaries was shaking with fear. Yuna said that he had better tell everything, so that this dungeon would not become a grave for him and his comrades. She closed her eyes and smiled, adding that the man could stay alive if he was useful as a witness. The stranger looked up. Beads of sweat were running down his cheeks. Standing next to the broken sword, the criminal asked if the representative of the association was threatening him and was ready to kill a respectable player. The woman determinedly knitted her brows, stating that the man in front of her had not yet come to his senses. The head of the mercenaries raised his eyebrows in surprise. The blade of the sword stuck into the ground. The boy flinched when he was called out. Turning to him, the inspector asked to leave them alone. Smiling nervously, the young man agreed. The mercenaries lay on the ground. The girl asked her friend to make sure that none of them escaped, otherwise they would have serious problems. The men lay motionless. The player took a step to the side. He had an embarrassed smile on his face. The criminal opened his mouth in fear when Yuna approached him. He raised his hand, asking for mercy, and said that he was wrong. The woman cast a disdainful glance at him. The setting sun illuminated the forest. A scream was heard. The tip of the dagger slid along the ground. The protagonist put it on his shoulder and looked away. The mercenaries were sitting on the ground and talking about something. Squinting, Henson tried to understand what they were trying to achieve. There was no way these people knew about his skill. A two-handed sword had hit his shield some time ago. The man smirked. The boy wondered who it was. He assumed that it had something to do with Sue's guild and the three-headed monster. The heroes were standing opposite each other in the cave. Yuna looked back. Frowning, the young man thought about how he would deal with all this. A while ago, a man handed over a business card and asked to contact him about joining the guild. Thinking that it might be the guild's doing, the player remembered the fanged mouth of the monster and wondered what would happen if the association's chief inspector asked how he managed to defeat the three-headed monster. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist decided that he had to become stronger. Tian stood next to the door with a suitcase in his hands. The Sioux Guild would never back down. Frowning, the girl said that they were in a dungeon. The player association was not trustworthy. The tip of the blade was a few millimeters from the man's eye. Putting his hand to his head, Henson said that in his opinion, joining the players should have solved all his problems. Approaching him from behind, the girl asked if too much time had passed. Smiling, the guy replied that everything was fine. Yuna said that these criminals received an order from the Sioux Guild. Hearing that they were instructed to put pressure on him, the young man's eyes widened in shock. Putting her hand in front of her, the woman added that they were trying to lure him away, pretending that it didn't concern them, but she managed to gather evidence and find out their personal information. The mercenary leader sat on the ground, tied up and beaten, and the inspector said that they would now be able to strike at Sue's guild. Smiling, the player asked if that was really true. Smiling broadly, the girl answered in the affirmative and suggested that they get out of here. The portal was in a residential area. The police took the leader of the criminals. All the members of the group were put in a police car. The protagonist watched the events in silence. A woman in black shoes stepped forward. Approaching her friend from behind, she called out to him. Changing into a formal suit, Yuna asked if they could talk in private. Looking back, Henson agreed. The blue sky was reflected in the windows of the building. The heroes were sitting at a table opposite each other. With his hands down, the guy asked why the association was looking for him. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. Hearing that they were interested in the situation with the three-headed monster, the young man shuddered. Nervously knitting his brows, he asked how the association employees knew about his location. Taking a mug in her hands, the inspector explained that they had looked through the camera footage. Frowning, the player asked if this was legal. Putting the mug on the table, the girl answered in the negative. Looking up, she explained that they had the right to request any information about the players if necessary. With her mouth open, Yuna decided to discuss the incident with the three-headed monster. The protagonist stared at her in amazement. The woman picked up the mug again, continuing to talk about something. Henson listened attentively, not taking his eyes off her. The empty mug stood on the table. The inspector asked if the acquaintance understood the whole essence of the situation, because he managed to defeat that monster. It was an unofficial investigation, so she wanted to secretly enter the dungeon and evaluate his abilities. The guy frowned tensely. Frowning sternly, the girl apologized again for not immediately intervening during the battle with the criminals. Looking at her, the young man clarified whether his abilities were really evaluated. The answer was affirmative. Throwing a stern look at him, Yuna said that she was convinced of his strength when she saw the skills the guy used during the battle with Wuhan. That is why he managed to defeat the three-headed monster. The player stood in front of its corpse. The headless beast lay on the ground. The protagonist tensely pursed his lips. The woman barely smiled. Sitting opposite him, Henson asked if it was a crime to hide the fact that he was the one who killed the monster. The answer was no. Opening her mouth, the inspector explained that the association had been looking for him for a long time to reward him for this work. Her expression was completely calm. Raising her eyebrows, the guy asked what kind of reward they were talking about. It turned out that there was a good pay for killing a three-headed monster. On the table was a sign with a name and position. The girl said that they had some kind of proposal. A smile shone on her face. Sunlight illuminated the office. The boy asked if the association wanted to accept him into their ranks. The answer was affirmative. Pursing his lips, the player explained that he had no desire to join any organization. Closing her eyes, Yuna said that she knew that the answer would be like this and asked to listen to their conditions first. Raising her eyebrows, the woman offered a deposit of 100 billion won and many other bonuses that members of the association receive. The bonuses included the removal of tax obligations and free equipment rental. Looking up, the protagonist asked if he needed to show his status window. The inspector shuddered in surprise. Smiling, she answered negatively and said that the condition for joining was only a test. With wide eyes, Henson asked what kind of test it was. Clenching her fist, the girl said that the test was very easy and only involved honest answers to questions. Covered in cold sweat, the guy assumed that he was an investigator. The hooded man stood behind the boy. The truth contract skill has nothing to do with battles, but it is often used by police officers or investigators. The young man opened his mouth and said something. The man put his hand to the back of his head. If the person being interrogated is telling the truth, then nothing will change. The boy smiled. His body began to emit a red light, which signaled that he was lying. The player frowned and asked why the association would go to such lengths to hire him, when under these conditions they could easily hire a high-level person. Yuna raised her eyebrows. Smiling, she explained that a high level was not an indicator. The woman shrugged her shoulders and explained that even these conditions were not good enough to lure worthy players to the association, especially since those with a high level and outstanding skills were often criminals. The protagonist looked away in embarrassment and asked if it was because of the 20-level rule. The inspector tilted her head and said that she could not deny it. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when she heard that her friend did not know how to get around this rule. He asked if the association really wanted to hire him anyway. Hearing an affirmative answer, Henson tensely raised his eyebrows. Yuna explained that his results in 3 months were enough to invest 100 billion in him. A cold sweat appeared on the guy's face. The boy closed his eyes and thought that if Sue and the player association knew about this, then other major guilds would have done the same as well. In his memory, Woohyun almost stabbed him with his sword. Remembering Tu-Woong smiling, the player decided that he didn't have the strength to deal with even the mercenary leader now, let alone the major guilds. He had been talking on the phone a while ago, frowning. The man continued to smile, talking about the contract with their guild. Keeping a calm expression on his face, the protagonist accepted the player association's offer. The woman smiled and said that it was a great decision. Someone's heels clicked on the floor of the office. The inspector pointed at the man who had entered. Henson gave him a tense look. An open palm appeared in front of him. Raising her eyebrows, the association employee asked if the player agreed to activate the truth contract skill. Yuna watched with a serious expression. The guy agreed, frowning decisively. The young man placed his hands on the armrests. When the skill was activated, a confirmation message would appear in front of his eyes and he would need to agree. The girl brought her hand to the back of his head. Looking down, she used the contract of truth. A confirmation notification appeared in front of the player. Looking at it, the protagonist thought that he did not like this idea. However, he obediently pressed the confirmation button. Red particles began to shine around him. Henson looked away. The employee was heading for the exit. The office door slammed behind her. The heroes were left alone. Sternly frowning, Yuna asked her friend to get comfortable and answer all the questions. The guy closed his eyes. Squinting, the woman asked if the young man really woke up 3 months ago. The answer was affirmative. Lowering his head, the player answered negatively when asked if he knew how to bypass the 20-level rule. The inspector raised her eyebrows and asked why a level 140 person was hunting in low-level dungeons. Pursing her lips, the protagonist remained silent. The time on the wall clock ticked. Keeping his eyes closed, Henson thought that this test was nothing special. The girl frowned sternly and asked if he had a personal skill. The boy flinched when he heard this question. He wondered if she knew about it, and sweat appeared on his face. Frowning, Yuna said that he absolutely had to answer this question. The boy lowered his head tensely. The woman did not take her eyes off him. Looking at him from under her brows, she asked if the reason why the player only hunted low-level monsters was somehow related to his personal skill. Closing his eyes, the protagonist answered in the affirmative. Narrowing her eyes suspiciously, the inspector asked if this skill could be used on other people. Henson pursed his lips. Clenching his fist, he answered in the negative. There were a lot of monster corpses in the dungeon. The girl asked if it was possible to bypass the 20-level rule using this skill. Beads of sweat appeared on the guy's face. His fist was shaking. The young man looked down. Opening his mouth, he answered in the affirmative. The player looked up. Smiling, Yuna said that they were done. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked if he would need to go through this test again. Closing his eyes, the woman said that there was no need for that because he had already managed to prove his utmost honesty. Taking the mug in her hands, she said that she expected this outcome. Smiling widely, the inspector was surprised that the player actually had a personal skill. Henson lowered the corners of his lips. Opening his mouth, he asked if she had a personal skill. The girl looked up in surprise. Raising the mug to herself, Yuna answered in the affirmative and added that she could not say what her ability was. The woman lowered her eyelids and said that her friend was right about her skill. Looking down, the guy concluded that he wasn't the only one with a special skill. Squinting, the inspector explained that there was no need to be upset about this because a personal skill is unique and unrepeatable for each person. The people in armor stood one after another. All the holders of personal skills held high positions. Hearing this, the young man was surprised that there were so many of them. The girl took a sip. All the leadership of the association were high-level people. Hearing that information was very limited for ordinary people, the player looked up in surprise. The mug was on the table. Yuna said that they did not know much even about high-level players. Looking down, she added that all information, especially about the holders of personal skills, was strictly protected by the national security law. Raising his eyebrows in amazement, the protagonist asked why they were telling him about it so easily. Putting her hand on the armrest, the woman replied that she was doing this because he also had a personal skill, although she was not allowed to divulge information about the presence of such a skill. Smiling, the inspector said that this would not be a problem, because they were part of the same organization. Squinting in confusion, Henson reminded him that he had not said that he agreed to join the association. The girl closed her eyes happily and said that he had no choice now since he knew about her personal skill. The guy turned pale with horror and asked what they were talking about. Yuna stood up from the table and took a step forward, asking him not to make such a face since he would become a member of a state organization, not an association. The young man looked at her in surprise. The woman put a paper on the table. The player looked at it and was surprised. The contract had the emblem of the Korean Players Association on it. The protagonist, his eyes wide with shock, could not believe that such conditions were possible at the state level. Taking the papers in his hands, he noticed that there were not many clauses with obligations, and the salary in emergency situations was quite substantial. The terms of the contract were set out on the sheet, benefits were paid during military operations, rights to stones and items were guaranteed. The inspector handed him a pen. Smiling broadly, she asked him to sign the contract quickly. Picking up the pen, Henson thought that if this was true, all the bonuses would be almost for free. The only thing that bothered him was that at the end of the contract it was written that the contract was valid for life, and in case of its termination, it was necessary to pay an amount 10 times the deposit. The guy looked down, thinking. Looking ahead, the young man asked if all members of the association signed up to such conditions. The girl closed her eyes and answered negatively, explaining that otherwise the organization would go bankrupt. Raising her eyebrows, Yuna explained that they only provide such conditions to those with personal skills. The player raised his eyebrows in surprise. His eyes turned white when the woman noted his ability to bypass the 20-level rule. Crossing her legs, she said that her friend could increase his level without any restrictions, since he managed to get experience and stones even from low-level monsters. Joyfully clenching her fist, the inspector said that this was their chance to hire a person whose level could become the highest in the world. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in silence. Picking up the mug, he wondered who these people thought he was. Taking a sip, Henson decided that it was good that the association was so wrong about him. The mug was on the table. Smiling, the guy asked if it was possible to shorten the contract a little. The girl shuddered and asked if he really didn't like something. The guy nodded. Putting her hand on the armrest, Yuna asked if he knew how many people in the world had a personal skill. The powerful players stood one after another. The young man answered that according to government data, there were about 80 of them. Frowning sternly, the woman said that she was the only one with such a skill in the entire country before it appeared. The player stared at her in surprise. Raising his eyebrows, he concluded that special skills were extremely rare. Looking at him, the inspector expressed her understanding that the contract term might not suit him. However, the association cannot allow a person with a personal skill to be recruited by another guild or even a country. The protagonist looked up in amazement. Keeping a confident expression on her face, the girl explained that this was the reason they had improved the terms of the contract as much as possible and changed the term to lifelong. Smiling, she added that the association was ready to provide anything if something was needed. Raising his eyebrows, Henson expressed a desire to change the contract term to 1 year. Closing his eyes, Yuna repeated that it was impossible. Without taking his eyes off her, the guy asked to reduce the amount of the deposit, since 10 billion would be enough for him. Smiling, the woman said that her answer would be the same. Resolutely frowning, the young man suggested reducing the contract term to 2 years. Without ceasing to smile, the inspector suggested increasing the amount of the deposit. The heroes sat opposite each other. The girl pursed her lips in displeasure, hearing her interlocutor's demands. Smiling, the player offered a 2-year contract with a deposit of 20 billion, adding that if they didn't have any problems within 2 years, the contract with the association would be his priority. Yuna glanced at him in surprise. There was a mug next to the contract. The protagonist had given an ultimatum, refusing to sign the contract if his wishes were not taken into account. The man stood in front of the US flag. The woman asked if her friend was going to emigrate to another country. Closing his eyes, Henson explained that he simply didn't know enough about the association and didn't like to obey anyone. Tilting his head forward, the inspector asked if the contract didn't have more benefits than responsibilities. Raising his eyebrows, the guy asked if she really thought so. The girl stared at him in confusion. Looking away, the young man thought about the multi-billion-dollar deposit. Looking at the papers lying on the table, he decided that he couldn't neglect his future and let this money shackle him. Taking the mug in his hands, the player realized that all he needed now was a nest that could protect and hide him. Taking a sip, the protagonist thought that he could not sign a lifelong contract, even if he wanted to stay here in the future. Putting the mug on the table, Henson said that he would definitely re-sign with the association under the same conditions, because the organization would not lose anything. Yuna raised her eyebrows when she was asked to think of the 2-year contract as an internship period. She closed her eyes and sighed heavily. Taking the papers in her hand, the woman agreed, but warned that she could not make such a decision alone. The guy shuddered when he heard this. Getting up from her chair, the woman asked him to wait a little because she needed to report this to the management. Smiling, the young man agreed. The hands on the clock moved with a characteristic sound. The player looked at the phone screen. The inspector entered the office and said that she had passed on his proposal to the management. Holding a paper in her hands, the girl said that they had a counter-offer. Looking back, the protagonist asked what it was. Putting a new contract on the table, Yuna asked her friend to be sure to report to the Korean Association about offers that will come from other guilds or foreign organizations. Henson smiled and nodded. Looking down, the woman added that the player would have to renew the contract if he was offered similar conditions. Closing his eyes, the guy agreed. The inspector looked at him with distrust. A signature appeared on the contract. The young man looked up at the girl. Extending her hand to him, she hoped for fruitful cooperation. The heroes shook hands. Grinning, the player agreed with her for the duration of the contract. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Smiling widely, Yuna offered him to change his equipment because all his equipment was rented. The protagonist scratched his cheek. Looking away, Henson explained that his dagger and robe were of rare quality. Closing her eyes, the woman offered to exchange everything except these 2 items. The next morning, the sun illuminated the association building. There were suits of armor in the room, shields lay on the shelves. Various swords hung on the wall, causing delight. Looking around, the guy was amazed at such a large amount of equipment. Looking ahead, he asked if representatives of the association could rent anything. Without turning around, the inspector said that this was not entirely true. The young man shuddered in surprise, hearing that each member of the organization could only rent equipment corresponding to his rank. The girl smiled. Turning around, she noted that her new acquaintance was an exception. The player blushed embarrassedly. The protagonist approached the counter. He thoughtfully raised his eyebrows, seeing a notice that contained information about a magical velour jacket. Standing in front of a variety of different jackets, Henson thought it was a little different from what he expected from the association. Deciding to make a careful choice, the guy took the hanger off the counter. There was a cafe sign on the white building. There were 2 glasses with drinks on the table. Yuna decided to tell her friend all about the association while his equipment was being prepared. Raising the straw to his mouth, the young man was surprised that all this was happening for real. He looked up when he was offered to discuss the place where he was assigned. The player asked what kind of place it was. The woman looked at him. Smiling, she told him that he was assigned to the investigation department and that his job would be to resolve incidents in the dungeons or conflicts between people. It was mainly search and solve the problem. The man tried to calm down 2 armed players. Sitting opposite her new friend, the inspector added that they also had to help the support team since they were short-staffed. Placing his hand on the table, the protagonist asked if he had the strength to handle such duties, saying that he would have no trouble figuring it out in low-level dungeons, but would have trouble with higher-level rifts. The girl twirled a drink straw in her hands. With a stern frown, she promised to take his current level into account. Henson looked up when Yuna informed him that she was now his boss and that he could contact her about any difficulties that arose at work. Raising his eyebrows, the guy asked if they could discuss one problem that arose before signing the contract. Smiling, the woman agreed. The laptop screen showed the young man's dossier. Information about the amount of stones he earned and sold had somehow fallen into the hands of the Sioux Guild. A book appeared in the air, containing records of the entrance to the dungeon. The guild also possessed this information. An untouched glass stood on the table. Frowning, the inspector promised to find out more about this incident and put pressure on the Sioux Guild. The player asked with wide eyes if this was really that unusual. The girl replied that this was not the first time. Pursing her lips, she added that she was ready to deal with her right now, but for now her strength was not enough. The protagonist put his hand to his chin. He looked up when he heard that he would be given a place to stay. Raising his hands, Henson said that he led a nomadic lifestyle, so he did not need it. Surprised, Yuna said that it was a little difficult. The guy closed his eyes in embarrassment and asked if this was really because of emergency unscheduled work. Condensation formed on the lid of the glass. Raising her eyebrows, the woman confirmed this and added that they were constantly in need of labor, so a member of the association must inform her of his movements every time. The young man widened his eyes in surprise. The inspector smiled and explained that she would be able to provide him with work depending on his current location. She handed him a bank card and added that the association also provided funds for personal expenses and housing. Taking it, the player asked if that was possible, and the answer was negative. She brought her hand to her mouth and explained that it was necessary to keep it a secret, because if other members of the association found out, there would be a fuss about the organization having special treatment for someone. Officially, it would be recorded as compensation for frequently changing jobs, but the protagonist kept a calm expression. Looking at his boss, he thanked her for her work. Winking, Yuna said that this was the least they could do to get the player to sign a contract again in 2 years. Henson blushed with embarrassment. White clouds floated above the building. The guy put on his jacket. Smiling, the young man said that the clothes fit him well. The woman handed him the card and asked him to take the ID card proving his membership in the association. The player raised his eyebrows in surprise. He looked at the card with his photo. He now had the authority of a member of the supervision team, so there should be no trouble. Looking up, the protagonist asked if he could go. Smiling, the inspector answered in the affirmative and asked him to check the notifications from time to time, despite the fact that emergency calls were extremely rare. The heroes stood opposite each other, the girl reminded that in cases where something happens, they require an immediate response. With a smile on his face, Henson asked when he would be given a deposit. Closing her eyes, Yuna happily reported that the money had arrived in the account as soon as the contract came into effect. Scratching the back of his head, the guy concluded that the association was in dire need of funds and said that he was going to buy a couple of skill books. Smiling widely, the woman called it a good idea and offered to take him to the bookstore at the association. She turned away and walked towards the exit. The inspector heard the gratitude and took a step forward. Looking at her, the young man decided to invest all 20 billion in skill books to become stronger. There were books on the shelves, there were not as many of them as he would like. Standing in front of the cabinet, the girl explained that their stock was not replenished that often. Looking to the side, she added that demand exceeds supply, so if a good book appears, it is bought immediately. The heroes looked at each other. Yuna said that their selection was smaller than that of the official auction house. Next to the bookcases was a monitor. Approaching it, the player was glad that he did not have to pay taxes. Standing next to him, the woman asked why he decided to buy so many books, because it was not very effective. Smiling, the protagonist replied that they would definitely find a use for them someday. A notification appeared that the passive skill book Immortality had been upgraded to a unique rare rank. The inspector took a step forward. Raising her eyebrows, she concluded that her work was done. Standing in front of the car, the girl said that the car was insured, so she could use it for her own pleasure. After getting behind the wheel, Henson said goodbye to her. Yuna wished him a good trip. On the wall hung a sign that said the president's office. Scratching his beard, the man said that 2 years was a rather short period. Looking at him, the woman asked if he was upset that they had not managed to sign a lifetime contract. Frowning, the man confirmed this, saying that they should have done so. Squinting, the inspector was indignant that her boss was only thinking about money. Stating that this was not the case, the president of the association put his hand on the table and reminded him that they had already had to improve the conditions in the case of his subordinate. So a lifetime contract did not imply working for low wages. The girl closed her eyes. Hearing that this was how it had been from the beginning, the man turned pale with shock. Yuna smiled broadly and said that she was given better conditions only because she insisted on it, and that she should have changed the contract term from the beginning as well. The association president frowned sternly and asked her not to compare things like that, because the previous time was the first time something like this had happened, and it was only because of that that the association knew about the existence of personal skills. The woman frowned and said that this was why the organization should have treated her better. The boy put his hands in his pants pockets. The man said that they had made many concessions for his sake, and if the subordinate had not interfered, they would have offered a lifetime contract with a deposit of 100 billion won. There was an open suitcase of money on the floor. The inspector said that if the association had not made concessions, information about him would have leaked out to the masses and foreign organizations would have taken him away. The president, his mouth open in shock, asked if his colleague was threatening to pass on the information to foreign associations. Keeping a confident expression, the girl objected and added that the possibility of data leakage was high. The man said that he knew her too well. Closing her eyes, Yuna said that the boss should understand what she was thinking if he really knew her that well. Squinting, the president answered negatively. The woman asked him not to pretend and change her contract to 2 years. Lowering his head, the man said that it was impossible. Folding his hands together, he added that if his subordinate had not objected, they would have signed a lifetime contract with Henson. Squinting, the inspector insulted him. The president's eyes turned white from such insolence. Sitting at the table, the man said that he was doing this for the good of the country, because nothing bad would have happened if the guy had signed a lifetime contract. Frowning sternly, the girl said that it would have been better if the young man had not signed it at all. Scratching the back of his head, the president asked why he was getting all this. Yuna gave him a stern look and offered to cancel her contract if he didn't like it. Leaning back in his chair, the man refused. Noticing his colleague heading for the exit, he asked where she was going. Gritting her teeth, the woman replied that she was going to do her job. A drop of sweat was running down the association president's cheek. Clouds were floating across the blue sky. A message appeared on his phone screen stating that the transfer of 1 billion won to his mother had been completed. Walking down the street, the young man thought that this would be enough to pay for his father's hospital bills for the next 10 years. Looking ahead, the player thought that he had only bought one skill book related to restoration in order to improve his immortality skill without seeming suspicious. The book shone against the stars, and the protagonist wondered how many books he would need to improve. The sun's rays illuminated the city buildings. Henson was sitting at the table. He put his finger on the monitor. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the boy decided to buy the book Restoration of Nature. The screen showed that the current bid was 135 million won. The young man raised his eyebrows and thought that even if he failed to study the rare rank book, it would be a good idea to have it in reserve. After that, the player clicked on the button to place a bid. Imagining Yuna raising her hand and smiling, the protagonist remembered her advice that passive skill books are always active, so they are often bought, and active skills are most often ignored and not used. Squinting, he decided to buy all the goods of rare rank and above. The man walked down the street. Henson decided that he spent the money well. A cloud of energy appeared next to his hand. The energy immediately disintegrated into bright particles. Smiling, the guy decided to spend the extra points. A notification appeared in the air. Thanks to the many things sold, the number of points exceeded 13 billion. Scrolling through the list of goods, the young man concluded that the game console and laptop are popular. Standing in front of the trading window, the player noticed that cosmetics, perfume, and watches were also sold out pretty quickly. The window evaporated, disintegrating into particles. Picking up an electrical appliance in his hands, the protagonist thought that this thing was the most useful. There was a second-hand sign on the building. The man closed his eyes and greeted the guests. The people bowed to Henson, who entered the store. He put on a mask and glasses and asked about the batteries. There were many devices on the floor. The employee said that they were all charged and configured. The batteries rose into the air. Adjusting his glasses, the guy said that he had another request. Heading to the exit, the young man asked if the store could prepare the same amount of goods with a full charge. Smiling, the man confirmed this and added that the client could rely on them. Looking after the guest, the employee said that they made a discount since the client always pays with points, and that he can always contact them if he needs anything else. Closing his eyes, the player thanked him. Night fell. The light was on in the Pomchin motel room. The protagonist scratched his chin, looking at the store window. A moment flashed through his memory when he had to defend himself with a shield. Wuhan grinned evilly, wondering who his opponent really was. Frowning, Henson decided to spend all his points. Sitting on the bed, he concluded that he had about 3 billion left. The list of goods showed icons for stat increases, weak costing 5 million points and small costing 10 million. All the goods were of normal quality. Looking up, the guy realized that he needed 5 billion to improve all stats to 200. In his hand was a green shard. Throwing it into his mouth, the young man thought that increasing stats affected all skills, so it was profitable to invest in pumping up stats. The notification hanging in the air said that the number of points was 8 billion. Various books were lying on the floor. The player decided to spend the remaining 5 billion to buy a few more. Against the background of blue particles, a notification appeared containing information about the Book of Immortality. The protagonist realized that the word slow had disappeared from it. He picked up a dagger. A cut appeared on his finger. The next moment, the wound healed. Hearing a strange sound, Henson looked back. The name of the association inspector appeared on the screen. Picking up the phone, the guy sat down on the sofa and said hello. Hearing his colleague's voice, the young man narrowed his eyes and asked what was the matter. Smiling, the girl said that they had evidence of the information they had received earlier, so they reported the Sioux Guild leadership to the police. Hearing that they would be arrested today, the player smiled happily and said that it was wonderful. Yuna said that even though the Sioux Guild was in close relations with the prosecutor, this time everything would be different. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. Jihoon looked ahead menacingly. Hearing that the investigation was stricter this time, Henson asked if it was because of the faction conflict. Sunwoo frowned sternly. The woman said that Guildmaster Su not only obstructed the investigation, but also provided all the internal documents as if he wanted to quickly catch them. Squinting, the boy asked what happened to the deputy guildmaster. The man was hiding in the shadows. The inspector said that the order for his arrest had not yet been received. Woohyun was tied up in front of the police building. The girl said that Sunwoo would not be able to resist for long. The policeman was leading the mercenary leader into the building when he was arrested. All the murders and attacks that had been committed were revealed. The tied-up deputy guildmaster also entered the building. All the customers were close to him. The young man looked away when he was asked to turn on the TV. He picked up the remote control and did so. The player's eyes widened. Someone asked if almost all the incidents had been confirmed. The girl on the screen said that the final decision had not been made, but it was only a matter of time. The news anchor said that Sunwoo had been expelled from the guild and was currently being sought by the police. The protagonist's eyes turned white. He was surprised that the TV had published the deputy's name but did not show the guild's name. Yuna asked if her friend was convinced of her words. Raising her eyebrows, Hansen answered in the affirmative. Looking forward, the woman said that the enemy would not be able to escape arrest. Sitting in her chair, she added that now even those who were favorable to the man turned away from him. Smiling, the guy thanked the association for the investigation. The inspector apologized for not doing it sooner. The young man looked away embarrassedly. Looking forward, the player promised to treat his colleague as a token of gratitude. The girl asked if this was true. The player answered in the affirmative, a blush appearing on his cheeks. Yuna said that she would wait for the call and wished him good night. Raising her hand, the protagonist promised to call later. He pressed the end call button. For a while, Hansen just stared at the screen. With his mouth open, the guy remembered that he needed to find a book. The neon sign of the motel was glowing on the roof. On the bed lay a book in a green cover. Taking it in his hands, the young man realized that this was the last skill book that could be studied, because all the deposit had been spent and all available skills had already been studied. In the darkness, notifications began to appear with a characteristic sound, stating that an error had occurred while studying natural healing. Immortality had been improved to a unique heroic level. Noticing this, the player opened his mouth in shock. Clenching his fist, he was glad that he finally managed to pump up this skill. Looking at the notification, the protagonist saw that he now had fewer weaknesses, because to kill him, both his head and heart must be damaged at the same time. Seeing the inscription that the skill can be developed further, Hansen's mouth opened in surprise. Smiling, the guy decided not to even think about the legendary rank, because it took too much effort and time to pump the book to the heroic level. The pillow was lying on the bed. Falling face down on it, the young man decided to sleep. Closing his eyes, he thought that tomorrow would be his first working day. The bright sun was shining above the building. The man approached the office. The girl crossed her arms over her chest. Someone said that she was a little worried. The player entered the office. He was asked if he was the new guy. The squad threw him a curious look. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist answered yes to the question asked. The man with the phone in his hands looked around. Hansen glanced around the office. Approaching him, the man in armor asked if the new guy was coming on shift. Smiling, the guy replied that it was his first time. The man smiled back, happy that his request to send a newcomer to them had been heard. With a friendly frown, Teachel introduced himself. The heroes shook hands and got acquainted. There was a sign next to the office. The heroes walked along the corridors of the building. The man pointed to the door. The young man looked up. The girl looked at him with disdain. The sign read restroom number 7. Closing his eyes, Teachel asked the newcomer to wait here. Looking away, he asked him to go with his friend if they were assigned to a level 100 dungeon. Sueun looked away. She pursed her lips in displeasure. Her colleague explained that she would be turning 25 and that she was around level 100. Smiling, the player hoped that they would get along well. The girl confirmed this with a wink. Noticing her displeased expression, Teachel asked her to introduce herself properly and not to use informal language from the start. Frowning, Sueung decided that they would communicate like this because the newcomer looked younger. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise when he was apologized to. Narrowing his eyes, Hansen thought that his new colleague did not like him. Scratching the back of his head, the man apologized for her behavior. Smiling, the guy replied that everything was fine. Looking up, the young man added that there was no way he could be younger. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. Hearing that he was turning 27 this year, Teachel's mouth dropped open. The player scratched his head in embarrassment when he was told that he had a childish face. He looked forward. Cyan apologized to him, her cheeks blushing. Smiling, the protagonist said that everything was fine, but his colleague turned away in embarrassment. Looking back, the man explained that they could head to the location immediately as soon as the request came. Raising one eyebrow, he explained that he wanted to assign someone else to the newbie, but unfortunately, the others had not yet reached level 100. Smiling widely, Hansen said that it was not that important to him. Narrowing his eyes, the guy thought that if he was sent to a dungeon below level 100, there would be no problem even if he had to act alone, because his stats, judging by the status window, were above level 200. There was a single bed in his room. Teachel looked at the newcomer and said that he could read a book or take a nap here if he didn't have to put on his gear. The sky turned orange. The young man yawned. Getting out of bed, he realized that he had slept for about 4 hours. Stretching his fingers, the player decided that his salary was still good. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he should take night shifts and get enough sleep here. Hearing the alarm, Hansen looked up. Someone was running down the hallway. Running into the room, Cyan said that a call had come in. Putting on his jacket, the guy headed for the exit. The car was parked. The young man asked what happened. Sitting behind the wheel, the girl said that a signal had come in about a monster that exceeded the dungeon level. Looking at her, the player asked if everything would be okay since they had gone to the call together. The partner replied that the two of them would be enough. A level 70 werewolf appeared in the Horned Turtle dungeon at level 60. The wolf bared its fangs. There were no victims yet and none were expected. Looking ahead, the protagonist concluded that this was because the difference was only 10 levels. Looking at the road, Cyan said that most often calls come for incidents in dungeons above level 50. Looking at her, Henson asked if this was due to the fact that there were no security personnel there. The answer was affirmative. A security officer's ID appeared in the air. Players who reach level 50 and receive their first profession usually go to work as employees in low-level locations themselves. The portal emitted bright particles. Starting from level 50, there were no more in the dungeons. The man opened his mouth in fear. The man looked up. Problems begin with players who are used to being under constant care. When various dangerous situations arise and there are no security personnel nearby, their survival skills deteriorate sharply, which develops into a huge problem. The orc punched the person standing next to him. Turning to his colleague, the guy noticed that this amuses her. Smiling, the girl noted the fact that this trip will give her a raise in salary. The car was driving along an empty road. The young man realized that the salary changes depending on the number of calls. Cyan confirmed this. There were rocks near the forest. The player took a step forward. Looking up, he assumed that it would be quite difficult for them to find the target. His partner stepped forward. Looking back, she asked her comrade not to be surprised. Her pupils narrowed. Fur grew on her skin. The girl turned into an anthropomorphic snow leopard. Her blue eyes sparkled. Pointing at her, the protagonist asked if this was really a cat. Grinning in displeasure, Cyan said that it was a leopard. Presenting a photo of a feline, Henson opened his mouth and apologized. His partner's nose twitched. Turning around, his colleague asked him not to lag behind, because otherwise she would have to leave him behind. After these words, the girl rushed into the depths of the forest. Looking after her, the shocked guy was surprised by such speed. A clawed paw hit the ground. The werewolf was standing in the thicket of the forest. The young man said that their enemy was quite large. Cyan compared him to a hunting dog. Continuing to run forward, she added that his sense of smell was even better than a dog's. The werewolf threw his head back and howled. The leopard jumped high into the air. The partner delivered a precise blow to the enemy. The player's eyes turned white with shock. The dead monster lay on the ground. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist was surprised that his colleague had such flexible equipment. Turning back, the girl said that it could not have been otherwise. She closed her eyes and suggested going back to the base. The wind swayed the leaves of the trees. Cyan looked back. An ear appeared on the top of her head. Her cat nose twitched again. Her partner said that this werewolf was not alone. Henson raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what that meant. Frowning, his colleague explained that the enemy had managed to call his pack before he died. Many werewolves were walking through the forest. The monster with a clawed paw took a step forward. The people with wolf heads frowned aggressively. Their eyes were bright red. While the other warriors ran away in fear, the protagonist asked if this happened often, and the girl answered negatively. Cyan smiled softly and said that, however, it does happen. The werewolf wrinkled his nose and looked away. The monsters slowly walked towards the girl, who said that when this happens, the name and level of this dungeon change. Henson looked straight ahead thoughtfully. He looked at Cyan, who told him to deal with the werewolves first and prepare a report. The girl ran towards the monsters, and the protagonist raised his hand and created a purple glow. Henson pulled out a sword from a small portal. The werewolves raised their paws and growled loudly. Cyan gritted her teeth and cut off the head of one of the monsters. Henson knelt down, attacking the werewolves with his weapon. The protagonist frowned his brown eyebrows. There were sharp black claws on the paws of the monsters. Henson turned around in confusion. The werewolf furiously wrinkled his nose, growling. Cyan and the protagonist were surrounded by monsters. Henson lowered his sword, asking if this was the king of the werewolves, and Cyan replied that she would take care of it. The girl immediately ran away, and the protagonist looked after her, asking if there would be any problems because this monster was about level 100 or 110. Suddenly, Henson looked to the side. A werewolf was walking on the ground. The two monsters gritted their teeth and raised their arms to strike. The protagonist attacked them in a jump, and their red blood sprayed in the air. Henson looked ahead thoughtfully while drops of enemy blood flew past him. A crowd of monsters watched the fight. The protagonist swung his sword, saying that it seemed like it would be over soon. The werewolf frowned and growled in anger. Suddenly, a blue beam of light pierced the body of one of the monsters. 3 werewolves fell to their knees, screaming in pain and bleeding. The protagonist passed by the fallen opponents. He turned around and asked if Suung was finished yet. The girl was fighting the werewolf in the air. The werewolf raised his paws and bared his sharp teeth. and Henson came to the conclusion that this was indeed a battle of leaders. The girl gritted her teeth and swung her hand, while the protagonist was thinking about whether he should help her. Henson quickly ran forward. He was approaching the furry monster. The werewolf raised its head and clenched its fists, screaming loudly. Henson sweated in surprise, not understanding what kind of magic it was. The protagonist frowned in confusion when the werewolf that stood in front of him suddenly disappeared. The monster opened its mouth wide and wrinkled its nose. It attacked Cyan, and fresh blood splashed in the air. The girl opened her eyes wide and let out a painful groan. The werewolf bit her neck, and Cyan screamed loudly. The protagonist raised his hands and released a fiery projectile. The monster jumped high into the air, holding Cyan in its teeth. The girl's eyes turned white, and a stream of red blood flowed out of her open mouth. Henson jumped behind the werewolf and swung his sword. Suddenly, Suyang fell into his arms, and he opened his mouth in surprise and widened his brown eyes. The protagonist landed on the ground. Holding the injured girl in his arms, he asked if she was okay. Henson raised his hand and used a healing technique. Suyang lay motionless on the ground, which was stained with her blood. The protagonist frowned and cursed, remembering the medicine he received last time. Suddenly, an enraged werewolf was rushing towards him behind Henson. The monster's claws were cut off. The protagonist frowned in displeasure, holding a sword in his hand. He looked straight ahead and said that the werewolf had dealt with Suyang first, and now he decided to take on him. There were bloody corpses of monsters lying on the ground. The werewolf closed his eyes and smiled when Henson asked if the monster sent his servants ahead to stall for time. The protagonist fell to his knees as the werewolf rushed towards him. Henson frowned and gripped the hilt of his weapon tightly. The protagonist swung his sword, and he and the werewolf moved quickly. The monster bent its back and crossed its arms. Henson's eyes widened in surprise as the werewolf suddenly jumped up. The protagonist frowned and looked away. The monster extended its arm forward, rapidly approaching Henson. The protagonist kicked the werewolf in the face. The monster flew to the side from the force of the blow. Henson bent his knee, raising his eyebrows in confusion. The werewolf raised its head and howled loudly. Suddenly, many monsters approached the protagonist and Cyan, who was lying on the ground. Henson gritted his teeth in displeasure and cursed. The girl lay with her eyes closed and her mouth open. The protagonist grinned and created a yellow spark in his hand, saying that this situation, on the contrary, was even for the best. Henson put his palm to the blade of his sword and said that he would act step by step. The protagonist looked down and said, "Magic projectile, ice projectile, fire projectile." The werewolves bared their sharp fangs and ran towards Henson. The protagonist, with golden lights flying in the air in front of his face, mentioned a fireball and a fire spear. He frowned, looking at the sword in his hand. Henson looked up and used the release technique. The werewolves opened their mouths wide, and a white mist rose. Suddenly, all the monsters were in the air, surrounding the protagonist. Multicolored projectiles flew in the air. They pierced the backs of the werewolves. Long, bright rays of light emanated from the protagonist. Henson's sword blade sparkled. The protagonist smiled and said that he didn't even need potions. He raised his weapon and frowned in concentration. Multicolored projectiles flew towards the werewolves. Black spots were visible in the middle of the battlefield. The monster was running away quickly, dodging the projectiles. The protagonist looked after the werewolf and said that he had good reflexes, so he was different from other monsters. Suddenly, the trees caught fire, and Henson said that he would see if the werewolf could dodge a rare rank skill. A huge ice wall grew out of the ground in front of the fleeing monster. The werewolf sweated with excitement and looked up, growling loudly. Henson walked towards the monster. He said with a calm face that it was too late. Multicolored lights were floating in the air around the protagonist. The werewolf turned around, frowning. Bright arrows rushed towards the monster. The werewolf bared his teeth and screamed loudly while his eyes emitted a red glow. Multicolored projectiles flew past Henson's calm face. A huge number of arrows flew towards the monster. Suddenly, the ice wall split and its fragments flew around. There was fog in the forest. A dark blue glow was visible in the air. The protagonist's gaze was serious. Several projectiles flew out from the small portal. Henson put his hand in his pocket and walked towards the portal, wanting to see what items fell out. Suddenly, the protagonist frowned in confusion and sweat beaded as he looked down. He picked up a huge heart. Henson stretched out his hand and a blue screen appeared in the air. The system provided information about the werewolf king's heart and its characteristics. The protagonist sweated in shock, realizing that this artifact was able to change appearance. Henson picked up the heart and said that compared to the increase in indicators, the price for using it was much more serious. The protagonist turned around and said that he needed to go back first. There were dark clouds in the night sky. Henson was sitting on a chair, and Cyan was lying on the bed. The young man with black hair and armor frowned, asking if the girl was okay. Suyang lay with her eyes closed and her mouth open, and the protagonist replied that all of her external injuries had healed. He He raised his eyebrows and added that it would still be better to take the girl to the hospital to make sure. The young man looked at Henson seriously and thanked him for preventing a disaster. The protagonist closed his eyes and laughed, saying that he was also part of the team, so he had to help his comrades. He put his hands in his pockets and said that he would return once he figured everything out. There was a clear sky above the large building. Soo-young bowed respectfully and thanked the protagonist for saving her. Henson raised one hand, silently looking at the girl. He closed his eyes and sweated. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, the protagonist smiled and said that he should have helped. Then Henson noted that the others were still wearing the same clothes as yesterday. The black-haired boy closed his eyes and explained with a smile that after they dealt with the incident yesterday, he went hunting and then came here. Without opening his eyes, the boy asked if this also applied to Henson. The protagonist smiled and confirmed it, saying that he rested here and earned money. There was a cup of coffee on the table. Teachel furrowed his brows and said that he originally thought that Henson lived in a luxurious house and had a lot of money because it was rare to see so many rare-ranked things in one person. The protagonist looked at his coffee and said with a laugh that he was a laborer before he woke up. Soo-young raised her eyebrows in surprise when Teachel said that it seemed like Henson was in a difficult situation. The protagonist smiled softly and said that his father had fallen ill and was hospitalized. Henson introduced his smiling mother and said that his family worked hard to pay the hospital bills. The protagonist, wearing a black apron, smiled. Teachel looked at Hansung and admitted that they had actually received an order to take good care of him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise, and Teachel added that this was the reason he thought Hansung was from a rich family. The protagonist looked straight ahead and guessed that his comrades thought he was born into a very wealthy family. Hansung took a sip of coffee and said that Yuna had done her best, and Teachel was surprised that the protagonist knew the captain. Hansung closed his eyes and explained with a smile that Yuna had hired him. The warriors watched the conversation with a smile, and Teachel said that the protagonist really did have outstanding abilities. Soo-yeon turned around, a drop of sweat running down her cheek. It was night. The young man in brown pants was walking down the hallway. The protagonist walked down the dark hallway, thinking about unpacking his things before going to bed. Soo-young opened her mouth and called out to Henson. The protagonist looked back. The girl bowed and said that she was truly sorry. Henson widened his eyes in confusion and opened his mouth. Soo-young, standing in a bow, said that there was a misunderstanding and she was rude to him, for which she apologized. The protagonist sweated, looking at Soo-young in confusion. The girl straightened up and said that she had developed prejudices because of a person she once met during a challenge. They stood opposite each other, and Henson asked what happened. The girl introduced a warrior with a sword in his hand and said that because the son of a high-ranking official of the association acted recklessly at the scene, the team members were seriously injured. The girl opened her mouth in shock and widened her black eyes. The warrior was talking to a man in a black suit, and Soo-young added that he, as the culprit of the incident, did not even receive any punishment, unlike the other team members. The girl's eyes filled with tears and she said that after that, she always tried to be the first to respond to calls. The protagonist smiled and said that everything was fine. He closed his eyes and added that he did not pay attention to such things. Cyan's cheeks blushed. She bowed and thanked Henson, which made him think that she seemed quite kind. The protagonist looked at the girl seriously. He smiled slightly and said that he was interested in something, but Cyan did not have to answer if it was difficult. Henson raised his eyebrows in surprise and sweat began to flow when the girl shouted that she would answer his question. She smiled softly and asked what he was interested in. The protagonist, with 2 drops of sweat running down his cheek, thought that Cyan was very naive. While the girl smiled with her eyes closed, Henson thought that he was becoming more and more convinced of this. The protagonist pursed his lips. He frowned and said that it would be a little problematic. Henson clenched his hands into fists and explained that the reason was because of Soon's skills. The girl closed her eyes and said with a smile that she knew he would ask about this because many had already done so. The protagonist touched his face and Soon raised one hand. She smiled. Henson opened his mouth in surprise and realized that the girl's skill was the ryanthropy. Soon smiled politely. While the protagonist thought that this was an active skill, when used, she turned into a snow leopard, and her strength, agility, and endurance indicators increased significantly. Henson stared at Soon, thinking that she had high attack and defense powers, so she was a good tank and damage dealer. But among her shortcomings were low magic and willpower. The girl raised one hand, and the protagonist thought that her low willpower made her vulnerable to magical attacks. Cyan closed her eyes and smiled warmly, and Henson concluded that there was no reason for her to tell him all this. A week later, there was a blue sky above the brown building. The protagonist lay down, looking at the ceiling, saying that nothing was happening. He put his hands under his head and said that there were no more incidents, and the initiation ceremony went well. Henson remembered fighting the werewolf king. He rolled over on his side and rested his cheek on his palm. There was a bored expression on his face. Holding one finger to the blue screen, Henson said that although popularity had dropped, batteries and electronic products were selling without a problem. His eyes sparkled with joy, and he said that he would be able to buy more heroic rank items soon. The protagonist stood up. With his hands up, Henson decided to kill the boredom by hunting and earn some points at the same time. White sparks were visible in the sky. The man in the black suit looked straight ahead and asked to see his player ID. The protagonist in front of him reached into his pocket. Henson handed the man his player ID. The man sweated in surprise when he saw the inscription about the association's supervision department. He bowed politely, wishing the protagonist a good hunt, and Henson turned around, smiling. The protagonist was walking through a cave. A crowd of white horned monsters could be seen ahead. Henson raised his hand and summoned a firestorm. A bright orange stream of energy shot out from his palm. Flames engulfed the cave. Sparks floated in the air around the protagonist, and he said that he was glad he bought it. In front of him was a round shield, and Henson said that this was to be expected from a wide-spectrum rare rank item. The protagonist smiled and thought that the synergy with the shield was simply amazing. Henson looked ahead and said that in a mid-level dungeon, it would not be noticeable, but in a low-level dungeon, it could be considered cheating. Suddenly, the round shield cracked and red lights appeared in the air. The protagonist frowned in displeasure and clenched his teeth. The stranger in the dark hood praised his good reaction with a smile. The stranger turned around and Henson shouted, asking who it was. The young man with black hair closed his eyes and smiled when he realized that the protagonist did not recognize him. There were traces of blood on the iron sword, and the young man said that Henson should be wondering at whose hands he would die. The protagonist frowned tensely and sweat beaded. Sonu took off his hood, put his hand on his chest, and said with a smile that until recently, he was the deputy leader of the Sioux Guild. Henson touched his shoulder, looking at the young man with fear, who said that he wanted to vent his anger on him. The tip of the sword was stained with red blood, and Sonu said that the protagonist was the only one he could take revenge on among all those who did this to him. Sonu raised the weapon to his face and smiled, and Henson was visible in the sword's reflection. The youth raised the sword, and the protagonist screamed furiously, asking Sonu if he thought he would get off easy if he did this, to which the youth replied that screaming was useless. An artifact was stuck into the ground, and Sonu explained that the reason was because he had set up a barrier in advance that blocked all sound and line of sight. The youth smiled and asked if he looked like a high-level player. Sonu's eyes were closed as he asked if he looked like a newbie who had not even reached level 50 yet. Henson furrowed his brows furiously and asked if Sonu had forged the player's ID. The young man said with a grin that the protagonist should not worry about it because he was going to leave this country today. Sunwoo presented a Chinese passport and added that he would be able to live with a new name abroad. The young man introduced Henson's sister and mother, saying that he originally wanted to start with his family so that he could feel the pain of loss. Sunwoo introduced two men in black suits and added that, however, it was impossible to get to the protagonist's family. Henson clutched his shoulder, shouting that Sunwoo was crazy. The young man put his gun on his shoulder and said with a smile that it would be easy to eliminate both the guards and the protagonist's family, but then it would be harder for him to leave the country. Sunwoo remembered Henson entering the portal and said that for this reason he targeted him when he entered the dungeon, and if he hid the corpse well, the protagonist would not be discovered for at least a few days. Sunwoo closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. Henson was sweating profusely. The boy smirked and said that the protagonist's wounds were healing too fast. He guessed that it was because he had gained a pretty good skill. Henson's brown eyes widened in fear. Sunwoo closed his eyes and said that he knew that the protagonist was trying to buy time to heal by talking him down. Henson's dark brows furrowed when the boy asked if he really thought he could defeat him even if he fully recovered. Sunwoo raised his bloody sword and the protagonist thought he was finished. Henson's eyes widened in horror. Sunwoo attacked him and the protagonist blocked the blow with his sword. He jumped back, falling to his knees and letting out a pained gasp. Sunwoo closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he didn't expect Henson to be able to block it. The boy added with a sly smile that he wanted to cut off Henson's left arm so that he wouldn't have time to recover like before. A purple glow appeared near the protagonist's face. He grabbed the werewolf king's heart. Sonu touched his chin and said that he didn't know that Henson had received a transformation item. Suddenly, the protagonist changed his appearance. The werewolf bared his sharp fangs. Sonu said with a smile that Henson had greatly improved his stats. The protagonist stepped on the ground with his paw. Sonu turned around as Henson ran away. The protagonist jumped up, pushing off the wall. He created a fireball in his hand. A powerful explosion thundered. Henson, in the form of a werewolf, stood in the middle of black smoke. Sonu stood behind the protagonist, holding a sword in one hand. The young man asked with a smile if the protagonist thought he could escape. Sonu held the transformed protagonist by the mane. Henson, noticing the opponent, tensed up greatly, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his muzzle. Sonu had a wide smile on his face. The protagonist did not hesitate and turned around and threw his opponent away. Landing on the ground, a fireball immediately appeared in his paw. The next second, he threw it at Sonu. But the guy, without moving from the spot, with a light blow of the sword broke the fireball of the protagonist. Henson at that very second appeared in front of his opponent, about to attack with huge paws. Sonu put his sword in front of him in time, and the protagonist grabbed the blade with his huge paws. Seeing this, the guy laughed. Gritting his teeth tightly, the protagonist said in his head that he must definitely cope. When suddenly Sonu appeared behind the werewolf, swinging his sword to strike. The next second, he struck his opponent's back several very fast and strong blows. Feeling terrible pain, the protagonist growled. He immediately hit the ground with his fist, causing everything around to crack and shake. "You are really incredible," Sonu suddenly said. Hearing this, Henson looked up at his opponent in surprise. "Hey, kid," Sonu suddenly shouted, standing not far ahead of the protagonist. After a short pause, he asked without opening his eyes if he knew his nickname. After these words, his sword blade was enveloped in lightning. In the next second, his entire body was also covered in lightning, which ran non-stop throughout his entire body. "I am a lightning sword," Sonu suddenly said. After a short pause, he raised his sparkling hand up. Sharply throwing it towards the protagonist, he released a powerful stream of lightning at him. Having accurately hit the target, Henson was subjected to a strong magical attack, the pain of which he felt immediately. Then suddenly his paw flew into the air. It was cut off by Sonu, who, in less than a second, covered the distance between him and his opponent. With a wide smile on his face, he said what a pity, adding that if the protagonist had listened to him then, everything would have ended differently. He screamed furiously in terrible pain. Sonu continued to say that back then he would not have regretted giving the guy even more than some 100 billion. Suddenly, Henson stood firmly on his paws. At that very second, he furiously rushed at his opponent. Blood spurted. The next moment, the protagonist was lying on the ground, enveloped in lightning. The tendons on his legs were cut. From the insane pain, Henson clenched his teeth and tried to hold back. At this time, Sonu, throwing his sword over his shoulder, sat down to the muzzle of his opponent and asked if he, by any chance, wanted to tell him how to bypass the 20-level rule. On his cheek there were a couple of drops of blood, which belonged to the protagonist. Opening one eye, Sonu said that it would also be nice to know how Henson was able to become so strong in such a short time. "Fuck you," the protagonist shouted in rage, raising his head with all his might. Hearing such a rude answer, Sonu lowered his sword to the ground, where the protagonist's face immediately appeared. He immediately said that if Henson said, then maybe he would let the guy live. Lowering his head, the protagonist, trying to get up, asked if he really thought he would believe that. Throwing the sword over his shoulder again, Sonu mockingly replied that even he did not trust himself. There was a wide, malicious smile on his face, with which he said that he could give his opponent an easy death. "Trust me," he suddenly said after a short pause with contempt and hatred appearing in his eyes. Immediately after these words, he plunged his sword into Henson's back, who screamed furiously from the terrible pain. Blood began to spurt. Sonu swung his sword, cutting through the flesh of his opponent. He struck blow after blow, causing severe pain and saying that it seemed that regeneration was not the best assistant during torture, rather a disadvantage. He finished after a short pause. Blood was spraying non-stop in all directions. The protagonist, closing his eyes, screamed very loudly. Sonu continued to say that Henson would feel all this endless pain, and the executioner would not need to hold back. A couple of drops of blood fell on his face again. Looking at his opponent with disdain, he added, especially for a newbie like him. Lying on the ground, the protagonist did not even have the strength to clench his hand into a fist. In his head, he said that this was very painful. After a short pause, he asked himself in his head, maybe he should tell his opponent about the existence of a special skill and beg for mercy. At that very second, Sonu pierced the protagonist's paw. Blood continued to spray in all directions, and the guy continued to get wild pleasure from the process. "A piece of shit," Henson said in his head. He clenched his teeth in rage, blood oozing out. He knew this guy didn't need revenge. Suddenly, he screamed loudly for Sonu to just kill him, adding that he would never say anything. Hearing this, Sonu pulled the sword out of his opponent's body, which was dripping with blood. "It looks like it," he said after a few seconds. After that, he grabbed Henson by the mane. Raising his powerless opponent, he said that he would rather die than be of any use to him. With coldness and hatred in his eyes, he stared at the protagonist and said that since he needed time to get rid of the corpse. After a few seconds, he finished saying that he would do everything cleanly as he asked. After these words, a flying sword appeared in the reflection of Henson's eyes. The werewolf's head flew into the air. It was cut off with a quick blow from Sonu. The severed head fell to the ground with a dull thud, and blood immediately poured out of it. Sonu, with his hands down, looked at the corpse of his opponent and said that the rest of the parts needed to be collected. Suddenly, a blow was heard. Sonu felt that something was wrong. Looking down, he saw that his body was pierced through by the werewolf's hand. "What is this?" the guy asked in shock, looking at the bloody paw sticking out of his body. The next second, he fell to the ground, and behind him stood the headless body of the protagonist. After that, the paw lost its strength and fell to the ground, crawling the body of the protagonist for its severed parts. On the wall of the cave, a shadow was seen as Henson raised his severed head. Putting it to his neck, the head immediately grew back. At this time, Sonu raised his head at his opponent with the last of his strength. Seeing what was happening, horror and fear appeared in his eyes, and the guy himself asked what the hell was this. In his closing eyes, he saw a completely intact werewolf standing on his feet. After that, his eyes closed and his head fell. The protection set up by Sonu was destroyed. The protagonist took on his true form and stretched his arm. Sitting on the ground, he looked at his limbs and said that he had survived after all. After that, he put his hand to his neck and said that his body moved even after his head was cut off. Cold sweat was running down his face. Looking ahead, he asked how he dealt with Sonu. Not far from him lay Sanu's corpse. After thinking for a moment, Henson said that no one outside should know about this. After saying this, he stood up and walked towards his dead opponent and added that it would be dangerous to tell even the player association. Suddenly, he remembered the image of Cyan, who was somewhere on the 100th level. He said that if it became known that he had killed the ranker Sonu. Leaving the memories, the protagonist stood next to Sanu's body and finished saying that the association would question his level and abilities. There was coldness and hardness in his eyes. The next second, a large fireball appeared in his hand. Without taking his eyes off the dead man, he said that there was no need to reveal his secrets. Some time passed. Sanu's breastplate and sword lay to the side. The guy's body itself was burning brightly. The protagonist watched all this. After a while, the flames began to fade. Suddenly, a purple glow appeared. Seeing it, Henson was surprised. A book appeared in the air. Looking at it, the protagonist asked in surprise if items were dropped by other people. A few minutes later, he slowly walked back. He was holding a blue book in his hand. A notification suddenly appeared in front of him, stating that this was a heroic rank lightning breath. Below it was written that this was an active skill. A protective electric barrier is formed around the user. All skills and actions will be enhanced by lightning, temporarily paralyzes the enemy's body. The skill has no cooldown. After reading all this, the protagonist was very surprised. The next second, a system screen appeared in front of him, on which a question was written whether Henson wanted to learn the active skill lightning breath. Of course, the guy answered without thinking. After these words, he reached out with his finger to press the yes button. The next second, his entire body was enveloped in lightning. The light became brighter and the lightning became stronger. Raising his hands, the protagonist looked at them in surprise. A magic projectile, he suddenly said, and an electric ball began to appear in his hand. A few seconds later, he fired the ball at the wall and a powerful explosion was heard. Seeing such power, Henson was shocked. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his face, and he asked if this was cheating. Looking back at his hand, he said that his skill level had completely changed. After thinking for a while, he called up the status window. His level was first, his ranks were 45, and his stats were enormous. Having studied the entire window, Henson noticed something strange. An incredible achievement appeared in front of him, which the protagonist earned by defeating a player more than 100 levels higher than him, so he receives the title of First Rebel as a reward. Below, a notification about an incredible achievement of a rare rank immediately appeared. Below it was written that the main character defeated a player who was more than 200 levels higher than him, so as a reward he received the title of First Rebel of a rare rank. After reading this, Henson asked in surprise, did they really give titles for players too? The next second, another notification about receiving an incredible achievement of a heroic rank appeared. Below it was written that the main character defeated a player who was more than 300 levels higher than him, so as a reward he received the title of First Rebel of a heroic rank. After reading everything to the end, the guy clenched his hand into a fist and asked himself if he could now defeat Sonu. After these words, he descended into the memories of a recent battle where Sonu cut off his paw. Then he remembered how he, with a sarcastic smile on his face and contempt in his eyes, said that he could give him an easy death. Leaving the memories, Henson lowered his eyes and said that he needed to become even stronger. After that, he unclenched his hand and looked at his palm, with beads of cold sweat on his face, adding that he should refrain from using ranged skills in conjunction with lightning breath because it consumed too much magic. A few days later, people were discussing the prices of the main character online. A man named Mechabase wrote that he was madly in love with game consoles, but he felt that Henson had been raising the prices too much lately, especially for the high-capacity batteries, which cost 30 million points each. In a subsequent message, the same man wrote that this was too much, asking below if anyone knew how long this thing would last for 30 million, answering below that it would only last for 2 or 3 days, and after measuring the battery's power, it turned out to be even less than the power of one low-level stone. In a subsequent message, the same man wrote that he believed the price needed to be lowered, so he was organizing a boycott, adding that he would ignore the product for a month starting tomorrow. Below, he wrote that if people wanted to join him, they should leave a comment. There were 8 replies to this message. Some reacted negatively to such impudence, while others joined the boycott. 6 of the 8 people joined the boycott. A month later, Sinchon Station. The protagonist sat in his room and thoughtfully looked at the system screen in front of him. He looked at the shopping window where there were 3 items. They were Ancestral Instinct, Black Elf Dagger, and Lickstaff. Looking at the items, Henson asked which of the 2 he should take. Opening the vampire orb, he said that he would buy both if he could. The price for the vampire orb was 30 billion points. Cold sweat was running down the guy's face. Looking at the prices, he said that the points were incredibly few, and the total price came out to 60 billion points. After a few seconds, he stood up. After that, he said that he would think about it tomorrow. After searching for a while, he picked up the TV remote control. Falling on the bed, the protagonist began to search for a suitable channel. After a short pause, he said that today was his only day off this week. Having found the right channel, he got ready to watch. A romantic movie was playing on TV in which a guy in armor asked a girl in armor to go out with him. The girl, holding hands with the guy, said in a shaking voice, "The head of the guild." When suddenly 2 swords collided loudly, shouts were heard that it was necessary to quickly save her. The main character, with a very interested look, put a pillow under his head, watching TV. At the same time, he ate chips that were lying nearby on the bed. Chewing a chip, he said that now it was clear what kind of drama was filmed for the 20th anniversary of the Cataclysm, adding that the actors seriously put on very expensive equipment for this. Suddenly a drop of cold sweat appeared on his face, and the guy himself said that they all suffered that day, after which he sank into memories. He remembered the day of the 20th anniversary of the disaster. It was a calm, bright day. The whole world was very excited, afraid that something would happen. There were many players on the streets, each of whom was on the alert. But, like on the 10th anniversary, nothing serious happened. There were a lot of fake news on the news about the decrease in the number of dungeons, but it was just chatter on the internet. Leaving his memories, Henson continued watching a drama in which a girl in armor confessed her love to the guild leader. Watching this, the main character thought. At that very second, he abruptly hugged the pillow and asked what he could buy him. Suddenly, he felt a strong earthquake and was surprised. He immediately jumped out of bed, not understanding what was happening. The next second, he heard loud screams. From what he heard, Henson rushed to the window. Was it really an earthquake? He asked himself. There was devastation and an ominous glow on the street. It emanated from a dungeon that opened in the middle of the street, from which monsters crawled out. People in horror rushed to run away, wanting to save their lives. Huge orcs came out of the dungeon. They roared loudly and furiously. More and more of them came out onto the streets of the city. People were terrified to death when they saw the huge monsters. Seeing what was happening, the protagonist gritted his teeth and realized that he had to act. The next second, he broke the window and jumped out. He had the vampire sword in his hand and a fireball in his other hand. At that moment, a huge orc was running after one of the girls, who had tears in her eyes. Suddenly, the protagonist cut the monster in 2 with his sword, thereby saving the girl. Without wasting time, he launched a fireball at another orc, which immediately became covered in fire. He continued to fight, cutting off the head of each monster. People continued to run in horror, without looking back. Seeing this, Henson looked away in surprise. To the side, he saw that the orcs had come out of the dungeon again. Without thinking twice, the guy stretched out his hand and used the firestorm skill. A strong stream of fire was released from his hand at that very second. A few seconds later, nothing remained of the orcs except ashes. Drops of cold sweat ran down the protagonist's face. Looking around, he cursed loudly. Seeing many orcs running and grabbing people, letting their blood, he said that monsters mixed with ordinary people. Not knowing what to do, he gritted his teeth. At the same time, more orcs came out of the dungeon. They brutally killed one person after another. Seeing many deaths, the protagonist asked himself what to do, when suddenly other players intervened. The guy with the red cloak cut one of the orcs, saving people. Behind there were 3 more players who mercilessly killed monsters from the dungeon. The guy in the red cloak loudly shouted to the protagonist that they were leaving a spatial gate on Henson. Noticing the reinforcements, the protagonist thanked them for their help. A siren blared from the speakers. All the people hurried to save their lives. It was loudly announced that martial law had been declared. Military forces had arrived, ready to protect the townspeople. The man with the scar on his eye firmly ordered that all players inside the country be notified. From that moment on, a voice came from the speakers. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his head in surprise. He stared at the speakers on the roof, which were broadcasting that a general mobilization of players was being announced. The buildings were destroyed. Everything was burning. There were fragments and children's toys lying on the ground. The protagonist put the earphone in his ear and said that he was in touch. Yuna immediately answered him, asking where the guy was now. Looking at the fireball in his hand, Henson said that he was near the Red Tarantula dungeon, not far from Sinchon Station, adding later that the gate suddenly opened and he was now fighting the orcs that came out from there. Hearing this, Yuna asked what the situation was like and what level the orcs were. Staring at the gate, the protagonist replied that, fortunately, it seemed low, saying later that players from the area had also joined the cleanup. Looking to the side, he saw a guy with dark short hair who was killing orcs one by one. After hearing this, Yuna appointed Henson as a temporary commander. The protagonist continued to watch as the local players diligently fought the advancing orcs. Yuna continued to say that it would be necessary to redirect all players to named station after the entire area was cleared. Dead orc bodies lay on the ground. After a short pause, Yuna said that the gate had also opened at named station, but they were catastrophically short of hands. Got it, the protagonist replied, cutting a huge orc into 2 pieces at the same second. Yuna suddenly laughed and told Henson not to worry about his family. A small crowd of orcs gathered around the protagonist, wanting revenge. The leader continued to transmit on the radio that she had been informed that Henson's family and other residents had been taken to a bomb shelter so the boy could rest easy. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled and thanked him for his concern. The next second, the orcs swung their weapons at Henson, preparing to attack. "Please hurry," Yuna suddenly asked. With one deft blow, the protagonist cut 2 monsters in half, saying that he would do so. Some time passed. It was still light outside. Opening the system window in front of him, Henson said that there was no time to think. He was looking at the purchase window for the vampire ball item. The price of the item was still 30 billion won. A few seconds later, a confirmation notification for the purchase of the vampire ball passive skill book appeared in front of Henson. The protagonist clicked yes. The next notification asked if Henson wanted to learn this passive skill book. "Okay," the protagonist said with a satisfied smile on his face. After these words, he sharply raised 2 fingers up. At that very second, a wall of fire was released from the ground and rose high up. All the orcs began to burn madly fast. Everything that was in the area of the fire wall was burning. Having dealt with the monsters, the main character extended his hand to the side, and a purple glow began to appear nearby. A few seconds later, a megaphone appeared in his hand. Henson immediately shouted into it that he was a representative of the Players Association. All the players who had joined in to help picked up their phones and were surprised by what they heard. Henson continued to shout, ordering all the players to gather, following the order for mobilization in emergency situations. Hearing this, horror struck the guys. Seeing such a reaction, the protagonist lowered the megaphone and said discontentedly that it would be difficult. A few minutes later, 5 players gathered in front of him, to whom he firmly told that the necessary minimum of players remained here to protect the territory, and the rest were moving to named station. Remembering how he had recently burned the last orcs, he added that all that remained was to take care of the gates. Suddenly, a hand rose in the air. A guy with short brown hair said that he had a question. "Speak," Henson said calmly. The guy, looking intently at the protagonist, asked in how many places the gates had opened. With a very calm face, Henson replied that at the moment the exact number was unknown, but it seemed that the gates had opened all over the country. Hearing this, the players looked at each other in shock. The main character himself, with drops of cold sweat running down his face, thought about it. Near the named station, there were burnt buildings everywhere. Monsters burst out of huge gates, furiously attacking ordinary citizens. These were huge lizards, holding swords in their hands. They cut up peaceful people with them, splashing blood in all directions. Their eyes were burning, and they themselves looked very menacing. Suddenly, one of them received a strong blow to the cheek. From such a blow, the monster flew far into the wall. Blood was running down the lizard's muzzle. At that very second, with a deft blow, the man with gray hair took the life of the monster. After that, he lowered his head and exhaled heavily. Throwing a huge axe over his shoulder, the man looked to the side. There he saw how white huge lizards continued to emerge from the portal. Behind him stood his small team, which was surprised and frightened. The pink-haired girl was asking when reinforcements would arrive. At that very moment, a huge stream of fire rushed past them. All the monsters instantly burned. The next second, Henson raised 2 fingers. A wall of fire burst from the ground into the sky. A few minutes later, he turned to the 2 girls and asked if they were okay. Henson, with his hands in his pockets, with a warm smile on his face, said that they had come to help. The players were standing behind him. "Oh," came from the girls. Hearing this, the protagonist looked ahead questioningly. Reinforcements had arrived. One of the girls suddenly screamed. After a short pause, the blonde guy looked around and said that the situation was serious. Pointing to the many white lizards, he said that there were not many dungeons here, so there were few players. Raising the vampire sword, the protagonist said that it was time to begin. "Yes," the team said, when suddenly a loud scream was heard. Hearing this, Henson was very surprised and looked forward. His wall of fire was dispelled in an instant. Seeing this, shock and horror overwhelmed the guy. In front of them stood a huge white lizard with a spear and a shield. Seeing the monster, the protagonist shouted that they needed to deal with it quickly. At that very second, a fiery projectile began to appear in his hand. He immediately fired it at his opponent, but he defended himself with a shield, not receiving any injuries. But Henson was only distracting attention and was already flying into the attack with a sword. He made a quick and strong blow, flying nearby and not getting hit by a counterattack. Stopping against the wall of a destroyed building, the protagonist turned around and said that the lizard was not that strong. At that time, the monster simply stood up and did not move. Without thinking twice, Henson jumped back and lunged towards his opponent, cutting off his head. Suddenly, he again heard furious screams from the side. The guy was surprised by what he heard. "What?" he asked in surprise, turning halfway to the gate. 4 more of the same huge lizards came out of the portal. Seeing this, Henson said that the monster he killed was not a boss, but an ordinary monster. Without wasting time, he used the firestorm technique. In the fire, the lizards stood firm. There was hatred and bloodlust in their eyes. Seeing that nothing happened to the lizards, the protagonist said that they were resistant to fire. The next second, a shield flew out of the purple cloud that appeared. Grabbing it in mid-air, Henson flew to attack the huge lizard. Having flown close enough, he hit one of them in the face with his shield. After that, he began to quickly strike all the lizards nearby, when suddenly he saw something approaching him from the side. It was an ice spear, which made the protagonist distracted and wonder what kind of spear it was. While he was distracted, one of the lizards grabbed the protagonist by the hand. Another lizard grabbed the guy's leg. Feeling that he was in danger, Henson gritted his teeth in rage, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his face. Suddenly, an ice spear appeared right in front of the guy's face. A powerful ice explosion was heard. As soon as everything died down, it became clear that the protagonist was covered in blue frost. He held a shield in front of him and quietly coughed. With beads of cold sweat on his face, the guy asked what the hell that was. In front of him stood a white lizard, which was much larger than all the previous ones. There was emptiness and coldness in his eyes. Seeing such a huge monster, the protagonist said with apprehension that this was the Lizard King. The next second, he threw his shield aside. Taking a stance, he concentrated and prepared for the fight. Suddenly, an ice spear appeared in the air. 2 more of the same appeared next to the Lizard King's head. After a short pause, all the spears flew at the protagonist. Henson immediately began to run away, dodging. Other large lizards reacted to him from all sides, who were also going to attack. But the main character cut through the opponents with his sword with powerful and fast blows. Suddenly, after killing one of the lizards, 2 ice spears appeared right above the guy. Noticing this in time, he used the fire shield skill and turned away 2 spears. With anger and hatred in his eyes, he looked at the Lizard King. Without wasting time, he jumped high, preparing to strike the king in the face. Noticing Henson in front of him, the huge monster opened its mouth and began to accumulate ice energy. Seeing this, the main character, defending himself with a fire shield, asked in fear if the Lizard King's icy breath could really reach even here. The next second, a huge ice stream burst out of the monster's mouth. It froze absolutely everything in its path. The main character was no exception. Covered in ice, the guy gritted his teeth and said that now was not the time to save Mama. Immediately after saying these words, he used the lightning breath technique. The ice around him immediately split, and his body was covered in running lightning. Hatred and contempt for the Lizard King appeared in his eyes. In an instant, he disappeared. In less than a second, he appeared in front of his opponent and struck a blow at the huge spear. The lightning from the blow illuminated the entire street. At this time, all the other lizards were roaring furiously. Looking out of the corner of his eye at the battlefield, the protagonist said that he needed to restrain those monsters as well. He watched as ordinary players fought the lizards, and said in his head that there was no one here except him who could handle at least ordinary mobs, adding that if he did not stop them, the lizards would kill everyone. After these thoughts, he found himself on the ground. There were several white lizards around him, who immediately rushed at the guy with fury. Raising his head up and exhaling relaxedly, Henson said to himself that this was all very good. Raising the vampire sword, shrouded in lightning, he finished saying that everyone was coming to him. Immediately after that, he hit the ground with his hand with force. An electric explosion was heard, illuminating the battlefield. With glowing eyes, the protagonist began to swing his sword. Blood began to splatter and screams were heard. The white lizards were shrouded in lightning and trembled violently. Henson suddenly found himself on the neck of one of the monsters. With a quick movement, he cut off the lizard's head. Seeing the result, he simply raised his head and said nothing. An hour later, it was night outside. The ordinary players were shocked and scared by what they saw. Henson walked between the corpses of the white lizards. Looking at the huge king of the lizards, he loudly said that there was only one monster left. "Let's finish this," he added firmly after a few seconds, looking at the king with a very menacing look. The huge monster understood everything and rushed to attack the main character with shouts. He wanted to strike with a spear, but Henson deftly dodged and cut the side of the Lizard King. Flying in the air, he said that one-on-one is good because now no one will interfere with him. At this moment, the Lizard King had already turned to his opponent. Noticing this, the guy calmly turned around. The next second, he struck a powerful and fast blow along the head of the huge monster. Blood splashed. The Lizard King fell to his knees. The next moment, the monster fell to the ground with a cut head and his body fell apart in two. Having landed nearby, the main character lowered his head and exhaled heavily. Wanting to rest, he sat down on the ground. Suddenly, a purple glow appeared in front of him. Seeing it, the protagonist said that everything was not so bad. There was a slight smile on his face. He looked forward and asked the roulette to give him something good. A few seconds later, a blue book appeared. It slowly landed on the ground. Standing up, Henson picked it up. Rare rank, he immediately said, after which a system window appeared in front of him, which said that it was the White Lizard King's ice breath. Below it was written that this was an active skill book, consuming mana when using the ability. A few seconds later, another system window appeared in front of the protagonist, asking if the guy wanted to get the active skill book and the White Lizard King's ice breath. After thinking for a while, Henson answered that he should learn it. The players and civilians were shocked by what happened. Blue crystals began to be sucked into the purple fog. The protagonist said that after resting, he felt how his strength and mana gradually returned to normal. Standing up, he touched his leg and shook himself. Suddenly, he heard gunshots and tensed up. The huge lizard was being actively shot. A few seconds later, the shots died down. The soldiers lowered their weapons and reported that everything was clear, adding that named station had been completely cleared. Seeing the military forces, Henson said that apparently there was another one here. After that, a smile appeared on his face. Turning away, he said that it seemed so. Raising his head up, where two military aircraft were flying in the sky, he finished. The mission was a success. 3 days later, the second wave of the cataclysm dealt a strong blow to the world economy, and such everyday things as electricity, oil, gas, food, water began to be in great shortage. The shelves in the stores were empty. The government of the Republic of Korea began building defensive lines around major cities and evacuating suburban residents. The essence of this was to reduce the amount of protected territory in order to minimize the possible increase in the number of victims. It was daytime outside the association building. However, this method actually paralyzed logistics and turnover. The main character came to the entrance of the building. In conditions of food and water shortages, the production of industrial products in commercial quantities became simply impossible. Looking up, Henson calmly said that the last stock of goods that he placed in the sales window had already been sold out. Looking down at the system window in front of him, he said that now he did not really have anything to sell. He stared at the system screen and said that it would now be much more difficult to increase the strength parameter at the expense of points. After a short pause, he sighed heavily and said that it was time to get to work. Turning around, he took the vampire sword in his hand and, using the lightning breath technique, began to leave, menacingly saying that it was necessary to deal with the second wave of the cataclysm as quickly as possible and resume sales. After a while, a military helicopter was in another part of the city. Inside was the protagonist. They reported that they had arrived at the place. Below, at the crossroads, the gates were open, guarded by huge trolls. The protagonist said that they would surround the monsters and gradually sort this out. There were other players in the helicopter with him who were preparing for the operation. Turning to the guys, Henson asked if everyone understood what they were getting into. Of course, the guys answered. The doors to the helicopter began to slowly open. Standing at the exit, the protagonist, looking at everyone, said that he left the right of command to each of the group leaders. Understood, the guys answered firmly. A warm smile appeared on Henson's face, with which he said that he would go first. At this time, 2 more trolls came out of the gate. The protagonist, with a blade in his hand, was already flying down, preparing to attack. Before reaching the ground, he used the firewall technique in the air. Flames immediately burst out of the ground, rising into the sky. The trolls immediately began to burn and scream loudly. While the others were burning, the protagonist cut the head of another troll. He pushed everyone around with powerful blows, killing one after another. Drops of blood flew in the air. With one blow, he chopped off the heads of the monsters. The other players did not stand aside either and, finding themselves on the ground, began to attack the trolls. Another group of 3 players landed behind. Standing up and straightening up, the protagonist calmly said that everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, a furious scream was heard. A troll was running quickly towards Henson. It was all on fire, but did not die. Reacting in time, the protagonist cut the monster in 2. Looking ahead, he was slightly surprised. He saw how the burning trolls ran to attack. Looking at the burning monster approaching him, Henson said that it was somehow strange. The fire completely enveloped the monster's body, but the troll did not die. All 3 ran past the protagonist without even attacking. Seeing this, Henson asked in confusion if these stupid trolls were running away after being attacked once. With beads of cold sweat on their faces, the monsters were trying to escape. The protagonist understood that the trolls could not be allowed to escape. The next second, he used the lightning breathing technique. fast lightning instantly enveloped his body. At the same moment, he used the fire spear technique and pierced the fleeing troll through and through. Henson grinned and said that things would go much easier that way. After that, he decided that he needed to catch up with the others and raised his leg. In less than a second, he covered the entire distance between him and the fleeing troll and found himself in front of the monster's face. At that very second, he threw a fire spear at the troll's face. After that, another fire spear appeared in his hand. Having caught up with another troll, he threw the spear right at its head, killing the monster. Ash from the slain monsters was flying in the air. The protagonist stood with his hand outstretched and said that 15 were ready. He looked at the body of the troll, from which only legs remained, and asked if this was the last one. When suddenly he felt a strong earthquake. "What the hell?" he asked in horror, raising his head. Huge paws appeared from the portal. A few seconds later, a huge menacing blue muzzle of a monster appeared. Seeing this, Henson asked why this monster was coming out of there. A terrible grinding of sharp claws was heard. Something was trying to get out. The protagonist said that it was higher than the lowest level 250 and even higher than the highest 400th Akravnia. A huge blue lizard emerged from the portal, roaring very loudly and terribly. Drops of cold sweat poured down the guy's face. Looking at the giant monster, he immediately recognized that this was a monster with the highest level in the world, a heroic rank monster blue drake. The giant creature stood in front of Henson. At this time, in the control center, Yuna was quickly typing something on the keyboard, saying that she hoped that this was over now. Without looking up, she said that the number of players from Korea had reached the 100,000 mark, adding later that of them, about 5,000 high-level players had completed the 4th stage of advancement. Along with her, there were many more employees in the center who were actively working. Yuna continued to say that the low and mid-level monsters were being monitored by the military. Many people were monitoring all the gates, reporting everything. Yuna, with her eyes downcast, said that as the number of gates increased, more and more high-level monsters were appearing, and they were increasingly lacking strong players. Suddenly, she was interrupted by a beeping sound. "What happened?" she asked, raising her head. "It's urgent," answered the man with papers in his hands. With beads of cold sweat on his face, he reported that a new spatial gate had opened at the Seoul station. Folding her hands on the table, Yuna asked what kind of monsters were there. "I'm checking this," the man replied. After receiving the image, he immediately reported that a group of wyverns had come out. Hearing this, the girl grabbed her head with her hand. In her head, she was saying that heroic rank monsters had appeared again. There was no emotion in her eyes. After thinking for a moment, she asked if this was the Seoul station, wasn't it under the jurisdiction of this region? Another employee turned around and, with beads of sweat on his face, replied that it was true. After saying this, he began to quickly type something on the keyboard. "They urgently need reinforcements," he said after that. Looking from one monitor to another, he reported that the TC Guild's forces were mainly made up of tanks and melee fighters, adding later that he didn't think they could help with the flying wyverns. Hearing this, all the employees were shocked and didn't know what to say. Yuna, looking at the guy, calmly asked if it was possible to involve the guild closest to Seoul. After thinking for a moment, the employee reported that the Yunhwa Guild, which consisted mainly of mages, was already ready at Yongsan Station. Hearing this, Yuna grabbed her weapon. Preparing to leave, she told the guy to order Yunhwa to move out immediately. "Yes sir, ma'am," the employee answered firmly. Suddenly, there was another beep. Another employee immediately shouted, reporting that a new spatial gate had opened on Dunsai-dong in Daesan. Another employee, finding out information, reported that there were hordes of harpies coming out from there, adding later that ogres had also appeared in the gate along with orcs. This was in Yongsan-dong, in Busan. Immediately after this, another employee came up with papers and excitedly said that he had been informed that a blue drake had appeared from the troll gate in Gyeonggi-do, in Asan. Hearing this, Yuna was very surprised. After thinking for a moment, she asked without looking away if this was the troll gate in Asana, then this was not the area where the protagonist was now. Exactly so, the employee answered firmly. Cold sweat was pouring down his face, and without looking away, he reported that Henson was one of those who reported this, adding later that the guys in Asana had also been asking for backup for quite a long time. Hearing this, Yuna silently looked at the employee, when suddenly she looked away and loudly said that all operations in Asana were cancelled this time, after which she ordered to tell all players to leave the area. "Yes sir, ma'am," the employee shouted and rushed to his workplace. Yuna silently continued to look ahead. At this time, the protagonist quickly ran away. With frightened eyes and beads of cold sweat on his face, he asked when reinforcements would arrive. In his ear was an earphone, which reported that they were immediately stopping all operations in Asana. Hearing this, Henson was surprised, and at the same time a huge building flew into the air. A huge shadow appeared above the guy, and, raising his head, he saw that the building was flying straight at him. He was confused by what he saw and began to say what it was. At that very second, the building fell to the ground, splitting the asphalt and breaking through the earth. and the main character continued to scream, not a situation from which one can get out. Blue Drake silently looked towards Henson. The main character avoided injuries and deftly slid along the asphalt. With a slight grin on his face, he looked at the huge monster, when suddenly Drake decided to strike and his paw was right in front of the guy. At that very second, dust and dirt rose after a strong blow to the ground. The main character again managed to hide and avoid the blow. He broke through the window behind him and hid in the building. Looking out of the corner of his eye at Drake, he asked with displeasure why the huge monster was chasing only him. He was very scared and excited, and cold sweat was pouring off him. The huge Blue Drake realized where his opponent was hiding and leaned close to the building. The monster's paw approached the room in which the guy was hiding. The next second, the huge building flew into the air. With a roar, it landed on the ground, causing a rumble. Drake, looking at this, growled menacingly. The main character at this time was already running towards the huge monster. Without wasting time, he used the Firestorm skill, and a stream of fire hit Drake in the face. Henson, in the air, looked at the result of his attack. A few seconds later, he clenched his teeth and shouted that he needed to do it again. After these words, he again directed the fire stream at the huge monster, but these attacks did not cause much harm to Blue Drake. Smoke came from his muzzle and ash was in the air, and the protagonist immediately began to run away, when suddenly he felt that something was wrong, which made him tense up a lot. Turning around, he saw that Drake rushed to attack Henson, stretching out his paw to grab the guy. Seeing this, the protagonist realized that things were bad, and an ice ball immediately appeared in his hand. Waving his hand, he erected an ice wall in front of him, which was destroyed by one blow from Blue Drake. Seeing this, the guy was very surprised and shocked. A huge claw of the monster flashed in front of his face, but the protagonist managed to duck, avoiding death. Quickly getting up from the ground, Henson asked how the huge monster found him. He was very tense, and his eyes darted from side to side. Looking at Blue Drake, he wondered if he had no choice but to fight. After saying these words, he used the lightning breath skill, and lightning instantly enveloped his body. Blue Drake roared in rage. Violating the rage of the huge monster, the protagonist said that it was time to begin. After saying these words, he disappeared. He appeared under the monster's belly and hit it with the vampire sword on the paw, but there was not even a scratch at the place of the blow. Seeing this, Henson was very surprised, asking what this was. And at this time, Blue Drake raised his huge paw to strike. At the same second, he hit the place where his opponent was, but the protagonist managed to react and deftly jumped away. In the air, he looked at the huge monster, not understanding anything. At that moment, Drake's paw was already flying at him. At the last moment, the protagonist managed to block the monster's claw with his sword. Blue Drake was very serious in his desire to get rid of his opponent. From a strong blow, Henson flew into the ground, breaking the asphalt with his body. A few seconds later, he stood up. Looking at the giant monster, he asked what Blue Drake's weakness was. Thinking, he lowered his gaze. At that very second, he disappeared, getting ready to attack. The next moment, he appeared in front of Drake, swinging the vampire sword. His belly, the guy screamed, delivering a quick and powerful blow to the monster's belly. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared above him, which made Henson raise his head. Blue Drake was going to slap his opponent with his huge paw, but the main character jumped back in time. After that, he deftly landed on the ground. Looking at the belly where he had just struck, he saw that there was not a scratch there. Looking at the monster in confusion, he wondered if there was even a drop of blood. Blue Drake was growling furiously at this time, when suddenly he dealt a powerful blow to the building nearby. The protagonist flew into the air, analyzing that the monster was very fast, when suddenly what he saw horrified and shocked him. The horns of the Blue Drake were enveloped in lightning. At the same second, powerful lightning struck the protagonist. Henson writhed in horror from terrible pain. After such a blow, he flew to the ground, but crashed into the roof of the building. Having split the ceiling, he clenched his teeth from terrible pain. Blue Drake growled menacingly. Henson opened his eyes heavily after a heavy blow. Raising his head, he saw a huge mouth of a monster in front of him. The next second, Blue Drake swallowed the guy. Blood spurted everywhere. The stomach of a huge monster. Inside lay the protagonist, who had no left arm and nothing below the stomach. Blood was pouring out of his mouth, but Henson himself was still alive. He said in his head that he could not die like this. In his mind, he remembered his father lying in the hospital. After that, he said that if he died, that was it. In his head, he remembered his sister and mother. With his last strength, he squeezed the vampire sword in his hand, the blade of which was also bitten off. He lay silently, trying to at least move. After a short pause, he lowered his eyes. Heavily raising his hand, squeezing the sword, he said that he could not fall any lower. Gathering his strength, he stuck the severed piece of the sword blade into the tissue of the Blue Drake's stomach. Turning over on his stomach, he began to slowly crawl with the help of the sword. Blood spurted from the cuts that the guy made with the sword, which greatly surprised Henson. Strong magical energy emanated from his vampire sword when it pierced the flesh of the monster. There was almost no life in the eyes of the protagonist. Magic power enveloped his body, and he said that it seemed to be gradually recovering. A notification suddenly appeared in front of him, informing him that the passive skill of the Book of Immortality unique hero rank had increased. The stomach flesh began to tremble. The protagonist, seeing this, gritted his teeth and said that things were really bad. Strong magical energy continued to emanate from his sword. Looking at this, he said in his head that if this continued, he would be finished. Squinting, he tried to make a decision. The next second, blood spurted out from the monster's flesh. The protagonist furiously bit into the stomach tissue. In his head, he screamed that this would not happen. At this time, Yuna, who was in the center, was shocked and asked if Henson was really dead. The employee standing in front of her nodded and said in a serious voice that they believed that he was. Yuna immediately asked how this happened. She stood in the middle of the center and menacingly asked if she hadn't ordered everyone to retreat. The short-haired girl, holding a tablet in her hands, raised her head and said that the protagonist was busy with the task of closing the spatial gate. After a short pause, she added that Henson was closest to Blue Drake. Hearing this, all the other employees turned their heads to the guys with interest. The girl, looking down in disappointment, continued to say that after receiving the order to retreat, Henson tried to move away. But after a few seconds, she said, looking up at Yuna, most likely, the protagonist did not manage to escape, she finished. Hearing this, Yuna bit her lip, lowered her head and said that damn this monster. There was bitterness and sadness in her eyes. After a short pause, she asked the employees in front of her if they had informed the family of the deceased. The man, looking at Yuna, replied that they had not yet sent an official death notice, but the list of dead players was already on the internet. With his head slightly lowered, the man continued to say that most likely the protagonist's family already knew from death. After listening to this, Yuna grabbed her head with her hand and exhaled heavily. At this time, the tearing of flesh was heard in the Blue Drake's stomach. Blood splashed out and the protagonist's sword appeared. After that, Henson fell onto the stomach tissue. Lying on his back, he was very exhausted. When suddenly he felt a change and lowered his eyes. Jumping up, he easily raised his hand and with a smile on his face said that now his health is not deteriorating. After these words, he looked at the flesh in front of him. Smiling maliciously, he raised his sword and said that there was a lot of blood here. Immediately after that, he struck the monster's flesh several times with his sword, from where blood immediately splashed out. Henson immediately rushed to the pool of blood, saying that it was great. When suddenly he felt something strange. At that very second, the plane turned over and Henson began to fall. Shit, he screamed, gritting his teeth. Without losing his composure, he swung the vampire sword. The next second, he forcefully struck the weapon into the flesh of the monster's stomach. A few seconds later, he was hanging on his sword. A drop of cold sweat was running down his face. Holding the weapon tightly, he wondered what was going on. Meanwhile, the Blue Drake was slapping the ground with his paws. He was growling loudly and clutching his stomach. The regular players, seeing this, were shocked to ask what was going on. Why was he acting like this, they asked later, seeing how the huge monster, having fallen to his knee, grabbed his mouth, from which blood was pouring. When suddenly he raised his head and screamed furiously. He began to rush from side to side, and his tail was breaking buildings. Suddenly, a huge shadow covered the player's girl, and she herself raised her head in surprise. A huge building was flying at her, launched by the drake's tail. The girl was immediately saved by the player guy. A loud explosion was heard from the collision. At this time, in the stomach of a huge monster, the protagonist had already grown a left arm. He crawled for a long time and, raising his head high, said that he had found what he was looking for. It was a huge blood vessel. Raising the broken sword, Henson used the fire blade skill, and the broken blade of the vampire sword caught fire. Pushing off the plane with his hands, he jumped high and was about to strike the vessel. The next second, he cut the vessel with a powerful blow, and blood immediately spurted out. Even being in the stomach of a huge monster, the guy heard Drake scream in pain. "Excellent," said the protagonist, grabbing the ledge that was formed by the slashing blow to the vessel, from where blood flowed like a fountain. At the same second, his lower body began to slowly grow back. Seeing the effect, Henson said that he could easily recover this way. Holding onto the ledge with one hand, he swung the other with a wide smile on his face, preparing to strike the sword again. The next second, he struck a few more fast and powerful blows at the blood vessel. Some time passed. Everything was filled with blood. The protagonist walked through it with his already grown legs. He was in front of a huge heart. The guy had a cape on his body, which he used to cover his body. Coming closer, he struck a few powerful blows with a broken sword at the heart of a huge monster. Blood immediately spurted out of the organ. The next second, the protagonist struck a few more fast and powerful blows. Blood spurted in all directions, and Henson was as cold and focused as possible. A few seconds later, the Blue Drake's heart was cut into many small pieces. Having finished the job, the protagonist was surprised by what he saw. Surprise appeared in his eyes, and he asked what it was. He looked at his broken weapon, which was enveloped in strong magical energy. In that very second, several system screens appeared in front of him. They were notifications, the first of which said that the fundamental heroic rank passive skill Book of Immortality had increased. The next notification said that the heroic rank active skill Lightning Breath had risen. The third notification said that the rank of Lightning Breath had been raised to fundamental heroic rank. The fourth notification said that Lightning Breath had been changed to Thunder Dragon Breath. After reading this, the protagonist asked in surprise what this was. After reading everything, he continued to look at the system windows in front of his face in confusion, wondering if even the name of the skill had changed. Then, what he saw surprised him greatly. Another notification appeared, saying that this was an unimaginable achievement of rare quality. Below it was written that Henson defeated a high-level named monster with a level difference of more than 200 by himself, so as a reward, the guy received the title of Rare Quality First Rank Destroyer. Immediately after that, another system window appeared below, which reported that this was an unimaginable achievement of the heroic rank. Below it was reported that the protagonist defeated a high-level named monster with a level difference of more than 300 by himself, so he received the title of Heroic Grade First Rank Destroyer as a reward. After reading this, Henson was surprised and said that he thought that this was just an ordinary monster. Suddenly, another unimaginable achievement of the heroic class appeared in front of him. Below it was reported that Henson defeated a high-level named monster Blue Dragon Cedos by himself, so he received the title of Heroic Grade Single Heroic Defeat of Blue Drake as a reward. Is this the end? The protagonist asked after reading the last achievement, looking at the system screen. Suddenly, another notification appeared, which said that the rare grade item Vampire Sword had been restored. After reading this, Henson was very surprised. Below it was a message that said that the Vampire Sword had been upgraded to Fundamental Heroic Rank. Below that, a notification appeared, stating that the name of the Vampire Sword had been changed to the Sword of Torn Blood. Looking at his restored sword, the protagonist was quite surprised. Suddenly, a purple glow lit up his face, causing Henson to look forward and be surprised. A book for killing Drake appeared in front of him. After a few seconds, the protagonist picked it up. A system window immediately appeared in front of him, stating that it was a Heroic Thunder Dragon scale. Below it was written that it was a passive skill, permanently increases physical defense, permanently increases skill resistance, permanently increases resistance to charged electric attacks. After reading all this, the guy said that it was great. After these words, a system screen appeared in front of him, asking whether the protagonist wanted to collect the passive book Heroic Thunder Dragon scale. Henson smiled and said that he would certainly collect the book. The girl stepped forward. She looked forward with concern and asked what happened to him. There was a monster's body lying in front of the couple. The man said that he did not know. The dragon stood up. The man screamed that it was still twitching. The couple was shocked. The man noticed that the monster's movements slowed down. The monster fell to the ground. The people did not understand. Did it just go and die? The man touched his chin and suggested that the dragon was sick. The girl turned to him abruptly and said that she had never heard of such a thing. The man noticed a person in front of him. The girl asked again, puzzled. They saw a silhouette of a person in the dust where the dragon had been. A helicopter was flying in the sky. The guy was warming up and said that after such a hunt it was time to rest. The guy said that he personally had never been in such a mess. Yuna stood to the side. The people were glad that they could rest. She looked ahead sadly and thought that he could not just die. She remembered standing in front of the council and asking if they were really going to write a fine to Mr. Henson. The man looked at her and asked her to calm down. He said that he was dead anyway. Yuna shuddered. The man said that even if he wasn't, they were still in big losses. He looked up and asked if it wouldn't be better to cut the budget. Yuna looked at them darkly and asked if they were human. The instructor began to emit an ominous aura. The man asked if she thought she was overdoing it. He recoiled and gasped. Yuna narrowed her forehead and asked if this was really how they did their job. Would they really do the same if she was in this situation? The man broke out in a sweat and asked her to calm down and leave it at that. Yuna was silent now. She looked to the side. They said that new information had arrived. She looked at the guy and asked what happened. The guy broke out in a sweat and said that the blue dragon was dead. The hunters turned around and asked if another group had killed it. The guy pressed the call button. The man next to him said that he didn't think any team could deal with him. The man looked away and said that the player who was eaten by the dragon managed to survive. Being inside it, it killed it from the inside. Everyone looked at the man in confusion. Yuna frowned and asked what the name of that player was. The man listened and said that it was an association player and his name was Henson. Yuna smiled proudly. Water was pouring out of a bottle. Henson was holding the bottle and saying that he probably didn't look so. He poured water on his legs and said that there were no wounds anywhere. They passed him a blanket. Henson pulled it over himself. The guy looked at him in surprise. The hero called out to him. He smiled awkwardly and asked if he could pass him the phone for a while so he could call his family. Someone handed him the phone. The girl smiled and didn't object. Henson put it to his ear. The couple exchanged glances. The hero looked ahead and told his mother that it was him. There was silence. The hero stood, a voice asking if it was really her son. He said it was her son. He said that there must have been some mistake. He said that he was fine, but for some reason his name was on the list of the dead. He smiled and asked how his sister and dad were, but he heard a sob. Henson asked why his mother was crying. He was fine. The girl behind him started rubbing her hands. The woman asked if his son was really fine. The hero looked at the sky and said that everything was fine. He ate and slept. He looked ahead. His mother said that the hero had suffered a lot and thanked him for being alive. Henson shuddered. His mother said that a woman from the Players Association had come to them yesterday and paid them compensation. She said that later she knelt down and apologized for a long time, saying that it was her fault. Mom grabbed her face and said that it was true. She shouldn't hide it from his own mother. Yuna was sullenly silent. Henson stood silently. Mom said that her son, in any case, tried his best and she was very glad that he was alive. Henson was silent. He hung up. He wiped his tears. The girl apologized and handed the hero a handkerchief. She covered her face in embarrassment. Henson began to blow his nose and say thank you. He walked forward, sat down and exhaled. He picked up the sword and decided that first he should look at his vampire sword. The characteristics window opened. Henson looked at the attached item in surprise. The third point confused him the most. He read it carefully. He looked at the sword with satisfaction and said that he no longer needed to worry about the weapon. He needed to check what was going on with the Thunder Dragon's breath. Information from the system opened. Henson calmly said that there was only one new point here, and anyway, it could be improved. He extended his finger forward. The system began to display windows with notifications about performance improvements. Henson smiled awkwardly and said that after all this was a very nice bonus. He looked away. He was looking at the girl and asking himself what to do with his clothes. He looked up and said that he wanted to go home. He looked away again. Someone was approaching him. Henson exclaimed in surprise, recognizing Inspector Yuna. The girl hugged him and said how happy she was to see him. She smiled and said that the hero was really alive. What happiness it was. Henson smiled. Yuna pulled away and sheepishly began to ask about his clothes. Henson looked away and did not know what to answer. Henson smiled and said that his clothes had dissolved in gastric juice. They handed him a suit. The guy looked at the hero and asked him to put it on. Yuna looked away sheepishly. She turned around questioningly. The guy opposite laughed and said what a touching reunion it was. He closed his eyes and said that he was really surprised. Yuna looked at him and asked what. The other players landed while the guy said he didn't know she liked younger guys. Henson looked at him blankly. The guy asked if the hero was really her hidden lover. Yuna looked at him seriously and asked him not to joke like that. The guy saluted and said he understood everything. Yuna turned around and asked why they were here. She informed them that the plan was cancelled, so they can take a break, right? The girl stepped forward. She was approaching the inspector and asked how they could come back after such a scene. She said that they came back because they were curious. She turned around to look at the hero with a smile. She put her hand on the hero's chest and said that he was really her type. She began to ask if he had a girlfriend. Yuna abruptly removed her hand. She looked at her opponent angrily and said that the guy was just on the verge of life and death, so she asked him to stop joking. The girl smiled and said that she didn't mean to joke. She looked down and asked why she was so angry. Maybe she. Yuna interrupted her and said that right now the hero needs to rest and he should stop by the hospital just in case. She glared at her opponent. The players were silent. The girl said that everyone was interested in how Henson defeated the Blue Dragon, and that was the reason everyone was here. Yuna looked at the girl and said that it was inconvenient for him. She smiled and turned to the hero, said that he needed to go to the hospital first. Everyone flinched. The inspector said that the helicopter he arrived on. Yuna took the hero's hand and said that it would be used for emergency evacuation. Yuna and the hero jumped up. The girl tisked and said that it was pretty rude. She looked ahead and said that she was interested in how he defeated the Blue Dragon alone. The guy pursed his lips and said that looking at how Yuna cared about him, he was definitely an unusual player. The guy smiled and said that he would find out a little later. The system showed disgruntled messages from customers. The customer demanded to sell the batteries and asked to take responsibility. People started asking Mr. Burr for the batteries he bought, but he said that he did not have enough even for himself. People asked what dimension the hero was in and said that they were going to get him. They asked for his location. Some people scoffed at such threats, but someone was able to focus all their attention on the hero. People came to the conclusion that they did not need to write all these nasty things. People were going to boycott the products sold by Macau and complain about them because he was jealous of Henson's success. People began to discuss the tricks Macau used to fight the hero, so they suggested to start boycotting and complaining right now. Other users only began to join in. People said they were upset and asked how he could do such a thing, mistaking a newcomer for a competitor. People said they needed a much stronger movement to deal with the complaint. Bro started saying that everyone was stupid for starting a boycott, that they couldn't win in the first place. Henson walked down the street. He was pissing and thinking that Korea had suffered significant damage. He thought that it had suffered much less damage compared to other countries. He passed a construction site and thought that the country had prevented a second cataclysm. Henson was silent, noting that Korea had restored all of its destroyed infrastructure. The lab began researching with recently acquired monster carcasses and mana stones. Henson stopped. He looked up and thought that society was a little unstable, but in any case, everything was returning to normal. He looked ahead. He came to the warehouse. Wearing a mask, Henson looked at the boxes and said that there was quite a lot of stock here. The man said that fortunately their store was not damaged. The shelves were filled with boxes. The store owner smiled and said that after restoring the electrical installation, the first thing that was adjusted was charging the batteries. Henson looked at him. The man bowed. The hero said that he would take everything. After a while, Henson pressed the purchase registration. He looked at the screen and said that there were not many deliveries yet. He decided that he needed to raise the prices. He looked at the screen questioningly. A notification about the end of sales came. He looked at the window and asked, was everything really being sold even after raising the price? He pulled his finger forward and shuddered. He saw a notification about the sale being made. He smiled and said that he could significantly raise the price. A few days later, the man rubbed his hands guiltily. The hero asked, was there really no more? He said that he had ordered only the amount that he always takes. The hero silently looked at the man. He said that he would immediately make an additional order. He had heard that the factory had started working as usual. Henson silently looked at the man. He said that this would not interfere with the production of goods. He smiled and put his hand on his chest, said that he would immediately send the goods to another department. Henson turned around and said that in that case he would go. The man gritted his teeth and said that if he left contact information, they would contact him as soon as the goods arrived in the warehouse. Henson smiled and said that it was not necessary, since he would be back here tomorrow. He thanked the man for his concern. After a while, Henson walked forward. He walked into the crowd and said that this was an ideal opportunity to make a direct deal with the factory. He remembered calling them before the second cataclysm, but they hung up, saying that they did not do personal transactions. Henson called again with a smile and promised to make a large order. His eyes widened, because they said that they did not accept orders at all unless it was a corporation. Henson stopped. He looked ahead and decided that he should register as an entrepreneur and buy a warehouse. He scratched his chin and decided no. He looked ahead and thought that he should open an electronics store. A few days later, there were flowers by the memoir. People were talking to each other. Henson smiled and noticed how crowded it was, despite it being a day off. The girl noticed the hero and called him over. She smiled. The hero said it was a good idea to leave everything to her. She said she was the manager. Henson smiled. The girl said he was the head of the organization, so it was no wonder everything was going well. She said she had recently sent batteries to the warehouse. Henson wavered. The girl said they should have arrived there by now. He turned around and said he would go and get them now. The girl asked if the hero wanted to order anything else besides batteries. Henson tensed up and said it all depended on the situation. The girl tugged at his hand and offered to have lunch with them while he was there. Since his mother would be home soon, the hero suggested they have lunch somewhere nice. The sister smiled and said that sounded wonderful. Henson looked ahead. There was a sales window in front of him. The hero said that they could finish little by little. He looked at the list in surprise and said that their sales frequency had slowed down so much that it had almost stopped. He smiled and said that then they would sell like hotcakes all week. He walked forward. He fell on the sofa and asked if he should use his glasses. He crossed his legs. He opened the sales list and began to think about what he should buy. At the moment, he had 5 heroic rank skills. The system showed the description of the Thunder Dragon's Breath. The hero said that the only active skill he had was the Thunder Dragon's Breath. Henson was confused and realized that he only had 1 attack skill, and this was a long-acting skill with damage per second. He remembered the battle with the dragon and said that he needed an active skill that could be used without any restrictions. He remembered the flash in the sky, said that he even needed a skill for teleporting in space to get out of dangerous situations. Henson folded his legs. I looked at the screen and decided to buy both. He started looking for the skills he needed and noticed that active skills had become even cheaper. He shuddered. He scratched his head and said that teleportation skills were quite expensive. He saw the huge price and decided that they were worth it. He smiled and poked at the screen. He calmly said that when the skill was heroic rank, it would be possible to teleport another person. He smiled and said that he had a lot of limitations, but still, it was very good that he could read other people's reviews of this product. He opened the item and decided that it looked like the best option. He said that the product cost 40 million points, but the system asked if the hero wanted to buy the skill. Does he want to equip it? Sparks appeared around the hero. After a while, he walked forward. He looked forward. He smiled and asked if he should test the new skill. He looked at the camera and froze. He appeared in the air, said flicker, and began to fall. He smiled and said that it was quite a useful thing. He stood near the sofa and decided to test long-distance teleportation. He poked at the system screen. He began to read the skills. He looked at the screen and said that he could not find the perfect one. He saw the Black Lightning skill. The price was 29 million points. He said that it looked pretty good. He opened the feedback page and said that those who are low on mana can use stamina. He decided to buy it. The hero was enveloped in sparks. As he thought, the system reported that the hero was unable to equip this skill. The system reported that the active skill absorbed Black Lightning. The rank of the active rank has increased. The hero noticed that the skill can absorb even if it has the dark attribute. The hero poked at the screen. He hoped that it had changed as he imagined. The system showed the description of the skill. The hero said that everything was so. He smiled and said that even the protective membrane that was activated automatically, absorbing mana, had now changed in such a way that it could be controlled. He looked forward. He went forward and decided to go into the dungeon. Bats were flying through the cave. They opened their mouths and growled. Henson stretched his hand forward. The monsters approached him. The hero was covered in a purple aura. The monsters screamed and crumbled to dust. Henson silently looked around, smiled and said that this was not bad. He took out his sword and said that now he did not regret the points spent at all. 5 hours later, the system reported receiving an achievement. Henson smiled contentedly and said that he was tired. He ran forward through the dust and decided to rest. Meanwhile in March, Henson shuddered and asked if his sister had not left yet. Nuna stood in front of him and asked if he had really been hunting all this time. She smiled and said good job, said that she had collected all the batteries in the warehouse and he could go take a look. Henson went forward and thanked her. 30 minutes later, Henson looked ahead questioningly. Nuna stood in front of him. He asked why she was still there. He smiled and offered to go home together. Nuna asked to sit down. She frowned and said that she had something to tell him. They looked at each other. The hero asked if that was why she was waiting for him. Henson smiled and asked what she wanted to say. Nuna said about the time he was declared dead. There was a cup of coffee on the table. The hero sat at the table. Nuna said that when his mother learned of his death, she lost consciousness, and even when she woke up, a few days later, she cried non-stop. Henson looked down. Nuna looked down and said that the real problem came later. She said that a notice of loss of rental equipment and a notice of non-fulfillment of contracts. Henson winced. The sister said that she protested as much as she could, but no matter what she did, she was always told that everything was within the law. The hero looked at the girl in confusion. She said that she was told to renounce the inheritance. She consulted a lawyer, but he said that there was no other way but to renounce the inheritance. They said that they would have to give up the house, which was registered in his name. Henson clenched his fist. The girl said that they were even ready to take back the money he sent as illegal gifts, citing the law on wills and inheritance. Henson was silent. He looked up. Nuna said that everything was resolved quickly and well later. She smiled and said that a girl named Yuna came and apologized to them. Even knelt down. She said that some kind of mistake had occurred. But still, Nuna looked at her brother and said that after thinking about it again, he did not think that it was a mistake. Henson said that he would try to figure it out. Nuna said that his mother asked him never to tell the hero about it. She chuckled and said that he had become quite an authority figure now, so she told him because she thought he should know. She stood up. Henson smiled and thanked him for that. After a while, the hero walked forward. He approached the counter and said that he had a meeting with Captain Yuna. The girl smiled and said that the captain had not yet returned from her last sortie. Henson smiled. He said that he had contacted her before he came just in case and she had told him to wait for her in the office. The girl smiled and said that she would see him out. They walked forward. Henson stopped. The girl asked if she should get some tea. Henson smiled and said that everything was fine. The door slammed shut. Henson became serious. He looked forward and offered to begin. His eyes began to glow. He was using psychometry. The system windows opened in front of him. He said the search code, Henson. He touched the screen with his finger. The girl approached the man and said that a message had been received that he had died at the scene. Yuna looked sadly into space. Henson smiled. Yuna was asking how this could happen. She was angry on the phone and asking why he did this to Henson's grieving family. The voice said that these were the rules. Yuna flinched. The voice said that they were just following the rules. She gritted her teeth. She was spoken to. Yuna looked forward and demanded that the order be revoked immediately. The voice said that this was his area of work and it was none of her business. Yuna looked at the trophies and asked if this was how they would treat a player who lost his life fighting for his country. The voice said that he didn't want to either, but these were the rules. Yuna slammed the table. She looked away and asked if he was going to do the same thing when she died. If this order was not revoked, she would leave the association. The man smiled and said that it would be a violation of the rules of their contract. Yuna asked angrily, does he really think that such absurd adherence to the terms of the contract will be approved by the national community? The man looked forward and asked if she was saying that she would stay in the association. Yuna leaned forward. The man noticed that she was slightly angry. He said that he would contact her later. Yuna put down the phone and began to curse. Henson looked forward. He smiled and said that he should thank her. He has an idea of who he is. He opened Leihan's information. He looked at him and said that he was finished. Yuna entered the room. She stood behind him and apologized for the wait. Henson smiled and said that he was the one who came earlier. Yuna looked at him and asked why he came so suddenly. She said that he did not explain even when she asked what the matter was. Henson looked away. He said that the agreement should be terminated. Yuna asked fearfully, what does he mean? Hyunsu said that he found out about everything Secretary Lian had planned. Yuna looked at him pitifully and said that she would apologize for him. The hero said that she shouldn't do that because everything was okay thanks to her. Yuna flinched. Hyunsu smiled and said that he should thank her. Yuna shyly held her hands and asked if he could close his eyes just this once. She said that she gave her word that she would change the rules so that nothing like that would happen. Hyunsu smiled and said sure, but only on one condition. Yuna flinched again and asked what it was. Hyunsu said that he wanted a personal apology from Secretary Lian. Yuna was shocked. The man slammed his fist on the table. Lian furrowed his brows and called the hero an impudent idiot. He looked at his subordinates and shouted that the hero was acting like God knows what just because he had obtained this unique skill. The employees listened tensely. The secretary asked what he had done wrong. Was he right or not? The employee looked at him and suggested that the hero did not yet understand the laws of the world since he was still a youth. The second employee looked at the secretary and said that he was simply doing his duty and it was he who should complain. Leihan straightened his tie and agreed with the employee. He said that he was simply doing his job according to the regulations. He looked forward and asked why he should apologize to this sucker. He slammed the table again and said that, after all, he did nothing. The man bowed his head and said that the secretary had been incredibly generous, but he was walking around not knowing his place, not understanding his magnificence. His eyes flashed. The employee said that the hero needed to be taught a lesson. Leihan smiled and said that he should. He asked how they could do that. The employee became worried. Leihan stood up and said that these rumors had even reached the VIP, so how could they teach him a lesson? The employees bowed and apologized. Leihan yelled at them that they were just chatting and not offering anything. The man looked up questioningly. Leihan ordered that the hero be informed to come. Leihan yelled and asked if he really had to come to this sucker himself and apologize. If he wanted an apology, tell him to come himself since he was busy with work. The employees ran away and said that it would be done. Leihan folded his hands together and said that he could not go look for him. After a while, the hero said that after that he was told to come. He walked forward. The hero looked forward and said that it was not so bad for him. He looked at the screens in front of him. There was a stack of papers on the table. The hero said that it was a real hotbed of corruption of large guilds and dungeon access managers. Henson leaned back in his chair and said that many of the other employees were just ordinary people. He frowned and said that it would be even better that way. A girl was walking down the hall. She approached the hero and asked him to follow her, said that the minister was waiting for him. Henson stretched, smiled and said that this was great. He entered the office, froze. Leihan asked that he must be Henson. He smiled and said that he was the same age as his eldest son. Leihan leaned back and began to ask why there were so many young people these days. Henson looked at him and asked if he was going to apologize. He used psychometry. Leihan stood up and apologized. He stood up and said he had no choice. He couldn't rely on his personal feelings to do his job. Henson looked at the screen and thought that all the people involved in his case were in cahoots with each other. He thought that Leihan was too nasty an old man. He looked at him sharply. Leihan said he had to do his job according to the law. Henson looked at him and said that instead of following the law, they made some inappropriate demands, didn't they? Leihan grimaced and asked again. The hero said that the claim for damaged equipment was inappropriate because it happened while he was doing his job. Henson asked angrily, what kind of penalty for not honoring the contract? His eyes became wild. He said that he died in action while fulfilling the terms of the contract. He was literally killed doing what they ordered him to do. Henson screamed, asking if that made any sense. Leihan was silent and listened. The hero asked what made him think that they could make such senseless accusations. He was not retarded, was he? Leihan clenched his fist. He screamed and began to ask who he was to talk to him like that. Henson looked at him and asked if he had not been the one who had spoken so impudently from the beginning. He asked in a whisper how he could be so ignorant. Leihan furrowed his brows and asked what nonsense the hero had just said. He angrily screamed that he was a minister and also that he had once been a member of Congress. The hero fell silent. The old man asked how dare a little hooligan say something like that to him. Henson put his finger in his ear. The old man screamed that just because he had woken up so conveniently after eating and shitting all his life, how dare he insult him. Henson was silent. The old man, gasping for breath, asked how dare he. The hero glared at the minister. The old man began to sweat, and the hero asked if he should kill him. Urine began to flow down the old man's leg. The hero put his hands on his hips. He leaned close to the old man and told him to live more carefully from now on, and when he opened his mouth, he should think carefully before shouting something. The employees were tensely silent. The hero poked Lehan in the forehead and asked if he understood that this was not just for show. Henson walked away and said that he had written down all the offensive remarks he had just made. He showed his phone and said that he would file a formal complaint about this. He had heard that you can sue for this kind of insult. Henson smiled and said that they would see each other in court. He walked away. A scream was heard from behind the closed door. Henson smiled and said that this ability was quite useful. He looked at the skill that provoked an opponent to anger and said that it was practically a cheat. A few days later, newsfeed. The corruption registry spread through the internet. Players went out to picket the streets. Unrest began among ordinary players. People chanted. Recently, small and medium-sized guilds became the center of attention and collectively declared strikes. The hero's home. He lay on the bed and looked at the interface. He said that it was really good. He opened the psychometry skill window and said that it could be very useful in the future. Yuna called the phone. Henson looked at the phone questioningly. He answered. The girl asked if they could meet now. Henson fell and said that they could. He blushed. Yuna asked to tell which hero is in the dorm now. She said that she would come there. Henson abruptly turned over and said to wait a little. He began to look at the nearest cafes. He blushed and said that she could come to a small coffee shop near Songdo Station. Yuna said that she would leave immediately after they met. Henson put on his jacket. Yuna said that she would arrive immediately in about 30 minutes. Sometime later in a cafe, Henson was drinking a soda. The girl asked to let her be frank. She looked at the hero and said that the scandal involving the minister that happened recently was his doing. Henson leaned back and asked why she thought so. The girl said that no one but the hero would do such a thing. She looked at the hero seriously and said that officials react very sensitively. Henson remained silent. The girl said that he was suspected and he should be careful. Henson began to ask what if it happened. If it was him. Yuna looked at him and said that he would be arrested for trespassing and theft. Henson smiled and said that he would be subject to increased punishment under the special laws on the player. Yuna nodded and said that if that happened, he would have to rely on public opinion. Henson smiled and said that would be good. He smiled and said that he was not to blame for this, so he did not think he should worry. Henson fell silent. Yuna asked him to be careful. She looked at him and said that some people with power were unwilling to share it with players, but sweat began to flow down the hero's face. Yuna chuckled and said that after such an incident, they should regard it as a warning. She picked up her pipe. She looked at the hero and said that they had made many enemies after this incident. She said that the wariness towards the hero had also increased, so it would be better for him to lie low for now. Henson remained silent. He laughed and said that this story had nothing to do with him, but he smiled and said that since times were changing, he was sure it would be better to stay low because he also did not want to attract doubts. Yuna laughed and said that it was a good idea. The couple looked at each other. The girl said that it was better to avoid unnecessary suspicions. A rocket fell from the sky. An explosion was heard in North Korea. The soldiers sat in the trench and asked, "Is it really all over?" The huge monster stood motionless. Someone said that he didn't think so. The monster growled softly. The dragon splashed water and howled. The soldiers looked ahead in shock. They began to melt and scream in pain. A strong wind blew between the ruins. A melted helmet lay on the ground. A fighter jet flew across the sky. The huge dragon crawled through the ruins. Henson and Yuna looked at each other. Henson looked at the girl questioningly. She picked up the phone and said that she would go. She shuddered. Henson showed her the phone. The Korean Players Association called for all ranked players. The hero offered to go together. Yuna was anxiously silent. She looked at the empty glass and said that it would be nice. The car was driving. The hero looked at the phone and said that a Yindo dog was released. The girl said that she would first stop by the main office. The hero read the news feed. Yuna turned around. The hero said that it was already all over the news. Henson said in shock that Pyongyang was destroyed. The North Korean regime had fallen. He began to read what the probability was that the high-ranking monster Amuju would reach South Korea and so on. Sweat was running down his face. He said that it was much more serious than he thought. After a while, the man spoke into the microphone that as they saw on the news, the situation was quite serious. The players were sitting at the tables. The man said that Pyongyang had been destroyed and the North Korean government had been defeated. He said that the ranking and high-level players of North Korea had all been wiped out when they fought the Amuji. Everyone looked at the man silently. He said that waves of monsters were appearing from the gates of North Korea. Henson sat at the table. The man said that hordes of refugees were now heading to South Korea. He walked forward, and the monsters were following them to the south. The red-haired man walked forward. He came up and said the end of the report on the current situation. He looked at the players and said that the reason why only the ranking and high-level players were called in this way. Everyone was silent with anxiety. The man said that he would explain everything now. He said that they must. Henson looked at him. The man said that they must prepare to defend against the emoji that was heading here, as well as the monsters moving from North Korea. A bead of sweat ran down the hero's face. He didn't want to go to the front lines. 10 days later, Gyeonggi-do, Pajo. The orcs were charging forward furiously. The player with the sword stood in front of him. He swung and severed body parts flew into the air. The player sheathed his sword. He turned around and asked how long it would take the two of them to deal with these guys. The player asked how he knew how much they would lose until. Henson looked at them and said it looked terrible. A werewolf appeared above his head. Henson calmly cut it into pieces. A bunch of monsters were charging. The guy cut the monster in half. Henson turned around and asked how long it would take them to do this. He looked away. He looked at the warehouse and said that thanks to Nuna, he could replenish his supplies. He turned back to the camp and said he felt out of place. Dandong, China. Monsters were walking across the bridge. A machine gun was firing. Monsters were being torn apart. A huge paw stepped on the ground. The dragon began to cross the river. An explosion was heard on its body. The dragon screamed in pain. The man looked at it and called it annoying. He was standing surrounded by archers and magicians. Explosions flew at the dragon. The man approached him. The dragon screamed. He frowned. He jumped up and cut off the dragon's head. Blood spurted. The guy landed back. He looked ahead. He saw a military man and asked, "What is this?" The man looked at him and said that a Muji is approaching here at a very high speed. The guy grinned and asked, "Is this really so?" He said that a monster whose rank cannot be determined and the one that destroyed Pyongyang. He twirled the spear in his hand. The man screamed that according to the expert who just joined. The guy turned around. The man screamed that the expert who was sent to North Korea was wrong in his assessment of Imuji's level. The soldier looked at the player and said that he was able to fully analyze the rank. The player asked, "What is his rank?" The others looked at the soldier with curiosity. He shouted that the monster's rank is legendary. The player smiled. Fighters were flying in the sky. Tanks were firing. The players were standing at the ready. The guy looked ahead and said that if they succeed, then the first ever achievement will surely appear. He grinned and said that the first ever achievement will greatly increase their characteristics. The other players smiled. The guy said that he will take this achievement into his own hands. Explosions thundered over the mountains. The player intercepted the spear and said that the number of rated ones stationed at the border was only 180 people. He looked at the squad and said that there were about 3,000 high-level players here who had completed their fourth work shift. Imuji walked and left. The guy smiled wildly and shouted, "Let's go." The players jumped to attack. Someone shouted to show the greatness of China. The monk began to cast victory, acceleration and burning spirit of fire. The dragon began to take a lot of attacks. He roared and screamed, looking up at the player flying at him. The system reported that the man was subject to the mental skill of horror. The player looked forward in bewilderment. The dragon closed its fangs over his body. He swung his tail. People looked at him in horror. A purple flash of tails swept through. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, the hero took out his phone and said that it was big. He was reading the news feed about the disaster on the Chinese border. Henson said that they should be on guard. He opened the sales window and said that he was going to buy the ability Wild Instinct, but calmly said that he changed his mind and decided on the skill of resistance to spirits because he could not give up his first achievement. Henson clicked on the screen. The system opened another product. The hero said that this was the best choice. Besides the fact that it is a heroic rank ability, there are only two options, but the system offered to buy the product. The hero noted that the reviews were mostly positive. Sparks covered Henson. He clenched his fist. He looked forward and said that he did not feel much change. He walked forward. He looked to the side and said that he would just use this later to check. After a while, the man gritted his teeth. He began to ask how dare he embarrass someone because of this. The players turned around. The man walked away. He looked away, stunned. A bunch of angry players looked back at him. The man hissed. The hero and he passed each other. Henson watched him go. He looked at the bunch of applicants and thought that there were a lot more of them than he expected. Most of their reasons for coming here were simple. He looked at the guy and thought that once they were chosen as a participant, even just moving a finger would give you your first achievement. He presented the system notification. All the players stood silently. The hero thought that there were also people who applied for other reasons. Someone was walking forward. Henson looked at the red-haired guy. He tensed up and said that the acceptance rate was much lower than he thought. He was addressed abruptly. The hero approached the counter. He looked forward. The girl said that she confirmed his identity. She smiled and said that the guy could go down this corridor. Henson silently walked on. He walked forward and thought that he looked like the interrogation rooms he had seen in movies. He turned around, a voice suddenly asked if the hero was ready for the test. He turned around, a voice said that they were starting. Henson froze. A notification appeared on the screen. The system reported that a spiritual duress skill had been used on him. The hero would be confused for 10 seconds. The passive spell book had been activated. The notification reported that perfect resistance had been provided. Henson was silent. He looked at the screen and asked, "Is this it?" The voice reported that the hero had passed the test. He walked forward and said that he was going. A voice came from the screen and thanked him for coming. A man stood on the other side and said that he really was an incomprehensible guy. Yuna thought for a moment and repeated the hero's name. The voice asked the next participant to enter. The sky was bright. A few days later, tanks were driving along the ground, not far from the ceasefire line. Soldiers were standing in formation. After discussions with world leaders, the South Korean government finally decided to move north. Fighter jets cut through the sky. The pilot looked ahead and said that he was entering the ceasefire line. A missile took off from the ship. The voice asked them to continue moving forward. Another missile flew into Imuji. He fell to the ground and growled. Henson looked ahead and said that everything was going well. He looked at the ranked players and noted that their new weapons were quite large. He said that it would be difficult for him to deal with them alone, so it was good. A huge army of monsters advanced. Wolves growled at the people. Henson calmly hacked monsters apart with the rest of the players. A week later, Beijing, China. The man looked ahead and said that the Imugi should attack alone. An explosion was heard from above the mountain. The Imugi opened its mouth. The man said that they needed to mobilize the rankers in Beijing as soon as possible. The council member looked at him and asked if it was too hasty. The soldier was covered by the dragon's shadow. The man said that if another legendary monster like the Imugi appeared in Beijing during this time, the dragon attacked them. The man asked if it would be too difficult to fight the Imugi with the local rankers. The man looked up and asked if they were asking if it would be difficult. He said if they used high-level players from each local government and not just anyone. The players attacked the dragon. The man said that it was definitely possible. The Imugi screamed. The players trembled. Dead bodies flew to the side. They fell far into the field. Doctors treated the wounded. The dragon loomed over them. They electrocuted them. Some players managed to put up a protective barrier. The dragon's body was covered in a bunch of explosions. His body remained untouched. Imuji soared into the sky and screamed. The players were thrown aside. The guy touched the ground. He was breathing heavily and looking forward. The man lowered his shield. The guy asked, "Are there really only 10 people conscious?" He was breathing heavily, gritted his teeth and said that they were going with plan B. The man dropped his shield. The archer drew his arrow. The wounded girl swung her fiery spear. The Imuji was covered in a bunch of explosions again. The guy leaned over and said that they would chase it towards South Korea. The hero opened the news list. He took a sip from his cup and said that the Imuji had already crossed their waters. The players began to look at each other excitedly. Henson turned and said that everyone looked a little disappointed. The coffee began to shake. Henson looked at the mug. Everyone began to look around and ask if it was an earthquake. The girl screamed and said that the Imuji was moving at high speed towards their army. She ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The players began to look around and ask why the dragon appeared so suddenly. The blue-haired man smiled and said that they had a chance to catch it. The hero smiled and said yes. He cast an energy ball and said that it was definitely time for his first achievement. He was told that now was not the time to enjoy the situation. The girl tensed up and said that the ranked players were defeated. Only a small part of the ranked players managed to escape. Everyone stood in line. The girl said that they would lure Imuji into the encirclement. The ray began to attack the dragon with elements. The player looked askance and asked, "Is it really true that now, when they cannot defeat him, they are driving him to them?" They asked, "Is this not a criminal offense?" Yuna walked forward. The players shouted that they are leading the monster to another country. Yuna walked through the crowd and asked everyone to calm down. She looked ahead and asked everyone to prepare for battle. Henson smiled contentedly. The player ran across the field. His arm was torn off. He shouted and said that the dragon is almost here. The girl tensed up and said that the dragon will attack at any moment. Imuji appeared in front of the runner. He ate the guy. He jerked, noticing something ahead. He looked ahead. A bunch of players were looking at him. Imuji floated forward, and he screamed, rising into the air. The system reported that the hero was affected by the terror skill, but the tenacious spirit skill was activated. The system reported that Imuji's skill was completely ineffective. Henson smiled and said that it worked well, as he thought. The players ran to attack. Hot steam rose. The dragon began to spin. The players jumped on it. They began to attack. Smoke swirled around the dragon's body. The players shouted for others to beware of the flames around its body. A powerful projectile hit Imuji. Henson stretched his hands forward. He smiled and said that the skill boost was quite good. The healer put her hands forward. The players ran forward. They looked angrily at the enemy. They jumped up. The hero noticed that melee fighters and tanks were flying very close to him. A body fell next to the hero while he was saying that he had to join the players attacking from long range. A wounded tank was lying near a rock. The girls ran up to him and started asking if he was okay. Henson turned around and said that this was too much. He said that he should at least try to absorb the blood that spilled on the ground. His hand began to sparkle purple. Henson frowned and said anyway. He looked at the dragon and said that this was a completely different level. Yuna attacked the dragon. The hero said that he had a hard time even following their movements. Blood was spraying and the dragon was screaming. Henson extended his hand forward and said that this must be cool. He opened the status window and said that getting an achievement remains his only method. He is forced to continue pumping his stats without elixir until he has 1,000,000,000,000 points. He looked at the locked goods. About 30 minutes later, the players continued to attack the dragon. Henson cast an orb and said that it looked easier than he thought. He looked up questioningly. Saliva was flowing from the dragon's mouth. The mage looked at the others and asked them to prepare for another attack. Emoji opened his mouth and screamed. The players looked at him warily. The mage began to cast an orb and said that things were bad. She put up a barrier. An explosion thundered. The barrier began to crack. The girl said that only one layer of the barrier was destroyed. The mage turned around and asked everyone to continue casting. The mages put their hands on the ground. The tanks ran forward. They put up shields against the monster. The dragon rose. The people shouted that the attacks had stopped. Many lightning bolts rushed at him. His entire head was covered in clouds of explosion. Henson smiled and said that it would be over soon. The monster's eyes flashed. He went berserk and loomed over the players. Henson put his hands forward and said that Frenzied is a skill that decreases defense but increases attack power. Everyone ran forward. The tank put his shield forward and shouted. Another man looked forward questioningly. Everyone looked at the monster in confusion. They looked at the system notification about the skill activation failure. The guy continued to attack. He turned around abruptly. He looked at the monsters and touched skin and said that something was wrong here. Everyone looked up. The guy told everyone to take care of themselves. The dragon fell to the ground. Everything was hit by a wave. The guy attacked with daggers and cursed the dragon because it simply ignored their attacks and pursued mages and healers. The mages were thrown into the air. Henson ran away. He gritted his teeth and was indignant. He looked to the side. He looked at the empty spaces and used blink. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of him. Ra said that the hero was in the field of view of Emoji. Therefore, he falls into a state of fear for 20 seconds. The unyielding spirit skill was activated. Fear was reduced to 1 second. Suddenly, the blink skill was cancelled. Emoji loomed over the hero and screamed. Henson fell to the ground and groaned. He touched the ground, jumped to the side and said that the dragon was faster than he expected from something so big. The mages ran forward in fear. They were crushed by the tail. Henson put his hand forward and used subspace. The tail ended up behind him. It hit the ground. Henson dodged, taking out his shield and sword. He ran behind the monster, managed to put up his shield at the last moment. His eyes flinched. The hero was thrown to the side. Henson looked at the sky, carefully moved his hand, touched the ground, looked forward and said that he almost died. Touched his head and said that he did not expect the dragon to have other mental skills besides fear. Turned around abruptly. The players continued to cut the dragon. The hero said it was a mess. He looked away. He looked at his hands and asked where his blood-tearing sword had gone. He stood up with difficulty and decided to recover first. He looked at the system notification. It said that the blood-tearing sword had been improved. He looked up and said that this couldn't be true. A bunch of players continued to fight the monster. It swung its tail. The sword was sticking out of its tail. Henson said that he must have left it there when he stopped the tail's attack. The hero walked forward and said that he hardly had to summon it again. He looked at the dragon from behind. The players cut the monster. The hero said that the winner had already been decided. He looked at the new notification. It said that the sword had been improved. Henson was surprised and noticed that the notification was still burning. The sword's guard was burning. It continued to consume blood from a legendary rank monster. The dragon began to breathe heavily. 2 players attacked it. They began to cut. Yuna thrust her spear into the monster. The dragon screamed, covered in wounds. Its eyes flashed. It screamed loudly. The players turned around in fear. A huge tail appeared in front of them. Yuna ran forward and cut off the growth on its back. Another player delivered a slash. The archer and the mage attacked from afar. The dragon's body was covered in explosions. Emoji looked around tiredly. Yuna looked at him questioningly. Emoji suddenly evaporated and tried to attack the girl, but she kicked him. She looked sternly forward. The dragon fell to the ground. People began to thrust their swords into it, one after another. They continued to chop the dragon and said that this could not be. The system reported receiving a heroic rank achievement. People began to rejoice and shout that they won. They raised their weapons and said that they finally did it. The dragon's body began to evaporate. Everyone looked at this sight in surprise. The dragon gradually evaporated. The hero's sword glowed red. It hung in the air and plunged into the ground. Dawn was coming. Hansen raised his sword. He looked at the notification window. He had received his first achievement. He began to read its characteristics. He looked at the new sword. He asked what had changed in this weapon. He extended his hand forward. He opened the sword description. He opened the legendary Dragon Blood skill. He was surprised and said that this was expected from a legendary item. He said that he needed to get these 3 achievements first. He looked at the window and said that he did not know that there was an achievement for a single rank. He said that in this case, there should be players with single skills or items, except for him. Hansen stretched and said good job. He said if that's all the rewards. But suddenly a system message opened. It announced an additional reward for the most valuable contribution in the raid. Hansen looked forward in surprise and asked if he was the first one. He remembered his stabbed sword. He looked at the sword and thanked it. He asked how they distribute the items among all of them. He looked at the pile of players. He said that they usually pay based on their contribution. He looked at the system message again. He frowned and said if he revealed his contribution, he would only be at a loss. The sword disappeared. He walked forward and said that it was better not to be too greedy. Because of this event, the world's attention focused on Korea. The hero read the latest news about the defeat of the monsters. The hero said that who were the players who killed Amuji during the raid, and what items or skills Amuji left behind remained an object of curiosity. The man said that the Korean government would keep everything confidential. People were indignant. The hero said that even so, requests to buy items continued. The hero went ahead, said that as a result, many foreign buyers bought tickets and flew to Korea. They went ahead, they bit the chance to get an item for the first achievement. The guy smiled. The hero noted the possibility of becoming more stable. A few days later, Korea. The hero was sitting in the warehouse. He looked at his phone and said that it would be more difficult to buy items now, although he can participate in the auction for items from the Amuji raid, being a participant in the raid itself. He received 300 million won in compensation for the Amuji raid. Hansen said that even if they are not legendary, they can be worth billions of points. He looked at the screen. He exhaled and said that he would not be greedy because he already has enough. He looked away. He answered the phone and said hello. The voice said that it was Yuna. Hansen looked at the boxes and asked why she was calling him. Yuna was silent. Hansen winced. Yuna noticed that he always got straight to the point. She asked if she couldn't call him without a reason. Hansen blushed and started making excuses. He looked away. Yuna said that she shouldn't have said anything, but he was right. She had a request that she was calling about. Hansen frowned and said that he was listening. Yuna looked ahead. She smiled and asked if the hero was interested in getting the legendary item. Hansen winced. He sweated and said of course, asked if there were any players who weren't interested in this. Yuna smiled. She said that she could help him buy one of the items that was currently on the auction house. Hansen looked ahead and asked if there was a condition. Yuna stirred her tea. She took a sip and said of course. The hero asked what it was. She looked ahead and assumed that the hero should have guessed by now. Hansen looked up and asked if this was a lifetime contract. Yuna took a sip silently. She put the cup on the table and asked again. She looked ahead and said that the government would try hard to get the items dropped by Amuji. The hero asked if there was a player who could defeat the financial power of the government. Yuna smiled. The hero looked ahead. Yuna said that only those who were on the raid were qualified, right? That's why she was calling him. Hansen looked to the side and said that at the moment, he and she were the only people in the entire association. He asked why she didn't monopolize all the items for herself. Yuna laughed and said that she had thought about it at first, but one of the skills didn't suit her very well. Hansen fell silent. Yuna picked up the cup. The hero asked if he could first check the item he could buy. The girl said of course. She walked forward and said that she couldn't do that right now. The girl came to the window and said that it was decided that the information about the items would be revealed to all raid participants the day before the auction. To be fair, he would also only find out about them the day before. Hansen frowned and said that there was little time. Yuna smiled and said that if they revealed everything too early, other countries might try to get rid of the raid participants with the items. Hansen leaned forward and said that he was sure that this had already begun. Yuna said that they were still working on this issue. Hansen stood up and said that he would decide when he looked at the item. Yuna smiled. She was sure that the hero would not regret it. A few days later, Hansen looked at the piece of paper in shock. He read the description of the skill and said that it was so strong, but at the same time it did not have any significant debuffs. He thought that it was just the ability to use lightning, but at any time and without a spellbound. Hansen asked himself, can a heroic rank skill absorb a legendary skill? He looked ahead. He asked if the girl was sure she didn't want it. Yuna sat on the table and said that her mana attribute was divine mana. She smiled and said that most of her key skills only responded to divine mana. Henson shuddered. The girl said if he refused, she would sell it to another player who deals damage from a distance. Yuna smiled and said that the government was using the book as bait. She frowned and said that time was running out and the hero needed to decide right now. Henson tensed up. He looked at the girl and said if she fulfilled his condition, he would agree. Henson smiled and asked him to break his lifelong contract when he paid the same price as the down payment for this item. Yuna looked at him and asked if this condition was too convenient. Henson said if it was impossible, he would be forced to refuse. Yuna smiled and offered to exchange the down payment for the price from today until the day the contract was terminated. They would accept the interest rate and everything would be legal. Henson looked at her and asked what interest rate. Yuna smiled slyly and said 5% per year. Henson tensed up and asked at simple interest, but the girl immediately said that at compound interest. Yuna arched her back and said that she was making big concessions for the sake of the hero, and he said that he accepted it. Yuna approached him. She handed him the contract. She turned around and said that she would inform all the authorities about this. The hero thanked her for her help. Yuna smiled and said that there was nothing wrong with it. She said that she would be right back. Henson looked after her, puzzled. The host looked into the hall and asked if anyone else wanted to bet on this item. He said that he would count to 5. The players silently looked at the host. Henson looked ahead. The host counted to 2. Yuna was silent, already 4. Someone curled their lips. The host counted to 5. He smiled and congratulated the buyer. He said that the Black Dragon spear goes to player Yuna. Everyone clapped. The hero said that the stakes were closer than he expected. He looked ahead and said that this was not an ordinary amount that a player could not afford. He looked to the side and asked, are big companies playing their own game? He thought that one skill book and one weapon already cost almost 2 trillion won. Henson looked ahead. The host announced the purchase of the last item. A girl rolled a book onto the stage. The host looked at it and said that this was the legendary skill book of the Black Dragon's punishment. The hall emptied. Henson looked at the piece of paper in his hands. He got angry and said that this was crazy. He leaned over and said that his debt was already in the trillions. A drop of sweat ran down his face. She said that there was also a compound interest rate of 5% on the debt. He asked, will he really be tied to the player association for the rest of his life? He looked at the exit. Yuna came up to him and asked what happened. She looked ahead anxiously and said that she didn't see the message about the first achievement. She was worried and said that it was strange. She said that during the raid, the title of reaching the first heroic rank didn't even appear. She remembered looking at the system notification and said that she took second place, although she thought that the first place would definitely be hers. She said that it was also strange that none of the participants reported that they got first place. She remembered that when they hunted a monster of heroic rank for the first time, she took first place in contribution, and she got 5 first achievements of rare rank. She said that all achievements of rare rank, and unfortunately, she failed to get her first title for armor and accessories. She said that she took it for granted that this time she would get most of the items. Yuna looked down sadly. She said that this situation would not be possible without someone else hunting the legendary rank monster with them. She looked ahead and asked what happened here. She walked up to the man and remembered that in order to obtain the first 2 achievements, she deliberately set the punishment of the Black Dragon as the last lot in the auction. She clenched her fist. She looked ahead and said that she felt like a fool. She hung her head and said that she should have told the truth to the hero. Henson came up behind her and congratulated her on winning the item. He took a step forward. He smiled and said that he would go. Yuna watched him go. He flinched. The girl asked if he had looked at the skills. Yuna smiled and asked him to return home safe and sound. The hero walked forward. Henson stared into space and wondered what was that. Yuna followed him. The hero turned around. Yuna apologized. She looked at him and wanted to talk about putting the item up for auction. She looked down guiltily and said that the government was trying to force her to achieve the first in the world, and they put the item she was going to buy up first. Henson flinched. Yuna said that the government saved his items for last. He looked at the girl and thought about the world's first achievements. He remembered their descriptions. He froze and realized what it was then. Yuna looked at him guiltily. The hero assumed that she had already had the first achievement in history. She folded her hands together. The hero thought that the government must have found out about it and tried to support her in this way. Henson rubbed his cheek. Yuna shuddered. The hero said that he understood everything. He smiled and said that it did not matter whose point of view it was, hers or the government's. He said that he accepted it, so he asked her not to apologize. Yuna blushed. The hero said that he would go, and he walked away. Yuna watched him go. She stood in place and said that the hero was not really greedy at all. She touched her hand and said that she should be sure that she would not do anything like that again. Dormitory. The hero took off his jacket and said that Yuna was a rather honest person. He walked forward and said that she could have just let it go without telling him. He looked forward and said that he felt guilty towards her for taking everything for himself. He extended his hand forward. He used subspace and took the skill book in his hands. He looked at the book and asked if they should study it. He studied the book and said that they were really combined, or were they separate? The system asked if the hero wanted to study the skill book. The system reported that studying the skill book was failed. The hero asked if it was absorbed. The system reported that the skills were combined. The system reported the creation of the legendary skill Thunder Dragon's Breath. Henson looked at the notification and noticed that the skill was not absorbed, but combined. He shuddered. The system awarded him a new achievement. Henson smiled and said that he thought so. The gate opened. The hero said that participating in the raid on Amuji was an excellent decision. The monsters walked forward. They surrounded the hero. He thought that after receiving all the titles, he improved all his characteristics by a total of 450 points. And the skill he received was incredible. The system opened the skill description. Henson smiled and offered to test the new skill. His hand was covered in lightning. There was an explosion. The monsters flew into pieces. Henson looked at this sight in admiration. New monsters surrounded him again. The hero stretched out his hand forward, and lightning struck the battlefield. Henson looked at the sheaf of sparks in surprise. There was emptiness around him. He said that the monsters evaporated quite quickly, but another monster jumped out. Lightning began to strike them. The hero looked away boredly and said that he should find a dungeon with vampire bats or something like that. He looked ahead and asked if there were any suitable places nearby. A message from Yuna came to his phone. Henson looked at the phone and asked if something really happened. He called. Yuna answered and noticed that the hero had come out of the dungeon. She smiled and asked what the hero thought about hunting in the dungeons of the northern area. Henson looked ahead and asked what she was talking about. The girl said that in the area of North Korea that was being rebuilt, there was a great shortage of hunters in the low and mid-level dungeons. She imagined a lot of monsters. She asked if the hero could help them. Henson silently looked ahead. The girl said that the payment was double the normal rate since it was an urgent call. Henson looked ahead gloomily. He thought that players did not get much benefit from hunting monsters that were lower in level than them. He smiled. Yuna shuddered. The hero said that of course he would help them. He asked if he hadn't signed a lifetime contract with the Players Association. Yuna blushed and said thank you and said that she would prepare a helicopter to send them out. The hero looked ahead and noticed that the situation was indeed urgent. Yuna started collecting documents and said that dungeons keep appearing. Henson looked ahead. Yuna said that it was not so much to urgently call the players, but if we don't figure it out quickly, the situation will get out of control. The hero smiled and said that he would do everything in his power. 2 weeks later, North Korea. The helicopter was standing in front of the portal. The system reported that the accumulated points exceeded 300 billion. Now the hero had access to the mercenary system. Henson looked questioningly at the window. Monsters were running towards him from all sides. The hero was surprised that there was such a thing here. He took out his sword and turned around. An explosion was heard in the cave. Henson stretched out his hand forward. He raised his finger. He opened his status window and said that there was nothing there. He began to search with his finger on the interface. He opened his mouth and was surprised. He looked at the list of mercenaries. He began to examine it more closely, noticed that he could hire up to the heroic rank. He poked at the screen. The description of the name opened. He looked at its price of 6 billion points. Henson was surprised to see that it was for 2 hours. He lowered the list and said that he would rather take a rare one. He began to look and said that rare ones were not cheap either. Henson chuckled. He opened the description of Lucia and noticed that she was the cheapest among the rare ones. He opened the minimum time. He frowned and said that it worried him. The characteristics asked not to trust the girl. Because she was a loser and a fugitive, the hero tried to understand what this meant. Henson rubbed his chin and assumed that she was good at canceling contracts. Thoughtfully looked at the screen. He decided that he would first get some information. He put his finger forward. The notification said that the hero hired a mercenary. A glowing silhouette appeared in front of the hero. The white-haired girl thanked the hero for hiring her. Henson looked at her. The girl said that she would fight with all her might. The old woman put out her sword and asked where the enemy was. Henson smiled confusedly and said that there were no enemies here yet. Lucia looked at the hero in surprise and asked why he hired her. The hero said that he wanted to know something. Lucia looked at him and asked if this was his first time using the mercenary system. The hero laughed sheepishly and said that it had only recently been activated. Lucia lowered her sword and said that the hero could ask questions and she would try to tell him everything he needed to know. She threw down her sword and shield. The hero looked at her and asked who mercenaries were anyway. Lucia looked at him and said that they were players, just like him. Henson asked again in surprise. The old woman said that it would be more accurate to say. She looked tiredly at the hero and said players with the same unique skill. Henson repeated the phrase. Lucia said that she was talking about buying and selling. Henson looked at her and asked if that meant that the world they lived in was also attacked by monsters. He asked why the spatial gates were opening. Lucia said that her world had also been attacked by monsters, but she also did not know the reason for the gates opening. The hero listened silently. The old woman said that if he was interested in monsters, he would have to hire mercenaries above the legendary rank. Lucia folded her arms and said that even the heroic rank mercenaries she had met did not know anything about them. Henson looked down and said that in his world the gates had been open for about 20 years. He looked at Fear and said that there had been 2 cataclysms, but now everything was more or less stable. The hero asked if it was possible to predict when the next cataclysm would be. Lucia said that there were only 2. Henson asked again in surprise. Lucia raised her head and said that there would most likely not be a cataclysm for another 20 years, but after that she could not guarantee it. The hero asked why. Lucia said that 40 years after the first cataclysm in history, her world was completely destroyed and swallowed by monsters. The couple fell silent. The hero remained silent. Lucia was sure that her workbook said that she was a runaway and a loser. The hero looked at her and asked if she knew why it was written that way. Henson was tensely silent. Lucia looked down and said that she was a loser who abandoned her own world and ran away. In another world, people were walking down the street. A crack appeared in the air. A portal opened in the center of the square. Orcs appeared. People ran away in fear. The horse galloped forward. The girl cut off the monster's head. The red orc shouldered his mace. In the middle of the forest, Lucia began to fight him. She blocked the blow, pushed the monster back. She looked at it in surprise. Henson looked at her and said that this is how she became a level 1 player. Lucia nodded silently. She said that at first she tried to quickly increase her stats by using the points she had saved up and improving her skills. She smiled and said that she soon regretted it. She looked at the hero and said that after that, she saved up points by hunting and managed to survive by selling skill books and magic stones. She said that after enduring this way for 16 years, she began to see hope. But soon after, the second cataclysm occurred. The old woman said that there was no way to stop the increasing number of legendary rank monsters. The golem was attacking. Lucia looked at it in shock. She dodged the explosion and said that a mana force field was spreading, making it impossible to use spatial maneuvering skills or items. Lucia looked ahead with concern. She ran forward and said that she had no choice. She used the last resort she had saved for an emergency escape. She used a spatial teleportation item. She clutched the sphere in her hands. A golem was chasing her. Lucia said that there was a high probability that she would get lost in an unknown dimension, but she had no choice. The sphere began to rotate. The woman said that initially she was unable to move to the required dimension. She stood in the darkness and said that she was lost in the space between dimensions. She ran forward. She looked into the unknown. Water dripped in the darkness. She said that in a space where nothing existed, Lucia cried. She looked forward and said that there was an application for a mercenary system. He opened the interface. She looked at the hero and said that in the unique skills, if you go to the store, there is a window for applying for a mercenary. Henson calmly opened the window, pressed the button. The application window opened. Lucia looked at him and said that she registered as a mercenary and began to wait, but not many people hired her. One day, she tried to reduce the cost of her services for her employer, and in return, she asked him to let her live in his world. But she was refused. Henson looked at her and thought that the minimum payment for rare rank mercenaries is 1 million points per hour. He looked ahead and thought that per day it is 24 million, about 700 million per month. Lucia said that one day a player offered her new conditions. The guy smiled. The woman said that he wanted her to transfer him 24 million points every day. The hero shuddered and asked if she could really transfer points to others. Lucia stood up and said that it was impossible to transfer points to other players or ordinary people. She walked forward and said that it was possible to do this between players with the same unique skills. She approached the hero. She extended her hand to him. They shook hands. A notification asked if the hero wanted to exchange points. He looked at the window and said that it was very interesting. He looked forward and asked if he could increase the accumulated points if he used this, if they traded again and again. Lucia looked at him and said that it was impossible. She said that when players trade points, the accumulated points are reduced by the amount used. The same applies to the mercenary system. The hero shuddered. He smiled and said that then they should have accepted that offer. The woman said that she refused. Lucia said that like selling goods, the mercenary system takes a 20% commission on the transaction value. The hero sighed. Lucia looked at her situation, stopped and said that things were getting worse and worse. She looked at the notification and said that was when that man hired her again. The hero looked at her and said that she had to accept it. Lucia nodded. She fought and accumulated points and said that she handed over 24 million points paid by her employer. They shook hands. The boy smiled. Lucia said that even if she hunted all day, she would lose 4 million points a day, but there was nothing she could do about it. Luckily, she could save time for sleeping and eating while hunting, even if she only earned 5 million points a day. Soul stones fell to the ground. The boy screamed. Lucia said that her employer's greed was increasing, so she had to terminate the contract. After that, she was left without a job again. Henson looked at her. The woman said until he hired her. She said that she would not have lasted more than 3 months. She said that she wanted to ask the hero for only one thing. She looked at the hero and said that the minimum wage for her work would be 24 million a day. She would follow the hero for a whole day. The woman smiled and said that she would fight on the battlefield he spoke of. She looked at the hero and asked if the hero would allow her to live in this world. Henson and Lucia looked at each other in silence. The boy asked to give him time to think. Lucia agreed, but she warned that they did not have much time left before her employment ended. She closed her eyes and a light began to flicker around her as the woman said that she thought it was time for her to return. A moment later, she disappeared, leaving Henson alone. The boy looked at the residual flickering air. Torches were burning in the earthen passage. Henson was sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall, thinking about how lucky he was. The boy looked ahead and thought about what he should do, since it would be wise to use the mercenary system. He looked up. Henson extended his hand and immediately a system window opened in front of him. Lucia appeared in front of him again. The woman smiled and said that he hired her again, so it seemed like he made a wise decision. Henson looked at her calmly and said that was true, but first he wanted to clarify one thing. Lucia realized that the guy was interested in her abilities. Henson asked the woman to show him the status window. Lucia smiled and said that since he was worried about her level and stats, she would show him. Henson thought warily that for a level 1 player, levels do not matter. He thought this was a great decision as he took a few steps towards her and thought to himself that this way she would only show him her stats. Lucia called up the status window. Henson looked at the system window where high stats were shown. The guy peered at the numbers intently. He put his hand in his pocket and thought that the total sum of her stats was over 3,500, and an ordinary player can have such stats at around level 700. He looked at the woman and thought that he was 700 units behind her, but he thought that he would soon catch up with her. Lucia waited for his decision in silence. Henson was sure that she had many legendary and heroic skills. The guy began to think about how many strong monsters exist, that even such strong people use mercenaries. Finally, Lucia could not stand it and asked the guy if he was satisfied. Henson replied that he was satisfied for now, so he wanted to hire her temporarily. Lucia was surprised that it was only temporary, to which Henson explained that he would summon her to the dungeon. He also said that after completing it, the woman's contract would be reset, but he promised to pay for the food, so everything would be free. Lucia understood that he meant that every time he went hunting, he would summon her to this world. She smiled, deciding that they had come to an agreement since it was a good offer for her. Lucia disappeared again, leaving behind a faint shimmer. The forest was dark. Someone was rushing through the trees. The woman's eyes were wide open with rage. She screamed loudly. Lucia was surrounded by monsters from all sides. Silhouettes of shields appeared in the air. Lucia hid behind them in a real shield. There was an explosion, at the epicenter of which were several monsters. The blast wave made them roll back. Henson, who had taken a fighting stance, said that it was convenient. With one swing, he cut off the head of another monster. Lucia chopped her opponents into pieces. Henson watched her with interest and thought that the woman's style was very different from his. The monsters screamed and surrounded Lucia again. Henson praised the woman for good teamwork. He used force again, and with the help of the blast wave, he moved a long distance. The sword strike hit the center of the monster, cutting it into 2 equal halves. Lucia did not even turn around to look at the corpse. Henson was standing behind her when he said that they seemed to have finished the fight. Lucia turned around and said with a smile that it was a good place to hunt. Henson heard that there were many difficulties in the worlds of other employers. She remembered the previous battle and said that there were too many hunters then. Recalling the guards, she said that since the hunting grounds belonged to the employers, the pay was exorbitant. The woman remembered bags full of gold. Henson doubtfully wanted to ask who she could be. Lucia guessed that he wanted to ask if she could be one of the rulers in this world. Henson smiled and said that he was just temporarily asked to take care of this, and then asked if she could continue fighting. She agreed with him. Henson promised to call her again, but later, to which Lucia replied that she would wait. Henson looked at the system window when the woman disappeared. A week later, a rift appeared in the forest. Crystals flew into the portal when Henson thought about how quickly he accumulated achievements. He walked forward, thinking that he used to earn 10 million points in a day of hunting, but now he earns at least 3 times that. Henson stopped behind Lucia and thought that since she earns 300 million a week, he was really lucky. The guy was smiling happily. It seemed that Lucia was really happy that she earned 300 million points in a week. Henson awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that he was now ashamed that he earned hundreds of millions of points on electronic equipment. Lucia took a step towards the guy. She addressed the thoughtful Henson. He asked the woman what happened, and it turned out that Lucia wanted to ask a question if he did not mind. The guy was wary, but asked her to speak, and then the woman said that today she saw the guy fight at close range as well. Lucia wanted to know if he planned to continue fighting at close and long range at the same time. Henson confirmed this. The woman, a little nervously, guessed that the guy never properly studied swordsmanship. Henson quickly assured her that he had some knowledge of swordsmanship. Lucia said that if that was the case, she advised hiring a swordsman and learning the sword properly. Henson asked her in surprise if there was a good reason for that. Lucia explained that his swordsmanship was too crude, so perhaps he was not experiencing any particular discomfort right now. The woman was serious when she explained that his attacks would not work on heroic ranked monsters in human form and the like. They stood opposite each other in silence. Henson was surprised that there was actually such a big difference. Lucia smiled and suggested that they fight without using active skills. Henson asked her again in surprise, to which the woman said that she was suggesting this because she thought the boy would understand it better if he experienced it himself. Henson frowned. He pulled out his sword and agreed to her suggestion. The boy took a step forward. He found himself opposite Lucia. Henson frowned again. The guy attacked, and Lucia immediately covered herself with a shield. The swing of the sword left a streak of light behind. Henson was focused on the attack. Lucia easily parried his weapon. She attacked in response, and Henson was forced to jump back to avoid the blow. The guy realized that he was not being attacked with full force. Henson pushed off the ground. In an instant, he found himself behind Lucia. She, without turning around, simply threw the sword over her back, parrying the blow. Henson clicked her tongue in displeasure. Lucia, on the contrary, was pleased with herself. Henson landed on the ground. Without stopping, he went on the attack again. They clashed again. 3 minutes later, the woman walked towards Henson. He, tired and sweaty, could barely stand on his feet. He did not understand why there was such a big difference between their levels. Lucia smiled kindly. Henson, not hiding his emotions, barely parried her attacks. The woman again prepared for battle. The guy perked up. He picked up his weapon and admitted that he had lost. Lucia sheathed his sword and said that this was about what she expected, but his sword skill was quite weak. Henson was surprised that they were talking about his skill since it was not yet shown in his status window. Lucia explained that in a way, this skill was more important than any other stats or skills. She explained that whether passive or active skills, from a player's perspective, they were all skills that were suddenly acquired. She frowned when she said that it wasn't everything just because he knew how to use them. Henson was surprised to ask that, however, wasn't the method for using these skills automatically embedded in them. Lucia complained that this was not enough, then brought up the riding skill as an example. She imagined herself as a little girl riding a horse, and said that once Henson learned this skill, he would be able to ride, stop, and maneuver freely. Lucia imagined a horse rearing up and explained that it didn't mean Henson had mastered horseback riding. She imagined herself riding sideways on a horse and said that depending on skill level, combat power and its use varied widely. She thought of herself standing on her feet in the saddle and explained that when you learn the same skill as someone who has practiced it for a long time, you won't be as strong as them. Henson exclaimed in surprise. Lucia looked at the boy seriously as she explained that this wasn't just a problem with passive skills like swordplay. She explained that even with the thunder skill set he used as his main strength, depending on his skill level, there would be a significant difference in the damage he could deal to enemies. Henson listened attentively to the woman's story. Afterwards, he sat in front of his computer. He thought hard about how even if he was a professional gamer and played the same game with the same character and skill set, what he could do with that character or what a professional gamer could do was a world of difference. He thought about the other guy at the other computer. Henson was thinking about how even if the skill level wasn't written in the status window, he was sure that this ability would make a huge difference in real-life situations. The guy scratched his chin thoughtfully. Lucia looked at the guy in surprise. Henson asked her to help him improve his abilities. She replied contentedly that she would help him with anything he wanted. A few months later, in the mountains, thanks to the efforts of the high-level players who were sent to North Korea, the dungeons that were in danger from the influx of monsters slowly began to stabilize. The guy with the bandaged hand nervously tapped his toe. However, on the other hand, the discontent of the high-level players had reached its limit. The players from the giant guilds that had joined for the purpose of business cooperation gradually began to become lazy, and if an order came to clear the low-level dungeons, they would either slow down or express their opinions about returning to South Korea. The players walked along the snowy road one after another. Due to this situation, the mid and low-level dungeons became the responsibility of the players directly belonging to the association. And naturally, there was dissatisfaction even from these players. The sword entered the ground without interference. Even if the players received double the emergency allowance, it was a great loss. They could not gain experience and level up, and they also could not obtain items or magic stones. Even their daily lives were inconvenient. They had to sleep in tents, and due to the poor living conditions, they even had to limit themselves to combat rations or simple food. Under such conditions, which continued for several months, even the players from the association began to slow down. They sat near their tents in armchairs with warm tea in their hands. But instead of being lazy like the others, there were also players who focused on hunting, showing more enthusiasm. Hansen walked past the mountains, humming a song. He remembered Lucius' movements during the last training. He also analyzed his actions. Hansen remembered the ringing sound of their swords crossing. They trained a lot. Afterwards, they always had a snack together. They drank tea, talked, and joked. Then Lucius said that this world had a surprisingly well-developed civilization. Hansen told her that ordinary people still needed an ID card to do official business, to which the woman replied that this was why he did not call her outside the dungeon. Hansen smiled and said that she was a first-class player. The woman heard that players like her were strictly checked in every country. Lucia was surprised to hear that after he finished the job he was doing now, he would look into ways to allow her to live in Korea. Hansen smiled and said that it was important to get an ID and register as a player. The woman smiled and said that it would be good if they did it the easy way, as she was very happy with her current situation. Lucia had also heard that the ID photo would be of her as she was now, and Hansen confirmed this. The woman said sadly that if it was going to happen anyway, it would be better if she looked younger. Hansen looked at her in surprise. He laughed and said that it would be good to have a younger photo on the ID. Lucia looked at the guy with interest. He extended his hand to her. The woman took a step towards him. Hansen looked at her. The younger Lucia said sheepishly that she thought he should take it back. She had heard that he should think of it as payment for his education. He said with a smile that the woman had already taught him many things. Lucia was embarrassed. She clenched her fists and promised to do her best to teach him everything, to which the guy replied that she could do as she wished. In the sky, the stars were barely visible through the clouds. The players were grouped around the plane. They were chatting casually. Hansen stood at a distance, warming his hands in his jacket pockets. One of the players was talking loudly on the phone. The hooded man next to him listened as the guy explained that he was on a business trip. The man clenched his fist and thought, this is their chance. Where he stood, only a black haze remained. Hansen walked calmly through the gorge. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He realized that his wild instincts had been activated. Black haze was seeping behind him. Hansen realized that these were enemies. He pressed his lips together, thinking frantically. A monster appeared ahead. They looked like humanoid lions. Hansen exhaled and decided to begin. He pulled a sword from his bag. Hansen hid behind a rock until the monsters found him. There was a huge explosion, and the lions turned towards the noise. Hansen walked into the light with a confident smile. The monsters screamed and attacked him in a crowd. The guy cut the approaching enemies with precise movements. He grabbed the blue crystal in his hands. Hansen put it in his backpack. He remembered how he cut the monster in half with one movement. All that was left behind was a bloody trail on the ground. Hansen leaned tiredly against the stone. He drank some water when the system window with the characteristics appeared. Hansen looked back. He muttered that he was tired, but he had to go. Red hair appeared from behind the stone. Hansen thought that the enemies were very close. They screamed and attacked from behind. With one precise movement, the guy cut the enemy. Hansen thought that he was caught. The dark substance rushed towards Hansen. A lightning sphere appeared in the guy's hands. He turned to the attacker. There was an explosion. The attacker gritted his teeth in anger. Hansen crouched, preparing for the next attack and saying something about the assassin's class. He attacked, and his sword left a trail of lightning. The assassin parried the blow. The stranger landed. Hansen attacked him from above. The blow would have hit the target if the assassin had not turned into a black haze. Hansen turned around and thought about how fast he was. Meanwhile, the assassin ran away, leaving a smoky trail behind him. He gritted his teeth because his scorched cheek still hurt. The man did not understand how the guy knew. Hansen looked at the almost melted trail of the assassin. He thought angrily that although he was obviously stronger than him, his enemy was too fast. A breeze rustled the ground. Hansen exploded the space around him and instantly jumped back. The assassin immediately appeared behind him. The guy lunged with his sword. He thought tensely about the fact that the assassin even had movement skills. The assassin grinned. Another explosion was heard, but this time it was the man who initiated it. Hansen looked at the system windows that popped up, which informed him that he was under the effect of poisoning, so he was paralyzed for 10 seconds, but the passive skill Book of Immortality was activated, so the poisoning was removed. Finally, the guy noticed the killer jump. Hansen swung another ball lightning. Another explosion was heard. The killer dodged the blow. Hansen was surprised that he was so fast. He couldn't even hit the man, and besides, his skills were not enough since he was wasting a lot of energy. The guy sighed heavily. He looked at the sword and thought that if this was the case, then he only had one chance. Hansen frowned and thought that the main thing was to ruin the moment. Looking ahead, the dark-haired man gritted his teeth. Starting to run forward, he declared that they should get out of here because this mission was already a failure. A moment later, the protagonist appeared in front of his face, his purple eye glowing as he launched an arcing attack with his ability. The man asked who that guy was. An explosion of purple magic erupted in front of the protagonist as he jumped back. The dark-haired man asked if he had really only been awakened for 1 year. Continuing to run, the man looked back and saw Henson again. Barely managing to turn around, he had to block a sword attack. Holding back the onslaught, the dark-haired man mentally declared that this was just a monstrous brat. Several quick attacks erupted in the air. Looking forward seriously, the protagonist mentally asked if his opponent was really going to run away. Raising his hand, he began to create a small object of dark energy in it. The dark-haired man jumped at the protagonist. The protagonist looked in the direction where the man had just disappeared into the portal of purple aura. With a sharp jerk, the man began to run away. Lowering his head, Henson stated that it was a blink. Approaching the enemy, he pierced him with the blade. The man lowered his head, sighing in pain. He retreated a few meters and grabbed his chest. The protagonist began to swing. He rushed forward, performing an arcing attack. He turned around, realizing that the enemy had dodged the attack. A dark-haired man appeared in front of his face, swinging his blade. The protagonist mentally noted that it was fast. He gritted his teeth as the weapon, shrouded in purple lightning, approached his body. The light from a powerful explosion illuminated the location. Opening his mouth wide, the man screamed, being in a stream of magic. The protagonist with white eyes gritted his teeth. The protagonist looked ahead. Purple particles emanated from his enemy. In a stream of smoke, a huge map appeared in front of him. It was a dark curtain, heroic rank. It was an active skill book that hid the shape and sound of the user and their target, as well as the emitted magical power. Taking it in his hands and smiling, Henson declared that it was excellent. He noticed a blade lying on the ground out of the corner of his eye, then turned his head. Picking it up, the protagonist said that this guy must have carried a lot of items with him. A system notification appeared, saying that this was the dagger of the Dark Elf King, heroic rank. It had a 5% chance of poisoning a wounded target, causing wounds to bleed, and casting a curse of corruption. He also received the favor of the keeper, the same rank. It significantly increases the owner's resistance to the enemy, and also has a passive skill. The keeper's shield is available. The keeper's shield itself reduces damage by 50% when attacking an attack that exceeds the owner's resistance to skills. The shield has a cooldown of 120 minutes. The protagonist realized that this skill was the cause. Looking ahead questioningly, he asked why they attacked him. He looked down. Raising his finger, he said psychometry. A notification appeared about the failure of the active skill psychometry. Also, the protagonist cannot view past information about objects imbued with magic. Looking down, he stated that as he thought, he failed. He added that he needed to talk to Lucia first. A white silhouette of a girl with a shield appeared near the protagonist. Smiling, the blonde girl said that he called her later than usual. Looking forward, Henson began to speak with an awkward smile. The boy and the girl sat on the ground, 5 meters apart. Looking into his eyes, Lucia stated that she understood, asking if it was rare to be attacked by other players in this world. Raising his head, the protagonist said that it was something like that, but he did not know about all the disputes, but there were no public conflicts between players. Turning his gaze to the girl, the protagonist asked why she thought they were targeting him. Looking at the boy, Lucia suggested that it could be because they formed a team without his knowledge. Continuing to look forward, she also said that they may have felt threatened by watching him grow stronger and may have tried to figure out how he did it. The protagonist lowered his gaze slightly, shrugging his shoulders. Raising his gaze again, he asked if she thought something like this could happen again in the future. Looking at him, the blonde girl replied that if the people who attacked him were part of an organization, then yes. An image of a dark-haired guy in armor appeared, who introduced himself with a smile while putting his hand on his chest, and said that he was the vice guildmaster of the Sioux Guild until recently, and he thought that there was a good chance that something like this would happen in the future. The protagonist looked back at the dark-haired man. The guy added that, however, if they followed the rules of this world, they might not be able to attack the protagonist in public. Looking forward with excitement, Lucia said that in that case, all he could do was be careful of his surroundings in the dungeon. With both hands on her lap, the girl asked him to call her if he thought he couldn't handle the enemy alone. She also added that if he had a lot of points, he could also hire another mercenary. The protagonist smiled. With a kind expression on his face, he agreed. A dark cloudy sky stood above the area. A man with a hiking backpack was looking towards the helicopter. The dark-haired girl in the cloak turned her head. She mentally asked what it was. She looked at the guy passing over the hill. Looking down in surprise, she mentally asked, "Aren't they performing an operation?" She went down. Starting to envelop herself in streams of red aura, she used the eyes of a hunter. Her pupils glowed red. Bright red traces appeared. Also, traces of weapons could be seen on the hills. The girl slowly walked through the huge stones. Her eyes widened as she looked ahead. She looked in the direction of the streams of magic. The girl put her hand on the ground, starting to emit light particles of energy. She said that it was possible if there were so many traces here. She used the memory of the earth. Two mud people began to appear in front of her. Having formed, they looked at each other, holding weapons in their hands. The dark-haired girl began to watch their battle. She folded her hands, looking ahead. Her expression changed. She was slightly surprised. Turning her head, she saw a mudman running past her. Looking at him, she asked if he ran away. He bowed before another figure. The girl's eyes suddenly opened when she noticed a horn on the mudman's head. 10 stones fell to the ground. Opening her mouth, she said a name, Takahashi. Looking ahead in surprise, she added that he was dead. Tokyo, Japan. A glass high-rise building stood under the scorching sun. A man with a dark mustache, looking ahead, sighed. Looking at the guy in a dark suit, he asked if there was a high probability that what Youngsun said was true. Looking at him, the brown-haired guy confirmed, adding that this was according to Kaniko's report. He reported that Henson killed Takahashi. An image of the protagonist appeared, standing in front of a man disappearing into particles. The man narrowed his eyes and said that there was a possibility that Jeong Sung-woo had also been killed by the protagonist. Lowering his head, the boy said that it was most likely the case. Looking ahead, the man stated that a player who had just awakened a year ago had not only bypassed the level 20 law, but had also defeated a talented ranking player. That man was Tanaka, the minister of the Japanese Dimension Gate Administration. Looking at the silent boy, he asked if this was the second such incident. Raising his head, the man said that bypassing the level 20 law was just the beginning. The boy said that they estimated that the probability that he had a unique skill was 99%. Folding his hands on the table, Tanaka said that in that case, the Korean Players Association needed to sign a contract with him immediately. The dark-haired man began to tap his finger on his table. He asked what kind of unique skill allowed him to develop so quickly. Shifting his gaze, the minister said that this would be a good opportunity to take him away. The brown-haired boy asked again with a surprised expression. The man said it didn't matter. Looking ahead, Tanaka asked how many secret agents they could mobilize right now. Standing still, the boy replied that there were 5 more in reserve. Looking up, the minister told him to send them all to North Korea. The boy asked again in shock. The man asked if he had heard him. Looking away worriedly, the brown-haired man said that it was not like that and he would take care of it right now. Looking ahead, he asked if the objective was still the same. The gate management minister replied that it was. Looking into the boy's eyes, he added that despite this, there was still something else. A photo of the protagonist calmly walking around the city appeared. The dark-haired man said that if the mission seemed impossible, then he should give the order to kill Henson at all costs. Looking at the minister sitting at the table, the boy accepted the order. Kanaka looked towards the closed doors. Smiling, he stated that Henson does not believe in the South Korean government. Straightening his tie and lying down on the chair, he stated that they are very stupid. Raising his hand, the protagonist created a concentrated stream of white energy in it. He looked at it seriously. The girl looked at him. In an instant, he turned into a dark purple sphere surrounded by dark lightning. Looking at his hand, the protagonist said that he would have succeeded if he concentrated more. Looking at him, the girl told him not to worry about it. Smiling, Lucia said that they still had time. Looking in her direction, the protagonist said that he knew. Raising her shield, she said that now was the time to practice. The protagonist with a serious look took out his blade. The girl covered herself with her shield and held the sword out in front of him. Looking forward, the protagonist said that he would begin. The girl looked at him, slightly frightened. The sound of several quick clashes of blades spread through the air. The blonde girl rushed to attack. Approaching, she began to swing her iron sword. Starting to block, the protagonist opened his mouth. He had to bend his whole body to dodge the attack. Trying to maintain balance, he leaned on his palm. He clenched his teeth and raised his head. At that moment, the iron sword was already pressed to his forehead. Lucia looked in surprise in the direction in which the protagonist had just disappeared. She turned her gaze to the left. 2 powerful blows hit her shield. The protagonist appeared behind her. Sharply turning her body, she parried the attack. The protagonist looked ahead in disappointment. The girl leaned on her leg, starting a new dash. Rushing towards the guy, she delivered an attack with her sword, from which the protagonist dodged. Hyun-seok held the blade in front of him. The blonde girl swung her sword. A dozen new blows with clicks were heard across the location. The protagonist stopped the shield with his hand. He walked under it, starting the attack. The iron sword was already approaching his face. Jumping back, he avoided injuries. Lucia and Henson stopped, looking at each other. The girl said that they should finish here. The protagonist shuddered in surprise. Smiling, she said that it was time for them to move on to the next dungeon. Looking at her excitedly, the protagonist asked if he had made any progress. Looking ahead, the blonde girl said that the timing of strikes to his opponent's open points had become faster. Continuing to look at him, she also said that even while dodging attacks, he got rid of unnecessary movements. She also added that she was speaking honestly. With a kind smile, looking ahead, Lucia said that she did not expect such a rapid growth from him. Seriously looking ahead, the protagonist said that he wanted to seriously engage in the art of the shield. Holding the blade and shield in his hands, the girl said that it does not suit him, adding that if he wants to use the shield as his main weapon, patience is important. Looking ahead, the girl said that he immediately rushes forward, sweeping away obstacles when he sees an opportunity. She added that in general, the shield will only hinder him. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist said with a smile that he tries to stay in place, but it is not that easy. Smiling with his whole face, Lucia said that this is called a tendency. The protagonist scratched his head in surprise. The blonde girl said that then he would be with a shield and a sword, it would be harder for him to resist with only a sword. The guy gave up the fist of his left hand, which was armored. Lucia said that the metal protection he wears should be enough to block attacks from the left. Looking at her, the protagonist said that this is great. Smiling, the blonde girl said that she will go. Looking at her kindly, Henson told his teacher that they would see each other later. The girl, embarrassed, said that she was not a teacher. The protagonist looked at the energy particles left after the teleportation. He began to walk forward. Putting his hand to his mouth, Henson yawned tiredly. Continuing to walk calmly, he said that he thought it was okay to take his time going to the next dungeon. He stopped and looked ahead in surprise. 3 pairs of red eyes appeared from the dark cave. The protagonist stood silently. Looking ahead, he asked what? Looking at the approaching man, he asked in surprise if he really was not alone. The red-haired guy in the cloak, looking at the protagonist in Japanese, said that he understood. Looking forward, Henson asked if he was from Japan. Smiling, the guy confirmed. Confidently looking into his eyes, the guy said that it would be better for him if the protagonist gave in without resistance and calmly followed him. With confusion on his face, the protagonist asked why he was trying to grab him. Looking at him, the red-haired guy said that he did not have to tell him about it. Grinning and starting to envelop himself in an aura, the guy asked if the protagonist would resist or give in. The protagonist silently looked at his opponent. Clenching his fists, he mentally asked if he was on the side of the killers who came the other day. The protagonist turned his gaze back. Turning his head, he mentally said that if they both attacked from both sides at the same time, it would be much more difficult than if he fought one-on-one. Throwing the blade over his shoulder, the boy asked if he should call Lucia. Looking at him, the protagonist mentally said that not yet. He took out the blade and squeezed it in his hands. Taking it away, the protagonist mentally said that they should try. Throwing his head back and looking arrogantly at Hensiok, the red-haired man asserted that his opponent would resist. Starting to take the sword out of the sheath, he stated that he offered from the bottom of his heart. Lowering his head, the protagonist began to envelop himself in purple particles. The red-haired man rushed from the spot. Jumping, the protagonist quickly created an explosion in the place where he had been, using the ability of the breath of the Black Thunder Dragon. He shifted his gaze, creating his purple magic in front of his eyes. In an instant, the red-haired guy appeared behind him. Looking back, the protagonist mentally stated that it was a spatial movement skill. The boy disappeared when Henson launched his attack. Looking forward, the protagonist exhaled in anger. Looking down at the newly appeared enemy, he mentally stated that he must conserve his stamina and mana. He began to throw out his hand, shrouded in magic. A stream of purple lightning passed to the left of the enemy's head. The red-haired boy grabbed the sword and launched an attack. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He was able to jump away from the arcing attack. Looking up, the red-haired boy smiled in surprise. The protagonist landed on his knee. The boy stated that his reflexes were quite sharp. Throwing the blade over his shoulder, he also added that his items looked pretty good too. Looking down, he asked how long he thought he could hold out. The red-haired boy took off, starting to run forward. He launched an attack with his sword from above, starting to press on the protagonist. Holding back the pressure, Henson sighed. The shockwave from their collision passed through the location. Particles of white energy emitted light. The protagonist jumped back and began to break with his feet on the ground. The red-haired guy smiled, looking at the enemy. The protagonist looked him in the eyes seriously. 10 quick clashes of swords passed in a second. Making a movement with his fingers, the protagonist began to create streams of purple energy near his palm. He threw his hand with magic forward. He released magic at the enemy, creating an explosion. Turning his head, he mentally asked what it was. With madness on his face, the red-haired ran towards the enemy's back. Enveloping his hand in magic, the protagonist began to turn. A couple of meters away from him, the guy disappeared. Looking ahead questioningly, the protagonist asked if his opponent had a skill similar to Wild Instinct. Looking ahead, the dark-haired girl asked if this guy really awakened only a year ago. Folding his hands, the gray-haired man confirmed. Dozens of blade clashes echoed through the air. The man said that a year ago, this guy was only level 1. Folding her arms and looking away, the girl asked what he did to get this far. The man replied that he had no idea. Two people in blue cloaks and hats looked ahead. The gray-haired man said that they were here to find out. He also noted that he hoped that the method he used would work on other players. The red-haired guy leaned on his leg and made a dash. He approached the protagonist, swinging his weapon. The man said that he did not think the protagonist was ranked yet. The guy's powerful blow shattered part of the stone ground. The man added that he was giving Sasaki a run for his money. Looking ahead, the girl asked how Takahashi was defeated by someone like him. Looking forward seriously, the gray-haired man replied that it was because he wasn't good enough and added that if she fought him, she would probably have a hard time too. Throwing her hand to the side, the indignant girl stated that this was nonsense and that she would only have to take one step and this brat would no longer be alive. Turning his head, the man said that it was worth looking at this. The craters from the warriors' clashes were forming in increasing numbers. The man stated that Sasaki said that he could handle him himself. The protagonist made an arcing attack with his dagger. Gritting his teeth, the red-haired man blocked. The slashing blow of the sword left a wound on the protagonist's left shoulder. The boy looked away in surprise. Gritting his teeth, the angry Hyunseok mentally declared that he had a long way to go. Blood gushed from his shoulder, he mentally declared that he needed to train harder. Looking ahead in fear, the guy mentally noted that the protagonist's fighting style was too dangerous. The red-haired guy instantly disappeared again. He appeared behind him and, swinging his arm, mentally said that he needed to end this with one attack. His blade was quickly approaching the protagonist's dagger. The sound of it hitting metal spread throughout the location. Grinning madly, the red-haired guy said that this was the end. Looking at the approaching attack in fear, the protagonist mentally stated that it was dangerous. His eyes widened, he mentally stated that he could die. The passive skill survival instincts, heroic rank, was activated. The red-haired guy's head separated from the rest of his body in an instant. The hero's head flew back, the body froze. Henson gritted his teeth and frowned. He held out his sword in front of him, saying that his opponent had lost. The hero's body fell to his knees. Streams of dark energy appeared. A girl with dark long hair appeared among them, saying that she did not think that Sasaki would die. The young man looked at her in surprise. She frowned and curled her upper lip in displeasure, saying that this was absurd. Dark streams of energy moved forward. Henson raised his eyebrows, looking to the side. He froze, looking at the girl standing in front of him and the streams of energy to the side, realizing that Sasaki was not alone here. A foot stepped forward. The man frowned, saying that the hero really has rich experience, but they also have an ace up their sleeve. A group of people in dark robes and headdresses appeared behind the young man. An unfamiliar man raised his hand under a blue cape. Henson arched his eyebrows, beads of sweat trickled down his face. He wondered if they knew that the activation time was short. The girl and the man folded their arms across their chests, raising their eyebrows in surprise. The people in headdresses and capes came closer. One of them widened his eyes in surprise. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. The guy waved his finger, calling up the status window. A squad of 4 heroes appeared next to him. A man in a knight's helmet that completely covered his face stood in front of them. Lucia opened her eyes wide, holding a shield in front of her. The strangers wondered where these guys came from and who they were, because they couldn't even sense the mana around them. The tall man with a bald head smiled happily, holding a weapon in his hands. The young man put his fist out, looking to the side. The hero frowned, his face hidden by a dark cloth. He put out sharp blades from his hand, clenching it into a fist. Henson stood with his back to them, saying that the main task was to capture the enemy. He frowned, saying that if they thought they would be difficult to subdue, it would be better to kill them. Lucia smiled and raised her eyebrows, saying that everything was clear to her. The man gritted his teeth, saying that the task was clear to him. The brown-eyed boy smiled, saying that he would do whatever his master ordered. The black-masked hero frowned, looking ahead. A loud explosion sent rocks flying into the air. Kaneko hit her back and opened her mouth, wheezing in pain. She placed her hand on the ground, sitting on one knee. Lucia looked down at her, her eyebrows raised high. Blood was pouring out of the girl's mouth. She looked ahead in fear and wiped the blood away with her hand, wondering what was going on. The hero's legs were hanging in the air. The boy frowned, looking ahead. The stranger gritted his teeth. The boy in the red suit lifted the hero into the air, holding his face with his hand. The party member lifted his legs high, starting to run forward. The bald man frowned and smiled, laughing loudly. The heroes in the hats closed their eyes, shouting that this group was too strong. The guy with the giant hammer jumped high into the air, saying that he didn't want to kill them, so they better dodge it. The hero had a satisfied smile on his face and swung the weapon, raising it above his head. A loud explosion threw the strangers in different directions, raising streams of dust and debris. The guy dragged one of them along with him, saying that he had fainted and the other one seemed to be dead. He looked at the body of the man in the dark cloak. There was a pool of blood near his head. The hero smiled, saying that he was allowed to kill them if they did not want to obey, so said his employer. There was a stain of blood on the ground. Kaneko gritted her teeth, trying to remove the bright rope that bound her wrists. The blades of the sword moved forward. The marks of the tip of the weapon remained in the air, blood spurted out. The girl gritted her teeth and opened her eyes wide in pain. She fell to the ground and screamed loudly. Lucia stood motionless in place, watching her. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and her eyebrows raised. The man smirked, saying that the guy was outstanding. The hero, whose face was hidden by a mask, looked down, saying that it was boring. The gray-haired man sat by a stone, on which there were traces of his blood. The protagonist opened his mouth, saying that the guys exceeded all his expectations. Henson smiled, folding his arms over his chest. He looked at the crowd of killers in front of him. The hero in the black mask frowned, telling the gentleman that he was finished. The guy asked if there was any more work for him. The young man widened his eyes, looking at him. Henson arched his eyebrows, asking to watch them until the minimum working time expired. The hero immediately replied that everything was clear to him. The guy with the bald head widened his eyes, looking away. The hero in the red suit approached them. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking why the assassination team had attacked him. Kaneko and the white-haired man hung their heads in guilt. The strangers in capes and hats looked at the floor. The boy stood still in front of them, saying that they didn't seem to be answering. The bald-headed hero frowned in displeasure, telling them to answer immediately since the master had asked them a question. He kicked one of the men in the black cape. The hero raised his large hammer over the fallen man. He hit his leg with all his might, sending up a cloud of dust. The man raised his eyebrows, screaming in pain. Kaneko and the white-haired man stood still, their eyes wide. There were traces of blood on the boy's hammer. He raised the weapon in front of him and smiled, asking if they would answer now. The hero grinned terrifyingly and furrowed his brows, asking if he was right. The silver-haired man looked at him in fear, saying that this was not what it seemed. The boy began to count to 1. The man frowned nervously, looking forward. A smirk appeared on the hero's face. When he reached 1, he raised his hammer high above himself. Kaneko closed her eyes and opened her mouth wide, shouting that she was here on orders from the Japanese Dimension Gate Control. The silver-haired man furrowed his brows, saying that they were ordered to kidnap Henson and bring her to Japan. The hero in the headdress opened his eyes wide, saying that this was necessary in order to find a way to bypass the level 20 rule and to understand how the hero increased his strength so quickly. The boy lowered the hammer to the ground and leaned on it, saying that this was excellent. Henson thoughtfully brought his hand to his chin. Not understanding anything, he decided that he needed to confirm this first. The hero looked away. He turned to the bald-headed guy, asking him to collect all the items of their enemies and bring them to him. The hero immediately agreed. The man in the headdress opened his mouth, putting both hands forward. The young man froze in front of him, looking at the status window. Kaneko gritted her teeth, putting her palm forward and bringing her other hand closer to her face. The protagonist thoughtfully looked at the status window. The gray-haired man smiled nervously and closed his eyes, raising his right hand. Henson raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking why he lied. The man looked up at him guiltily. He gritted his teeth, trying to justify himself. A guy with a giant hammer and a satisfied smile on his face appeared in front of him. A loud scream was heard, bright blood splashed onto the stone. Traces of blood remained on the hero's hammer. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, saying that their comrades were waiting outside the dungeon. Kaneko smiled and furrowed her brows, saying that it was true since they weren't that skilled. She, along with several people in dark robes, were kneeling in front of the protagonist, saying that she estimated that it would be more than 2 levels from that level. The boy asked what their exact location was. The man tucked his legs, kneeling in a pool of blood. He stood up and furrowed his brows, saying that they had come out of the dungeon. Henson's eyes widened, looking at Kaneko sitting in front of him. The boy raised his brows, saying that he would go out for a moment, asking him to keep a close eye on the assassination squad so that they couldn't escape. Lucia's eyes widened, looking at him. The man in the red suit silently watched him go. The hero, whose face was hidden by a mask, looked down at the floor. The hero with the giant hammer placed the weapon on his shoulder and smiled, asking the chief to be careful. White clouds floated slowly across the blue sky. The protagonist walked out of the dungeon gates. He raised his hand to his face, shielding his eyes from the bright rays of the sun. The guy said, "Good," looking at the high mountains ahead. He quickly disappeared from the spot, leaving behind only raised streams of wind. The tops of the green trees were motionless. The young man used blink. Henson, raising his sword to strike, hovered in the sky behind the stranger in a dark robe and headdress. The man turned around and opened his eyes wide, screaming in fear. Bright blood splashed. The hero grabbed him by the collar of his clothes. He moved his hand to the side, realizing why he had not noticed them earlier. It was quite dark in the dungeon. The young man returned, coming closer to the guy with a bald head. He immediately turned to the boss. Henson's eyes widened in surprise. The hero raised his eyebrows, leaning on the base of the hammer and saying that they had better go back now. He placed his other hand on top of the first, asking if the boy wanted to extend the contract. The protagonist smiled, saying that everything was fine and that they could return. He closed his eyes and raised his eyebrows, thanking them for their work today. The protagonist smiled and scratched his head, saying that there was no need to thank them for that. He asked to call them next time, since this was the first time in his life that he had received such an easy mission. Kaneko and the gray-haired man frowned, looking in their direction. The men in dark robes and hats turned their heads. The hero, whose face was hidden by a black mask, smiled, saying that this was also his first time. Such simple missions were always welcome. The guy in the red suit closed his eyes and smiled, asking to be sure to call him next time. The group of guys disappeared, leaving behind streams of dust. Lucia frowned, looking ahead. Henson thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin and looked up, asking what he should do. A bright flame appeared in front of his face. He easily dodged the stream of fire. The girl put her shield in front of her, deflecting the attack. The man gritted his teeth. Kaneko and the white-haired man quickly moved forward. The protagonist frowned and put his palm forward with concentrated energy, asking if they had really recovered in this time. Streams of wind raised dust from the ground. A bright explosion appeared in front of the heroes of the assassination squad. The white-haired man gritted his teeth, concentrating a fireball between his palms. Kaneko froze, putting her hand forward and opening her eyes wide. A bright explosion thundered in the dungeon, lifting rubble into the air. Lucia frowned, holding her shield in front of her and protecting the protagonist behind her back. The girl looked forward, deflecting the sword. In one movement, Lucia cut off the heads of the man and Kaneko, moving forward. The running hero's legs were raised high. Henson turned around, raising his eyebrows. He watched the men in dark robes and hats run away. The boy raised his eyebrows, using blink and curtain of darkness. The strangers put their hands in front of their faces. There was complete darkness in front of them. The man frowned and opened his mouth wide. A bright purple explosion thundered in the dungeon. Both heroes screamed, finding themselves in its epicenter. They fell to the ground dead. The boy came closer. The boy raised his eyebrows, looking at them. Henson looked down at them, asking if they thought they could run away just because he and Lucius were alone. The space shimmered. A book fell to the floor as Henson thought about how much he had gained, but also how much he had lost. He turned to Lucius because he did not need anyone else to know. He said irritably that they were a Japanese criminal organization that took on secret missions, and it was obvious that they would come for him again. The books rushed towards the portal. Henson crouched down and said that the most important thing now was the safety of his family. He frowned. Henson called up the system window and thought that people with such abilities could not be stopped by the Association Security Service alone. He looked closely at the system windows that reported on the characteristics of the ring, which could, if the owner was attacked, absorb damage. If the damage inflicted on the owner exceeded the damage that the Guardian's ring could absorb, the ring disappeared, and it was a miniature item that could be purchased, but it cost 10 billion. He put his finger on the system window. Henson decided to buy 3 at once. He scrolled through the list of things for sale. Suddenly, one of the positions caught his attention, which was called the exchange bracelet, which was an item from the set, and he immediately looked at its characteristics, which turned out to be good. Since if the bracelet was shared by 2 wearers, they could track each other's current mood. It was blue when the other owner was calm, it was purple when the other owner was worried, and it was also available for purchase. He also decided to buy a scroll for long-distance travel, as this item can teleport to a specific location or destination, and it was a miniature item. Meanwhile, the sun was shining over one of the buildings. The scroll, bracelet, and ring were lying there. Sister Henson looked at these items warily when she asked her brother not to tell her that he was going to do something dangerous. Henson laughed awkwardly. He explained that he was giving it to her just in case. It was also sunny over the apartment complex. Henson's mother was also wary when she saw the jewelry. Henson felt awkward giving it away. Night fell over the city. The boy entered the hospital room. The room was dark, so only the light from the daylight opening illuminated it. His father was sleeping on the hospital bed. Henson quietly approached him. He put the ring on his finger. Suddenly, he felt something. The bracelet began to glow red. Henson shook his father's hand and told him not to worry because he would find something to cure him soon. The bracelet immediately began to glow purple. Henson smiled. He sat down on the chair next to the bed. The man was smiling in his sleep. Henson clenched his fist and said that he felt better because, as he thought, the problem was only in his body. He smiled. Henson stroked his father's hand and muttered that he must be tired, so he promised to make him feel better. After 1 week, the man said that it had been a week since their connection was broken, so he asked about what happened there. The subordinate looked sadly ahead. He thought that they had failed their mission, to which the man asked about the point. He asked about the chances that they had betrayed them. The subordinate sadly answered that the chances were very low, but it was possible. The man asked if he had a secret agent to call upon, to which the boy replied that there was none at the moment. The man clasped his hands and cursed. Suddenly, the door to the office opened and the secretary rushed into the room. The man frowned and asked about what had happened. The secretary worriedly replied that things were bad because the initial response to the spatial gate in Fukuoka had failed. The man asked in surprise about the area being guarded by the Yamato Guild and that they had failed. The secretary confirmed that this was true. He reported that the Yamato Guild master had passed away and that during the mission, all of the guild members who had participated had been wiped out. The man could not believe that this was true, so he asked about the rank of the monsters that had appeared. The secretary replied that they had been assigned heroic ranks. It turned out to be a humanoid monster called a Chozo, and its exact rank has not yet been confirmed. This was the first time this monster had appeared. It was quite mobile due to its wings. It could also move easily through the sky. The man frowned. He jumped up from the table and ordered the immediate mobilization of players from neighboring areas. Meanwhile, in Japan, Fukuoka, there were corpses lying on the ground. Soldiers stood in a row, their weapons ready for battle. Chozo grabbed a passerby. It tore the corpse's flesh with its teeth. The soldier cursed into the radio. There were many Chozo. The soldier ordered his men to rush to attack. The space shook. Chozo immediately took off. Players grinned and used force to attack them. Explosions were heard in the sky. Chozo tried to either dodge the attacks or fight back with spears. They made unimaginable turns in the air, evading force strikes. Some of them were unable to avoid the early ones. The Chozo flock took to the skies. The monsters screamed menacingly. The soldiers stared at the enemy, their guns lowered to the ground. One of the guys froze, watching the enemy. There were countless monsters. Such a huge flock was flying across the sky. The soldiers raised their guns, ready to shoot. The Chozo rushed forward with a scream. The players froze. Another explosion was heard in the sky when the order was given to hold the line, since if they could hold out now, it could ensure their victory. Some players fought the monsters hand to hand. Here and there, traces of battle were visible. One of the monsters, which was a different color from the others, screamed. The other monsters turned at his scream. They grabbed their spears more comfortably. The players did not understand what this meant. The Chozo spread their wings. They immediately soared into the sky, and it seemed that they were running away. One of the girls followed their direction. It turned out that the monsters were moving towards the neighboring city, so they had to be stopped. The machine gun fired a burst. The Chozo were moving forward, not seeing any obstacles in front of them. The monster dug its claws into the metal as if it were soft and thin. The monster lifted the car up, which immediately exploded there. The players ran after the monsters, despite the explosions. The light Chozo continued to scream. One of the monsters immediately broke away from the main pack and rushed into battle. The monsters attacked the player and buried him under their bodies. The others did not understand what was happening. One of the guys turned to his comrades and ordered them to go back. The monsters were lining up on the roof of one of the buildings. Electric discharges went through their bodies. A powerful explosion was heard below. One of the players called the opponents creatures. He angrily shouted that he would destroy them all. One of the Chozo looked at him angrily. A pillar of fire shot up into the sky. The player clenched his fists. He charged resolutely, despite the raging fire. The Chozo held their spears out in front of them. Some players continued to fight the monsters on the ground. A fist rushed towards the monster's face. The guy fought, walking through a curtain of fire. He laughed contentedly as he decided to make the monsters regret what they had done. A light Chozo flew towards him to attack. The guy frowned resolutely. The monster was also serious. However, the monster flew past the guy attacking it. It grinned maliciously. Blood spurted from the body of one of the girls. She smiled goodbye. The guy cursed again. The Chozo attacked him, so the guy had to defend himself with a shield. He tried to look around in the heat of battle. His gaze was constantly searching for something. Suddenly, a spear pierced his body. The guy cursed. Light Chozo began to sparkle with lightning. An explosion was heard. The players were caught in a shock wave of lightning. The guy screamed in pain. A question was heard over the city that they were destroyed. The man did not understand how this could happen. He frowned. The man shouted that so many ranked and high-level players were called to this matter. The guy with the tablet in his hand said that the Chozo deceived them because they acted as if they were retreating. The man did not understand that, even if this was true, how could they destroy everyone? Did the subordinate guy really want to say that the Great Japan players were so weak? The subordinate replied that the creature that looked like their leader was acting very smart. The man exclaimed that it was still just a heroic rank monster. The subordinate hesitated. He explained that they had a video recording of what happened then, and then asked the boss to take a look. The man picked up the tablet. What he saw shocked him. Meanwhile, in the helicopter waiting room, Henson heard that a new kind of monster had appeared in Japan. His colleague told him that heroic rank monsters codenamed Chozo had appeared and it was total chaos. He said that it was reported that the ranked and high-level players who had gone out to capture them had all been wiped out. Henson didn't understand how that was possible. He poured tea into a glass and said that it meant that these monsters were making intelligent moves. His colleague took a sip and said that as a result, the Japanese government had publicly asked the international community for help. Henson asked if there were any countries free enough to help another country, to which his colleague replied that he didn't think so. Henson thought that they wouldn't have time to deceive him. A portal appeared in the mountains. Henson turned to Lucia and said that he wanted to ask her something before the sparring. He wondered if she meant anything about monsters called Chozo. Lucia looked at the boy warily. She asked in surprise if the Chozo had appeared in this world, to which Henson replied that they had. Lucia explained that in the world she lived in, an entire kingdom had been destroyed by a Chozo swarm, so the country could be destroyed if they attacked. Henson was excited by this news. The girl said that the damage would be significant. She continued to say that their intelligence and features were very good since they lived in packs, so they moved in groups. Lucia worriedly said that Henson could be seriously injured if he fought them like normal monsters. He replied that they had already been injured, although it was a different country. The shield and sword were lying on the ground. Lucia crouched down on the ground and said that if the leader was so smart, it would not be easy. She remembered how the kingdom was burning with fire, so if possible, it would be better for the countries to unite and take care of them together. Henson said that other countries hardly have the time to help. Lucia imagined a clawed hand squeezing a skull and said that neglecting them for too long could cause serious complications. She explained that Chozo are monsters that can grow to legendary rank. Henson was very surprised by this. Lucia explained that there is a limit to their growth, depending on their tribe, but just like players, monsters grow by hunting. The girl said that if they managed to win such a big victory, their level would increase quite a lot. She said that they would also get a lot of magic stones and skill books. Henson asked about absorbing skill books is not scary, but they also absorb magic stones. Lucia said that monsters who hunt other monsters or players do it for experience and magic stones. The girl said that especially in the case of magic stones, since they allow them to go beyond their tribe. Henson asked if players could also absorb magic stones and grow. As far as the girl knew, it was impossible. She told him that countless empires and kingdoms had invested large amounts of resources into experiments, but from what she had heard, they had all failed. Henson hesitated. He said that in their world, they were also conducting experiments to grow players using magic stones, but so far they had been unsuccessful. Lucia looked at the boy. He shared that he didn't think she should worry about being attacked right now, and the girl asked why. Henson smiled and said that everyone would be busy with the Chozo, and she wouldn't have time to help them. Lucia chuckled. She said that she was greedy, and she was punished for it. 3 months passed. The Japanese government still couldn't deal with the Chozo. The Chozo continued to expand their territory and spread throughout Fukuoka, and eventually Fukuoka was lost. While Japan waited helplessly for support from the world community, Korea finished repairing the damage caused by the second cataclysm. People began to take to the streets. North Korea also quickly completed its reconstruction work. After this, the North Korean government opened its territory to players for the first time. The players, delighted, rushed there. Henson also tried his best, but he was unable to clear all the dungeons in the North Korean area. Because of the players who kept coming, he eventually decided to return to South Korea. Henson then grew tired of watching other players fight. In one of the apartments of the apartment complex, it was announced that he was here. His sister asked him discontentedly about how it was really so difficult to see each other more often, but the guy only asked how his mother was. The girl replied that she was in the kitchen, and her mother immediately appeared from behind the door. Henson hesitated. He said he was at home and the woman urged him to come in faster. The food in the pot smelled delicious when his mother asked him if he had had lunch and if he was hungry. Henson awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that he had deliberately not had lunch so that they could all eat instead. The office building was bathed in sunlight. Henson was focused. He walked along the empty corridor. His steps were almost muffled. The guy looked back and the environment seemed great to him. He extended his hand. A shining silhouette of a girl appeared in front of him. Henson greeted Lucia with a smile. The girl looked around with delight. She immediately went outside. Lucia was mesmerized by the cars passing by. They were walking along the sidewalk when the girl asked if this was the world Henson lived in. The guy suggested that she first make an ID. He smiled as he said that there would be no problem if she did as he said, but Lucia looked up with delight. She turned around and agreed with the boy, ready to follow his instructions. Henson thought that she could handle it with a slightly anxious smile. The municipal building was quiet. Henson looked at the girl's golden hair and thought that the only way to get an official ID for Lucia when she had no records at all in this world was through the Players Association. They walked down the hallway of the office together. The boy thought that all countries, including Korea, had different kinds of benefits to support players. One of them was citizenship. In this world, where the number of players was the strength of a nation, if they had no particular problems, they would try to make the players their own. The man who was given the passport chuckled contentedly. Even if the players were illegal immigrants or smugglers, they could be openly granted citizenship after awakening. Of course, there were certain conditions. They can't join foreign guilds for the first 5 years, and they're banned from traveling to other countries for 5 years. Hyun-seok sat on a chair with his arms folded. He thought that they should be able to handle this pretty easily since he had disguised Lucia as a stateless person. The girl looked ahead with a smile. She was walking behind the employee as the guy thought about how there were many countries that had fallen because they couldn't stop the first cataclysm when it started. The clock showed 8 hours and 5 minutes. Finally, Lucia called out to Hyun-seok, who immediately asked how it went. The girl happily showed the card and announced that she had received the ID. Hyun-seok exclaimed happily that it was a relief, then asked him to enter immediately. Lucia understood everything. Hyun-seok said that he also had a deal he wanted to make her. He explained that this deal would help both of them. There was a signboard for Sora Coffee hanging on the brick building. There were 2 glasses on the table, and the employee of the cafe said that the order was ready. Lucia took a sip. Looking at her, the protagonist asked her if she liked the drink. A smile appeared on her face. Looking at her friend, the girl said that it was very tasty. Henson was glad that she liked it. People looked around in surprise. The guy raised his eyebrows when he was called out. Twirling the straw with her fingers, his comrade mentioned the offer they had talked about earlier. Raising her eyebrows, she asked if her friend was really going to sell additional goods using her unique skills. Closing his eyes, the young man answered in the affirmative and promised to give her 10% of the proceeds. Lucia, widening her eyes, said that this seemed like a very good offer for her. Smiling, the player said that he would also benefit. The girl asked him not to refuse the student a favor. Hearing that they had been together for about 6 months, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. Leaning towards her, the protagonist expressed a desire to be with her until they found a way to return her to her world. He smiled widely and added that he wanted to help fight monsters in the other world as well. Tears appeared in his ally's eyes. Seeing her blush, Henson asked if she was okay. Lucia looked up at him and said that her friend was truly incredibly merciful towards her. The girl knelt down in front of him as passersby watched from the side. The dumbfounded boy raised his hand and asked what was going on. Bowing before him, his ally promised to serve him as her lord and repay him with her loyalty as long as she was in this world. Closing her eyes, she promised that her sword would be the blade that would crush his enemies. Her body would become the shield that would protect the lord as the people gathered around them. The boy looked down. Looking ahead, Lucia declared that this was an oath that even death could not break because her honor as a knight was at stake. Notifications appeared that the user had received the knight's heartfelt loyalty and that the job change quest and lord qualification had begun. Looking at these notifications that appeared in front of him, the player fell into a stupor. Reaching for the confirmation window about accepting the oath of loyalty, the protagonist was surprised that it was possible to change jobs not only after reaching level 50. The onlooker's mouth dropped open in surprise. People were talking to each other. Holding out his hand to his friend, Henson asked her to stand up. The girl replied that she could not do so until her comrade took the oath. Frowning, the guy said that he agreed to accept it and repeated his request once again. His partner held out her hand to him. A moment later, she stood up. A new notification about the changes caused by taking the Oath of Allegiance appeared in front of the young man's face. Now he had a legendary rank title, and all his characteristics had improved. White clouds floated above the building. The player thoughtfully looked at the status window. The heroes were sitting at the table opposite each other. The main character asked what was going on. Lucia replied that this was her opportunity to pay at least a 10,000th part of his favor. Looking up, Henson said that he did not know how things were in the other world, but in their world there was no status system. Raising her eyebrows, the girl explained that the standards of this world were not very important to her. Sitting opposite her comrade, she added that she swore allegiance to her lord as a knight since he had the skills and personality to serve. The boy blushed in embarrassment. Narrowing her eyes, his ally asked if he had not accepted his oath of allegiance. The young man lowered his eyebrows. Placing his hand on the table, the player asked what happened the moment his job changed to that of a lord after taking the oath. Smiling, Lucia said that this was the natural order of things. Closing her eyelids, she added that someone who had accepted the oath of allegiance from a knight could only be a lord. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked if she had a job. With wide eyes, the girl explained that her heroic rank job was called an immortal knight. Looking at her in surprise, Henson asked how this was possible if he was not yet level 50. His partner replied that the level was indeed an important factor when changing jobs. She explained that it was not an absolute condition and smiled. Recalling a battle where she had to kill a man with a sword, Lucia explained that she had obtained her job through countless battles. This was determined based on her life path and combat experience. The knight standing next to her raised a flag. Raising her eyebrows, the girl explained that even after fulfilling some special conditions, she had additional tasks for changing jobs. Without taking his eyes off her, the guy said that he understood everything. Throwing a sad look at him, his partner apologized for not telling him about it earlier and explained that she was trying to hide her job, so she only showed her level and characteristics. With her hands on her knees, she added that the reason why her stamina, physical strength, and mental strength were the highest among her stats was because they were further increased by the rewards from changing jobs. Smiling, the boy said he understood. Scratching his head, he said he thought he would never be able to get a job. Lucia smiled back. With her hands on the table, the girl expressed her confidence that her friend would have gotten a good job without her help. Looking at her, the player asked how long after waking up she managed to get a job. The ally replied that it took about 15 years. Hearing this, the protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock. Pointing at him, his partner suggested checking the exclusive skill that the job gives him, since he needs to train a lot to master it completely. Henson raised his hand and called up a status window, which described his stats and skills. Looking down, he noticed that an exclusive job skill had been added. Judging by the window that appeared in the air, the new abilities were called Faction Status and Lord's Flag. 2 more were hidden. Approaching her friend from behind, Lucia explained that the skills would continue to increase if additional changes were made to the job. The guy asked if he would have the opportunity to change jobs in the future. Smiling, the girl said that job changes were possible to higher ranks if the number of servants increased. Grinning, the young man said that he did not know if this was possible. Seeing the exclusive job status, leadership, on the window in front of him, he asked what it meant. Raising her eyebrows, her partner explained that leadership is determined by the combination of all the characteristics. The player frowned in thought. Looking back, the protagonist asked if he was really missing 60 points. Lucia said that it was because she was his subordinate. The knights stood one after another, depending on the number of subordinates and their characteristics. The leader's statistics either increase or decrease. An ordinary person who will not be able to change jobs has about 10. After that, they increase by 10 each time the user changes jobs. The man in armor stood next to the red-haired girl. Smiling, Henson said that he understood everything. Looking at him with a smile, the girl said that she changed jobs 5 times. The guy was looking at the notification about the faction status. He clicked on the knight's name. Her status window opened. Seeing it, the young man frowned. Sitting at the table, his partner said that this is the basic ability of the Lord, which allows you to know the abilities of subordinates and properly manage them. The player thoughtfully scrolled through the list of abilities and, seeing the description of the Lord's Flag skill, thought that it was useless for now. 2 more abilities were called Hire and Recall. The protagonist, opening his mouth in surprise, noticed that the latter skill had a rather large penalty. His ally confirmed this. Raising her eyebrows, Lucia noted the fact that the penalty for the recalled one was also small. Henson asked what kind of penalty they were getting. Looking up, the girl said that the recalled one would not be able to join another lord for as long as he served the previous one. The guy frowned in surprise and wondered if this was really considered a penalty. Frowning, the ally added that his level, skills, and stats would decrease. Hearing this, the young man opened his mouth in amazement. Crossing her arms over her chest, the partner said that they would not decrease forever and that they could be restored by leveling up or retraining skill books. Sternly frowning, the player asked how much the stats would decrease. There was a knight standing behind the man in the robe. All levels, stats, and skills were subordinate to the lord, so they would all reset if the subordinate was recalled. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. He placed his hands on the table and asked if it was possible for subordinates to file a recall request first. Lucia replied that it was possible, but it would not save him from a fine. Narrowing his eyes, Henson asked how many subordinates were needed for the Lord's Flag to take effect. Smiling, the girl replied that at least 10 knights were needed for this and that it would take quite a while before the flag would be useful. Scratching the back of his head, the guy suggested that this might not happen at all. Winking, his partner said that this was not true, because her lord was worthy of leading not 10, but hundreds or even thousands of knights. The young man smiled widely. Chozo opened his fanged mouth and growled. His companions held spears in their hands. Goblins walked through the streets of the city. Monsters walked one after another. The light Chozo sat on the roof. Monsters flew above the houses. What was happening was shown on TV. Tanaka asked the subordinate standing in front of him if there were any results from their cooperation with the UN. The employee looked down and said that they would be coming soon. A map of the Earth appeared on the wall. America, the European Union, and even Asian countries insisted that Chozo be conquered first. A point was marked on the map. If nothing changed, Fukuoka would be first on the capture list. Frowning, the minister said that this would happen, considering how much money had already been spent. Narrowing his eyes, the man asked if the enemies were still there. The employee confirmed this and added that they had created their own ecosystem. Looking at him, Tanaka said that they needed to hold out for a little while longer and then this would come to an end, so they needed to avoid conflicts and defend themselves even if the monsters expanded their territory. The guy frowned sternly and promised to carry out the order. Throwing a stern look at him, the minister said that was all. The goblin ran down the road. He swung his club and screamed. The Chozo grabbed him by the head. The monster rose into the air and swung its paw. The throw raised dust and destroyed the road ahead. In the monster's mouth was a piece of bloody skin. The dead goblin lay on the ground. The light Chozo rested his head on his hand. He was sitting on the roof, surrounded by his comrades. The chieftain rose to his feet. The monster lunged and rose high into the sky. Below him was the entire city. His blue eyes flashed. The monster opened his mouth and screamed. The sound wave reached the island and the sea. The Chozo standing on the road looked up. At the same moment, they left the ground. Holding spears in their hands, the monsters roared. They flew over the road. On the asphalt lay a sign for magic stone storage. A blue haze appeared in the darkness. Frowning, the protagonist said that today was not very effective. Holding the strap of the bag with her hand, Lucia said that her lord should not regret anything, because he was getting more strength anyway. Closing his eyes, Henson agreed with her. Picking up the phone, he asked his friend to wait a little. The name of the inspector from the player association appeared on the screen. The guy put the phone to his ear and said hello. Yuna asked if her friend had left the dungeon. Looking up, the young man answered in the affirmative. Smiling, the woman suggested that he go to Japan. Looking away, the player replied that he did not want to if it was not necessary. Sitting in a computer chair, the inspector added that it would be a good opportunity, but in general it was not urgent. Her friend thanked her for the offer. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was planning to relax in the south. Yuna realized that her friend was really busy lately. Lucia raised her eyebrows in surprise. The woman took a step forward. The guy asked if she was going to Japan. Approaching the panoramic window, the inspector answered in the affirmative and explained that the Japanese government had made a very generous offer. Frowning, Yuna said that she called her friend precisely because it was a really good opportunity. Approaching the car, Henson wished her a safe trip and asked her to always prioritize safety. The woman agreed. The car's headlights lit up. The guy's eyes widened in surprise when he was asked about having dinner together. He put his hands on the steering wheel. The inspector from the association reminded her that her friend had promised to treat her as a thank you. Some time ago, the young man, sitting on the bed, invited his boss to dinner. Yuna asked if it was just a formality. His tense face was covered with beads of sweat. Blushing with embarrassment, the woman asked if it was really a formality. Frowning and gripping the steering wheel, the player said that he would thank her as soon as his friend returned from a trip to Japan. Scratching her cheek, the inspector said that she would be waiting for this and that they would see each other next time. The protagonist looked up and sighed with relief. The lights were on in the multi-story building. Cars were driving along the highway. Lucia asked if there was a call from the Players Association. Henson confirmed this and told about the trip to Japan. Cars were driving under the light of the streetlights. The traffic light turned red. The guy explained that he saw no need to climb into the enemy's lair, so he had to refuse. Raising her eyebrows, the girl suggested that it would be a good idea if the association guaranteed his safety. With wide eyes, the young man asked if this was really so. Smiling, his partner said that the only way to catch a tiger was to enter its cave. The heroes looked at each other. Lucia suggested flying to Japan to eliminate the enemies who were targeting her lord. The traffic light turned green. The car started moving. The player decided that this would not be an easy task. Pointing at herself, the girl said that her comrade would not have to do this step himself because he could use her to easily get rid of enemies. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if they were talking about the mercenary system. The answer was affirmative. The young man narrowed his eyes. His partner looked at him in surprise when Henson said that this was wrong, especially since this situation did not require urgent intervention. Smiling, he added that his friend did not have to be so impatient. Scratching her cheek, Lucia said that it made sense and agreed that they did not have to engage in battle right now. She decided that it would not be a loss even if the enemies continued to send assassins. The car rushed forward along the road. A few days later, a horned turtle was depicted on the sign indicating the entrance to the dungeon. The boy crossed his arms over his chest and thought that he could easily clear it. A memory of the fight with the werewolves appeared in his head. At that moment, the monsters surrounded him. This dungeon no longer exists in North Korea. The young man concluded that there were not so many problems left now. Hoping that his girlfriend was diligently attending her classes, he stepped into the portal. Blood splashed in the air. A dead turtle lay on the ground. The player picked up the dagger and looked to the side. Another swing of the weapon cut the turtle in half. The protagonist frowned thoughtfully. After examining the blue cave, Henson realized that searching for monsters took longer than the hunt itself. The guy went around the corner. Something caught his attention to the side. A man with a naked chest was fighting horned turtles. A healer was standing behind him. Looking at them, the young man was surprised that the warrior had entered the battle without even using a shield. Putting his hand to his chin, he concluded that this man's level was not even suitable for hunting in this place. The corpses of the turtles evaporated into thin air. The spearman asked how much time would be needed to heal. The healer replied that 3 minutes should be enough. The man standing in front of her frowned and breathed heavily. Looking around, the girl asked what they should do since her mana was already half spent. Putting his hand to his head, the spearman called his comrade useless since he still did not have the necessary characteristics. Another player raised an eyebrow and said that they should understand that their tank was lagging behind in progress. His comrade crossed his arms over his chest and said that he had a job change. Looking around, the brunette explained that if it weren't for this fact, their ally would not even be here, so they should think of it as something good. The boy frowned in displeasure and said that they would have to find a new tank when they went to the next dungeon. The shirtless man looked back and said that he would hunt with them. The boy's lips tightened. Pointing at his ally, he asked him to be grateful for their cooperation and not to expect anything more. The tank frowned sternly and said that he would continue hunting. The spearman opened his mouth in displeasure and shouted that they could not continue working together because they needed to obtain the necessary stats to continue hunting. The boy frowned menacingly and said that he would continue hunting with the squad anyway. The boy demanded that he obtain the necessary stats, his eyes turning white with anger. The rest of the squad looked at them. The spearman said that their tank still had unallocated stats in the status window that could be spent on stamina and mental strength. Looking down at him, the boy repeated that he would hunt with them. The men looked at them with indignation. The boy gave in and thought that their comrade would definitely improve if he got the missing characteristics. Putting his hand to his chin, he wondered why their comrade had not done so yet. Looking at the tank repeating the same words, the spearman agreed and suggested that they continue hunting. Squinting, the protagonist assumed that the squad had stripped the man of all equipment due to the cost of repairs. The men were holding armor and shields in their hands. Henson took a step forward. When he summoned a curtain of darkness, blue particles shimmered in front of him. The squad was fighting a horned turtle. The damage dealer stabbed it with his spear. Feeling something strange, the man looked back. The boy frowned. The boy lowered 2 fingers down. An explosion of dark energy was heard in front of him. The party member asked what just happened, his mouth hanging open in surprise. The player landed on his feet, a smile on his face. The tank was confused. The man was much taller than the stranger. Someone asked why this madman was stealing their loot. The protagonist looked back and asked who called him mad. Henson's eyes widened menacingly, asking him to repeat the words. The spearman turned pale with anger, saying that the stranger had stolen the monster they were hunting. The cloaked girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and noticed the skill book. Seeing the book on the ground, they concluded that it was a rare rank item. Killer pointed at it. The swordsman was surprised. Looking back, the boy concluded that the residual mana had condensed because the book had never dropped from monsters before. The spearman approached him and said that it was their loot, because the skill book had dropped after their group killed the monster. The boy looked away. The swordsman crossed his arms and said that they wouldn't have to go down again and that this stranger wouldn't attack them unless he was crazy. The player approached the tank. He looked at him and asked if he was okay. The protagonist asked why the man was hunting without armor or a shield, and the party member's eyes turned white. Frowning, Henson asked what the agreed upon price for the job was that was set before the hunt. The shirtless man shook his head. Looking at them, the spearman was indignant that a stranger who suddenly appeared and stole someone else's loot was interested in the income of another group. Looking away, the guy explained that one look at the squad was enough to understand that something was wrong. Grinning, the squad leader asked what was bothering him. Holding a spear in front of him, the damager urged the stranger not to bother them so as not to get hurt. The squad members opened their mouths in surprise when their leader noted that this man would not be able to fight them because, judging by his items, the difference between them was at most 10 levels. A sly grin was on his face, and 499 appeared in the player's hand. Showing it, the protagonist stated that he was part of the association's observation group and had the right to interrupt any action in the squad. The spearman opened his eyes in shock. The card said observation group. Gritting his teeth, the young man realized that he was in a difficult situation. Looking at the tank, Henson asked how much he made from a single hunt. The man replied that it was quite large. The boy looked away thoughtfully. Frowning, he concluded that he would not get the truth. The spearman frowned, not lowering his weapon. Narrowing his eyes, the youth used psychometry. The tank opened his mouth wide and screamed. The horned rabbit pounced on him. The swordsman raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that his comrade was showing good results despite his lack of intelligence. The man smiled and closed his eyes. He scratched the back of his head when he was praised for his work. Ushin frowned tensely. Looking at his ally lying on the ground, someone was indignant that he could not withstand the blow. Frowning, the spearman asked how many more times he would have to repeat the same thing. The tank looked down in frustration when he was accused of not understanding the words of his leader. The boy glared at him and said that his pay was a bit too high. The swordsman crossed his arms and agreed that a tank that couldn't even get the required stats was getting paid too much. The commander leaned over his comrade and said that it was his fault and that he would have to take responsibility. The man nodded obediently. The monsters pounced on them, baring their fangs. Ushin blocked one of them with his shield. The man in the robe noticed that the enemies had gone around him from behind and reported it. The swordsman wiped his nose with his hand. His friend clutched his stomach. The spearman frowned and ordered them to remove the armor from the tank so that it wouldn't be a waste of money for repairs. The armor and shield were standing by the wall of the cave. Night had fallen outside. The man touched the cut on his cheek. The girl gave him a worried look and asked him not to put too much pressure on himself and said that she had started working part-time on weekends, so she had to help with her mother's medical bills. The sick woman lay under the blanket. The girl said with a sad squint that she couldn't let her brother get sick. The tank looked back. Smiling, he agreed with his sister. A blue portal flickered in the mountains. Frowning, the swordsman called out to his comrade. Standing in front of the naked Ushin, the squad member ordered him not to tell anyone about his earnings and that he had to take off his armor in the dungeons. Sternly knitting his brows, the man said that otherwise they would not allow him to hunt with them anymore. The man's lips turned down in disappointment. With a determined look, he promised not to tell anyone about this unless he was abandoned. The protagonist turned away from him. Frowning menacingly, Henson asked if the squad realized what a grave mistake they had made. Fearfully raising his eyebrows, the spearman asked what they had done wrong. The other members of the squad, their mouths hanging open, said that they were only looking out for their comrade. Pointing a finger at the tank, the leader asked him to confirm that they had treated him well. The spearman squinted menacingly and said that they had never mocked him and had strictly paid him accordingly. Ushin nodded obediently. The young man smiled and said that they were fine, so the association employee could leave. The boy looked at him incredulously and said that this was definitely not what he needed to do now. Frowning, the squad leader asked what he was going to do in that case. Pointing behind him, the player explained that they would all go outside and submit to an investigation if they were sure that they would have no problem meeting the Inquisition. Sweat broke out on the tense faces of the squad members. Placing his spear on his shoulder, the young man asked if the association's observer group were government officials to decide who should be investigated. Taking the dagger in his hands, the protagonist said that they should choose to go through the investigation if they did not want to see something bad. His expression was as cold-blooded as possible. The squad members looked at each other. The spearman gritted his teeth. Squinting, he thought that no one would know if this stranger simply disappeared. Standing in front of his squad, the leader asked if they really planned to just get investigated. Confused, Henson asked what that meant. The young man grinned smugly. His comrades held out their weapons in front of them, saying that the association employee had brought trouble on himself. Raising his spear, the damager noted that his equipment looked pretty good, so they would use it. The guy looked at Ushin. The tank looked confused. The spearman doubted that anyone would help the enemy. The player smiled. Looking at the tank, the protagonist asked him to close his eyes and wait a little. In that case, he would have the opportunity to cure his mother's illness and buy his little sister a new backpack. A bead of sweat ran down the man's cheek. Grinning evilly, the squad leader rushed into battle. The swordsman's severed arm flew into the air. The warrior screamed in fear. Blood spurted from his shoulder. Henson punched the large damage dealer. Falling to his knees, the man in the bandage screamed that his wrists had been cut off. Hiller and the boy in the cloak opened their mouths in fear. Looking at them, the boy asked why they weren't getting closer. The staff fell to the ground. Kneeling down and burying his head in the ground, the blonde said that he would investigate. The young man threw him a disdainful look. At the same moment, he kicked the boy in the jaw. Signal lights glowed on the roof of the police car. The beaten spearman walked forward. His team followed him. The player crossed his arms over his chest, watching them. The blue sky hung over the hospital building. The girl was sitting next to her sick mother. Looking at his protector, Ushin thanked him and promised to repay his kindness. Smiling, the protagonist said that this was not necessary at all. The man replied that he would not remain in his debt. Henson asked if the tank would return to the dungeon. Lucia looked at him. The answer was affirmative. Raising his eyebrows, Ushin said that he had to earn a lot of money. Smiling, the guy asked him to show his status window. The man nodded. Looking down, the young man saw the status window and was surprised. Beaming with joy, the girl said that this was incredible. Pointing her finger at the notification, she explained that these characteristics were good enough to become a knight, and if the new acquaintance was transferred to her care, he would become a magnificent knight and not a simple soldier. Hearing the word knight, the tank raised his eyebrows in surprise. Looking at him, Lucia said that his initial stats were extraordinary and his professional skill was simply excellent. The player looked at them. His partner added that the skill Indomitable Body was a very unusual skill that could give a similar effect to a heroic rank skill. Smiling widely, the girl concluded that Ushin could become one of the best ranked players if he allowed this ability to develop properly. Hearing this, the man opened his mouth in shock. Raising her eyebrows, the blonde warned that further growth would be impossible if he did not obtain the necessary stats. The tank thoughtfully scratched his chin. Looking at him with a smile, Lucia asked if he wanted to become a ranked player. The answer was affirmative. Squinting, the girl said that for this, he needed to become a subordinate of her lord. Ushin frowned tensely. Blushing with embarrassment, the protagonist asked why the conversation was heading towards this. His partner glanced at him and noted that it would be beneficial for both of them. In this case, the man would continue to grow as a player, and the young man would get an ally with whom he could not worry about secrets leaking. The tank raised one eyebrow in confusion. The heroes looked at each other. Looking up, Henson wondered if he should try to use his skill. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, Ushin said that he wanted to become a ranked player. Grinning, the guy asked if he was ready to become his subordinate. A corresponding notification appeared. Frowning, the man confirmed his decision. A warning appeared that the leadership had been spent by 20 points. Light particles flickered around the heroes. Taking the red gem in his hands, the guy said that first his new ally needed to raise his initial characteristics. Having handed the stone to his comrade, the young man explained that he just needed to put it in his mouth. The tank threw the crystal in his mouth and clenched his fist. Having handed him the books, the player said that they needed to be read. Changes appeared in the status window. Looking down, the protagonist realized that 7 billion points were spent on this. Putting his hand in his pocket, he said that hunting alone would be more productive than in a group. His partner agreed with him. Smiling, the girl explained that their new comrade would be able to easily get a couple of achievements since his level was still low. She added that he should also raise his endurance in order to retrain. Ushin raised his eyebrows in surprise. With a determined frown, Lucia said that they needed to test his abilities before heading to the hunting grounds. There was a notice on the wall that said Vampire Dungeon. The man ran forward. The man blocked his girlfriend's attack with his shield. Frowning, she said that his lead foot position was incorrect. The tank looked down. The girl immediately struck with her shield. Lowering her weapon, the ally asked her comrade to watch his stance and attack when ready. Sitting on the ground, Ushin said that he understood everything. Rising to his feet, he rushed to attack. The opponent's shield appeared in front of him. His wooden shield flew into the air. 2 hours later, the weapon lay on the ground. The man fell exhausted. Lucia said that it was a pleasure to teach him because his body memorizes movements quite quickly. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist was surprised by this. Clenching her fist, his partner said that the tank would soon be able to fight in a real battle if he trained with it a little more. Squinting with joy, she added that he would soon have a retraining and the opportunity to become a real knight. Raising his eyebrows, Henson asked if it was really that easy. Smiling, the girl explained that qualifications depended on the combat skills acquired before it, so becoming a knight was an easy task for such a person. Ushin opened his eyes when he was called. Lucia closed her eyelids. Approaching her comrade, the ally asked him to stand up since there was enough time to recover. Sadly knitting his brows, the man agreed. At this time in Japan, a man in a cloak walked forward. There were many people around him. Chozo was eating its victim. The player narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The knight rushed to attack. The monster was able to avoid the blow, rising into the air. The guy grinned slyly. The monster's eyes widened in confusion. At that moment, explosions were heard in the air. The young man chopped off the Chozo's head with his sword. Their sneak attack worked. Out of 1,500 monsters, they managed to kill about 400. The light Chozo frowned menacingly. The monster rose into the sky and screamed shrilly. His comrades flew to one place. There were many computers in the office. The man in the green suit frowned and decided to follow the plan. Bombs flew down. Explosions were heard one after another on the roofs of the houses. Monsters flew over the city, holding spears in their hands. The magician pointed his magic staff at them. A wave of fire struck the monster's body. Explosions thundered over the heads of the players. The severed paw lay on the ground. The Chozo chieftain frowned sternly. He suddenly flew up even higher. Holding his spear in front of him, the monster roared. The remaining allies headed towards him. The bombs were flying straight at them. The monster extended its hand to the side. Lightning appeared around its eyes. The bombs exploded without reaching their target. The people's eyes widened in shock as they noticed that the missiles were not working. Pressing the keys on the keyboard, the man reported that this was not the level of defense that a heroic ranked monster could demonstrate. Looking back, the man said that they had to raise the level of the Golden Eagle to legendary. The commander-in-chief frowned when he heard that the enemies had broken out of the siege and that the operation had failed. Gritting his teeth, the military man thought that the explosive power of the missiles was not something that a heroic ranked monster could withstand. He clenched his fists tightly. Looking at his colleagues, the commander announced that the unallied forces should retreat. The black car drove along the highway. Smiling, the protagonist said that 3 weeks had flown by very quickly and his comrade was able to easily pass the theoretical and practical exams. Concentrating on the road, Henson added that his friend no longer needed to secretly go to the dungeons. The man walked down the street. Someone asked if it had already been a year and a half. The guy shuddered. Someone shouted that joining the guild implies active support. Looking at the interlocutor, Lucia said that she declined his offer. The stranger asked if she imagined all his benefits. Pointing a finger at her, the red-haired man said that the girl would deeply regret her refusal. With an indifferent look, Lucia replied that this was her personal business and asked the man to step aside. Approaching them, the young man asked what happened. His partner replied that everything was fine. Grabbing her by the shoulder, the stranger asked if they did not take him seriously. Removing his hand, the player said that his girlfriend refused his offer. Frowning, the man asked who he was to interfere. The protagonist twisted his fingers. Looking at his ally, Henson asked who this person was. The girl replied that it was the manager from the Jinhan Guild. The guy snapped his fingers. A barrier formed around them. The young man asked if his girlfriend was really keeping a low profile. Lucia replied that she had been maintaining her academic results at a normal level. Looking back, the player wondered why the guild wanted to recruit her then. The stranger frowned sternly and asked if the guy really wanted to die. Holding his fingers, the man asked if the guy knew who he was to treat him like that. Smiling, the protagonist asked the same question. Frowning, the manager said which guild he belonged to and asked which guild his interlocutor was from. Closing his eyes, Henson replied that he was on the association's surveillance team and asked if he was really the manager. The answer was affirmative. The stranger's eyes turned white with anger. The guy frowned menacingly and ordered him to stop pestering the girl and just leave. The heroes turned around and headed for the exit. Looking after them, the man said that they would regret this. Looking back, the young man asked what they had to regret. The manager angrily clenched his teeth. Frowning sternly, he thought that he was ordered to make this girl a member of the guild at any cost. There was a portal in the forest. Kneading his fist, the player decided to start hunting. Something caught his eye. On the ground was a sign stating that this was a dungeon of heroic crocodile men. With wide eyes, Lucia suggested that they go inside. Putting his hand on his belt, the protagonist asked if everything would be okay with their comrade. The girl replied that harsh training would allow him to go through this dungeon alone. With a wide smile, she added that she would know immediately if her friend was in danger, so they should not worry. Narrowing his eyes, Henson asked if his friend would admit that her training was a bit harsh. His partner smiled and confirmed it. Holding a shield in front of her, Lucia explained that a drop of sweat in training is equivalent to a drop of blood in real combat, so the harsher the training, the higher the chances of surviving in a real battle. Looking up, the guy decided that he did not need to worry about surviving during the hunt. There was a body of water in the forest. There were tall trees around. The young man asked if Ushin would be able to get the necessary characteristics. The man walked on the water. The girl said that it was difficult now, but it would be possible later, since mental strength is not only related to skill. Turning to her friend, the partner asked if the tank really changed after that elixir. The player confirmed it. After stretching his head and shoulders, the protagonist asked what would happen if they invested all his unallocated points into mental strength and endurance. Looking back, Lucia suggested that then their ally would become the strongest tank in the world. Henson looked ahead. Raising his dagger in front of him, he warned that there was an enemy ahead. Spears appeared from under the water. They flew high into the air and immediately headed towards the heroes. The guy jumped into the air and cut them with his dagger. Bubbles appeared on the water surface. New spears flew towards the target. The young man gritted his teeth, noticing them. An explosion of purple energy was heard in the air. The girl covered her comrade with a shield. The player landed on his feet. Holding a sparkling dagger in front of him, he said that it would be difficult. Another spear appeared from under the water. The protagonist ran up to it to attack the enemy. After the dagger hit, the water turned brown. Blood splashed on the young man's face. Lizards emerged from the water. Standing up, Henson declared that it was even better. Purple lightning appeared around his eyes. An explosion of dark energy was heard above the pond. The corpses of the monsters floated to the surface. Their eyes seemed lifeless. Smiling, Lucia asked how things were going. Her companion replied that these monsters were definitely the weakest of the heroic rank. Remembering how the drake towered over him, the guy said that the last fight with the heroic rank monster was not easy at all. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that this was just the beginning. The young man sat down on a stump. His partner said that her lord would become much stronger and faster. Blue sky was visible between the trees. The dungeon of the crocodile men was quite difficult, but this was the best place to train passive skills such as wild instinct. The player smiled. Standing up, he stretched his shoulder. Looking at his friend, the protagonist suggested to continue the hunt. The red-haired man folded his arms in guilt as he was scolded for failing at something as simple as recruiting new fighters. Frowning menacingly, the man urged him to forget about work and leave if things continued like this. Looking down, the manager informed him that a member of the association's surveillance team had intervened in their conversation. Hearing this, the guild employee's eyes widened in surprise. Sitting at his desk, he asked why the association had interfered with their recruitment efforts. Without looking up, the employee replied that the association member was friends with their target. The guy added that their target did not want to join the guild at all, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. Placing his hand on his chest, the man stated that he should have told her the benefits of joining the guild first. Raising his eyebrows, the young man replied that he had explained them several times, but the girl still refused the offer. The guild leader's mouth dropped open, surprised that she refused even after hearing the benefits. The employee frowned, suggesting that she already had a sponsor or that the promised amount was not enough. The manager narrowed his eyes and suggested that they just give up. The man looked at him with displeasure. Holding a piece of paper, he stated that they would not give up because it cost a lot of money. The photo was of Lucia. The employee explained that the financier ordered them to get her at any cost. Raising his hand, the guild leader ordered the subordinate to find out who the person from the association was. The man looked down, surprised that they should get involved with someone like that. The girl in the photo was smiling. The man was sure that the manager's son would do something stupid. The man with tattoos flexed his knuckles. The guild employee did not even have the opportunity to refuse. Clouds floated across the night sky. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked if his comrade had any problems during the hunt. Frowning, Ushin answered in the negative. There were many shards and skill books in his backpack. The tank handed the bag to his boss. Raising his hands, Henson said that he did not need it and that his comrade could keep it. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Lucia smiled, looking at him. Looking back, the guy asked his friend to follow him. The sun illuminated the buildings. Holding out an envelope, the young man said that this was money from the sale of magic stones. Raising his eyebrows, he added that the money from the sale of books would be after the auction. Taking the envelope, Ushin was surprised. Holding out some of the money back, the tank said that he would repay his lord's kindness. Putting his hands in front of him, the player said that this could be done later and it would be better to save the money for his mother and younger sister. Bowing, the man thanked him. The protagonist asked how he liked the new house. Looking up, Henson assumed that the house should be quite comfortable. Nodding, Ushin said that he liked everything very much. Looking at her friend, the girl said that it was a good choice because having a common house would help them in the process of preparing for sudden attacks. The guy frowned sternly, noting that they should always be prepared because they did not know how long the monsters would be in Japan. The young man looked away. Closing his eyes, he said that his friend would work tomorrow just like today. Night had fallen. Only one apartment had a light on. There was a dossier on the table. Taking it in his hands, the guild leader realized that this was the man who had awakened only a year and a half ago, and he had a short-sighted tank on his team. The employee looked at him and decided that they could take them out of the way with one blow. Sitting at the table, the man concluded that this was just a subordinate of the association. The guy with red hair concluded that his skills were also hopeless, judging by how scattered his missions were and how often they changed. Smiling, the young man reported that he didn't even have any friends. Looking at him with a smirk, the guild leader decided to start work tomorrow. The sun's rays illuminated the multi-story buildings. The heroes were walking down the street. The player looked back. There was a black car nearby. Looking at it, the protagonist asked what it was. The hero's car drove out of the parking lot. The black car was following it. Sitting behind the wheel, Henson said that someone was following them. Lucia suddenly shuddered. The cars were driving one after another. The girl asked if they were talking about the black van. Without stopping looking at the road, the guy said that, judging by the magical power, there were players inside it. Looking at him, his partner assumed that they were Japanese. Exchanging glances with her, the young man decided that their surveillance was too bad for the Japanese, but this hypothesis could not be ruled out. Looking at his friend, the player suggested going to the dungeon first, where Ushin could hunt. Lucia agreed. A blue portal flickered in the air. The tank cut the monster's body. The protagonist looked back. A group of people were walking through the dungeon. Henson looked ahead and urged the squad to move forward. Holding a shield in front of him, his partner agreed. The heroes went deeper into the cave. Looking at her comrade, the girl concluded that the enemies needed more time to get closer to them. The guy suggested starting the hunt slowly. Smoke was coming out of the stranger's eyes. The group of players stood behind him. Frowning, the young man noticed that their equipment looked a little poor. Most of them had ordinary rank equipment. People in robes smirked. Looking at them, the player asked what they needed. Contemptuously frowning, the guild leader was surprised that his opponent was so brave. The man grinned evilly and asked if they couldn't see the gravity of the situation. The protagonist realized, pale with surprise, that they weren't Japanese. Frowning, the guild member decided that it must be a joke. Pointing at himself, he asked if that was the face of a Japanese. Throwing a displeased look at him, Henson asked what they had come for then. The guild leader clenched his teeth in anger. Drawing his sword from its sheath, the man said that he had wanted to leave the enemy's body untouched, but he had been left with no choice. The guild members smiled when they were called out. Holding out his hand, their leader offered to teach the enemy some manners. Frowning decisively, he offered to cripple him a little. The warriors rushed forward. Lucia raised her shield in front of her. Raising his dagger, the boy asked why they were aiming at him. Ushin opened his mouth wide and screamed. The young man looked around in shock. His companion rushed forward, swinging his sword. Using his shield, he threw the enemy back. The tooth fell out of the man's mouth. Tank grinned madly. Lowering the shield, the girl decided that they should not worry about his safety. Ushin swung his sword again. A powerful blow threw another man back. The partner asked if they had discussed in the car what happened this time. Tank clenched his teeth in anger. It was difficult for him to understand what was happening. Looking at her lord, Lucia concluded that the man was only thinking about how to protect him. Smiling, she decided that this was good training for a real situation. Raising his eyebrows, the player said that it was good that the opponents were low level, otherwise the situation would be dangerous. Lowering her head, the girl said that it was her fault, because a knight who did not understand the orders of his lord cannot perform feats in battle. Bowing, the partner promised to train her comrade better so that this would not happen again. Looking at her questioningly, the protagonist thought that he shouldn't have said that. The guild members jumped back, trying to catch their breath. Frowning angrily, their leader asked how long they were going to do nothing. Blood splashed on Ushin's body. Gritting his teeth, the man asked why this man was so strong. Drawing his sword, he decided that he had no choice. Stepping forward, the guild leader decided that he had to do everything himself. Smirking, the employee thought that he should get close to the girl first. The leader raised his sword over her. Lucia immediately hit him in the face with her shield. His body fell to the ground. Blood poured out of his mouth. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that he had good potential for training if he could just stay quiet. The man clutched his throat. Seeing the commander lying on the ground, the swordsman asked how this could happen. The guild members rushed forward. The protagonist swung his fist. The powerful attack broke the nose of one of the enemies. The dagger left a cut on the ankle of another enemy. A faint glow emanated from the hand. Green particles flew around the guild members. Standing in front of them, Henson asked why they attacked them. The beaten man was kneeling. Squinting, the guild leader asked what was happening, deciding that a newbie who had just graduated from the player academy could not be so strong. Frowning, he remembered that he was level 220 and his subordinates were at least 180. Lucia widened her eyes and asked if they had not heard the question. Squeezing his eyes in pain, the guild member replied that they were simply following their commander's orders. Hearing this, the man turned around in shock. A status window appeared in front of the guy. Squinting, the young man realized that the guild was engaged in trading players. Looking at the window that appeared, he could not believe that this man used the subspace skill for such a job. Raising a dagger, the player said that the criminal must be punished. The man opened his mouth in fear. Blood glistened in the air, a scream was heard. Folding his hands on the table, Tanaka decided that he would not stay in this place for long. There was an empty computer chair in the office. Walking to the window, the minister thought that he needed to finish this job before leaving. On the table lay photos of the protagonist and Lucia. The man realized that he would be able to return if he managed to get them. Lights were on in the windows. Holding a photo in his hands, the man in the robe said that they had an additional target. Putting it on the table, the unknown man said that this was a friend of their first target. The photo depicted Lucia. The squad members smiled and were surprised that she was so beautiful. Looking at them, the leader explained that this girl had lost her country and changed her citizenship to Korean. Hearing that there were a few strange details, the people turned their attention to the commander. Sitting down on a chair, the man in the robe said that their target, according to the documents, graduated from the player academy about a month ago. Squinting, he added that Lucia was currently going to heroic dungeons with her friend. Turning to each other, the squad members began to talk, not understanding how this was possible if she had just woken up. Frowning, the man explained that the targets only went to heroic dungeons, but that did not mean that they were hunting there. The photos were lying on top of each other. The leader reminded that he had abilities that allowed him to reset 20 levels. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the commander said that in this case the situation was clear. His comrades grinned. Turning to him, the people asked if this meant that Henson could share experience regardless of level. The man in the blue robe replied that it was highly likely. The party members looked at their leader carefully. In the case of capturing high-level monsters, common sense would distribute experience according to each player's contribution. The man clasped his hands and concluded that there was definitely something strange going on, since their target was taking a newbie who had just awakened into a heroic dungeon. The party member frowned. Their assumptions might be wrong, but their target's actions did not make sense from a rational standpoint. Looking up, the commander ordered them to remain vigilant since the team they had sent out earlier had disappeared. The man standing in front of the table asked if they couldn't just run away. Looking at him, the man replied that that was also possible, but the chances were slim. The guys looked around and began to discuss this, deciding that it would be stupid to just run away. The leader took a step forward. He walked past his comrades and said that they should act while considering the worst-case scenario as a sure thing. Watching him go, the boy asked what the worst-case scenario was. Without turning around, the commander assumed that the first team had been wiped out. His comrades raised their eyebrows in surprise. Frowning, the squad member asked if it was possible to wipe out an entire team on his own. Looking at his leader's back, he asked if that was really the case. The man frowned and asked what the youth, who had only been awakened for a year at that point, had done. Looking back, the man in the robe stated that the target's growth rate was impossible to predict. Turning to his comrade, the commander explained that this was why their strategy had to assume the worst-case scenario. The squad members stared at him. They would have to leave immediately when they received word from the information team. The sun was shining brightly over the city. The protagonist was lying on the bed. Frowning, he realized that the stakes had been reduced. Scrolling through the trading window, Henson thought about hunting, achievements, and selling batteries. Seeing the number of points accumulated, the guy got up from the pillow and thought that his sales level will increase when he manages to accumulate another 300 billion, and then he will have the opportunity to buy elixirs. Raising his eyebrows, the young man realized that there are restrictions on the sale of electronic devices only. Hugging the pillow, the player thought about whether he should post a few new offers. Rolling from side to side, he decided that he needed to be patient because his game offers were already selling very well. Looking away, the main character thought that he could deal with this problem in another way. He was called to eat. His mother and Lucia were sitting at the table. Seeing the kimchi stew on the table, Henson smiled happily. Throwing a displeased look at him, the woman said that he needed to eat well and not eat only kimbap and hamburgers. The guy looked at his girlfriend with disapproval. His mother asked why he was looking at her like that and asked her son to start eating dinner. There was a plate of food on the table. The young man picked up a spoon and thanked his mother for it. There was rice in the spoon. Chewing it contentedly, the player praised his mother's food. The women were staring at one spot. The protagonist looked around and realized that they were watching American TV shows. Looking at his mother, he asked if she liked it. She replied that it was funny. Raising his eyebrows, Henson asked her not to forget about the food. His gaze was worried. Looking at the smiling girl, the guy asked her to eat. The young man, his mouth open in confusion, asked if it was really that funny. People in formal suits were shown on the screen. The player could not understand why a person from another reality liked American programs. His eyes turned white. Turning to his partner, the protagonist asked if she liked TV. Lucia closed her eyes and said that rating movies and dramas was her only hobby. The woman looked at her and envied her. The main character's mother put her hands on her lap and said that they were lucky because they could buy movies online and watch them whenever they wanted, while she had to wait for Korean subtitles to appear. The girl smiled when she heard that players were able to understand foreign languages and the speech of other players. Henson's eyes widened in surprise. The heroes were sitting at a table on the carpet. The door to the room was closed. Sitting on a computer chair, the partner asked what was wrong. The guy explained that he wanted to ask something. Raising his eyebrows, the young man was surprised that she liked the movies and suggested that there were many things in this world that she did not understand. Smiling widely, Lucia said that it was just fun, even if she did not understand something at first. Closing her eyes, she explained that she was happy when she learned something new about a completely different culture. The heroes sat opposite each other. The girl asked why her friend was so interested in this. Smiling, the player said that he wanted to sell video content. With her eyes wide in amazement, the partner asked if he was really going to sell movies and dramas. Putting his hands on the bed, the main character confirmed this and asked what his girlfriend thought about it. Lucia called it a great idea. Looking down, she added that they would not lose anything, even if it did not work. Looking at her, Henson said that it was all thanks to her. The girl said that she did nothing. Shaking her hand, the guy reminded her how much she liked the drama. His partner blushed with embarrassment. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.